This scene is absolutely incredible. The Blenheim Expo has officially opened. Everywhere you look, there are rare wonders no one has ever seen before. Not only did they invite the great singer Annanelli, but there are also the best-selling books Thousand Lives and Hot Spring Town. They even have the legendary Snow Wine. Who could have imagined that all of this was actually Annette's work alone? In full view of the crowd, Loic actually leaned right in. This rumored cold and ruthless Grand Duke of the North was now making a scene and demanding a kiss. Annette's mind was full of question marks. She had originally planned to divorce and run away once the contract expired. Who would have thought that not only would her business become wildly successful, but she would also completely win over this icy man? Could it be that she was born to be the Grand Duchess? But just 1 year ago, this marriage had been the laughingstock of the entire empire. A dignified marquis's daughter was getting married, yet the other side sent only 500 coins as a wedding gift. The groom did not even show up. How was this a wedding? It was clearly outright humiliation. The Grand Duke, whom she had never even met, casually found someone to marry in his place. This was basically grinding her dignity into the dirt. But Annette did not care at all, because she was not the original owner of this body. She had transmigrated into a melodramatic novel. In the original plot, she was a malicious supporting villainess who constantly caused trouble. In the end, not only did she gain nothing, but she was also sent to the gallows. Since she already knew the ending, who would be stupid enough to follow the old path? This absurd marriage was instead the perfect chance for her to escape the capital. Faced with her family's complaints, she was calmer than anyone. Wasn't it just a matter of losing money and face? She directly suggested holding the wedding at the temple. As long as she could leave this place, her real counterattack was only just beginning. Annette understood all too well how to manipulate people's hearts. Facing her money-obsessed father, she took the initiative to suggest holding a simple wedding at the temple. On the surface, she was being considerate of the family. In reality, she was helping her old man save a large sum of money. Seeing the gold coins on the other side of the scale, her father made the deal on the spot. The first step of the plan was smoothly achieved. Before she could be happy for long, her brother Fedin came to her with a cold face. In his eyes, this kind of behavior that lowered her own status was simply insane. Fedin warned her that doing this would only make the Grand Duke of the North look down on her even more. After all, back then, their family had refused to support the northern battlefield, and resentment between the two sides had long since formed. This trip north was probably even more dangerous than she imagined. The former Grand Duke had died on the battlefield protecting the North. With such a blood feud, the people of the North were destined never to welcome Annette. From the very beginning, this marriage was sending her there as a shield. Fedin really could not stand it. He felt his sister was seeking death. To help the family restrain the Grand Duke, she was actually going to throw away her entire life. But Annette did not take it seriously at all. She even felt that this cheap older brother of hers was rather caring. Fedin directly pushed her away and walked forward without looking back. It had already been 2 weeks since she possessed Annette's body, and she had adapted better than expected. Of course, her treatment at the Fress estate was not good. But to her, this bit of scheming and infighting was nothing more than child's play. After all, before transmigrating, she had been a veteran office worker at an advertising company. Compared with being forced by clients to revise proposals overnight, this level of exclusion and cold treatment felt as easy as a vacation. Since she had already escaped that life with no daylight, the current challenge instead felt a little interesting to her. Although being treated as invisible at home and simply eating while waiting to die was indeed comfortable. For a modern soul, having no phone and no entertainment meant a severe lack of dopamine. Not to mention, in this house, she could not even leave the front gate. Rather than sit here and wait for death, she might as well go to the North and take her chances. In the original novel, the North was a place full of romance. It had snow mountains that never melted all year round and magnificent castles that resisted foreign enemies. Of course, what she looked forward to most was the legendary Grand Duke of Blenheim. It was said that Loic was not only cold in personality, but also outrageously handsome. At the thought of being able to see such a top-tier handsome man with her own eyes, her whole body became incredibly excited. Danger and hatred were all thrown to the back of her mind. Blenheim territory. Loic looked at the reply in his hand. This time, he had completely miscalculated. He had still underestimated the Marquis's greed. He originally thought that offering the low price of 500 gold coins would make that old fox back down. Unexpectedly, for money, the other side agreed to the marriage without hesitation. Faced with his subordinate's question, Loic said nothing and directly threw the marriage contract into the fire. His attitude was extremely clear. Tell that old man to give up early. As long as he was here, that woman would never be allowed to step into this place. Pearl could no longer watch this. Who would finish a wedding and then leave the bride behind alone? But Loic remained completely unmoved. At this moment, the Knight Commander was rather excited. He thought this idea was absolutely brilliant. After all, that old fox of a Marquis would definitely plant spies everywhere. It would be better to cut things off cleanly from the start. Loic coldly asked who intended to come forward and stop this. The whole room instantly went silent. Pearl's mind was full of helplessness. It was bad enough that he had to marry in his master's place. Now he even had to help abandon the bride. Who could possibly handle this mess? With a single sentence, Loic pushed Pearl to the front line. Although Pearl was unwilling 10,000 times over, an order was an order. Even the vice commander, Hedrick, was transferred to lead the escort. In fact, Loic knew very well that this wedding was nothing but a pretense. Asking him to marry the daughter of his enemy was simply torture. He had already made up his mind. Once this period passed, he would divorce her directly. In the blink of an eye, the wedding day arrived. On the bride Annette's side, there was not the slightest trace of joy. The headmaid Janet spoke with barbs in every word, mocking her to her face by saying her hair looked like white hair and even saying that makeup could not hide her haggardness. As Janet combed her hair, she kept muttering that the Marquis was afraid she would suffer in the north, so he had specially chosen this group of attendants. It sounded like concern, but Annette understood perfectly. How was this sending helpers? It was clearly planting spies beside her so they could monitor every move she and the Duke's household made. But this time, the Marquis had miscalculated. Things would never develop according to his plan. The wedding venue had a solemn atmosphere, but the person standing beside Annette was not the real Duke at all. Loic had actually found a substitute. Pearl had been completely forced into this situation. Looking at the bride before him, who was almost too beautiful, he was so nervous that he could barely speak properly. He could only bite the bullet and swear on behalf of his master, saying that he would love and respect her for his entire life. Listening to these hypocritical vows, Annette only found them laughable. What entire life? If this marriage lasted more than a week, that would already count as good luck. Annette also went through the motions and read her vows to this substitute. When it came time to exchange rings, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Pearl's hand trembled badly. His cautious manner clearly showed that he wanted to avoid Annette. This made her extremely unhappy. She was not some flood or ferocious beast. Did he really have to dislike her this much? As the officiant announced the completion of the wedding, this absurd ceremony finally came to an end. But the headmaid Janet was still gossiping behind her back, feeling that serving an illegitimate daughter was simply humiliating, and even thinking that the Marquis was truly shameless. But when she pushed open the door and prepared to continue ordering her around, she was completely dumbfounded. Only a wedding dress remained in the room. On the day of her wedding, Annette had actually disappeared. Pearl now only wanted to slip away as quickly as possible. As long as he escaped before Annette appeared, he would be rid of this troublesome matter. Who knew that before he could even run out the gate, Annette caught him red-handed. Pearl stammered and tried to talk in circles, but Annette did not fall for that at all. Not only did she have no intention of letting him go, she even proposed leaving with Pearl. Since she was going to meet her husband, it was only natural for a wife to follow her husband's lead. Pearl was completely out of options now. He could only use the excuse that no carriage had been prepared, hoping this young lady would retreat when faced with difficulty. But he had still underestimated Annette too much. Since she dared to disappear on the day of her wedding, she had definitely made preparations long ago. How was this a sudden impulse? She had clearly come prepared. Annette had even prepared a carriage herself. Pearl still wanted to nitpick and say the wheels made noise, but she had already checked them in advance and gave him no opening to use. Pearl then used the rough road as another excuse. Before he could finish speaking, Annette pushed him toward the carriage door. Looking at the room full of thick cushions, even trying to jolt around would be difficult. Now Pearl had completely nothing to say. Still unwilling to give up, he said there were no escorts arranged for the journey, so it was unsafe. In response, Annette casually pointed and directly turned the group of fierce elite knights by the roadside into her personal bodyguards. The big men froze on the spot. Pearl still wanted to struggle a little by bringing up the road conditions, but Annette gave him no chance. She directly urged him to hurry up and lead the way. Since all the problems had been solved, he had no choice but to take her on this long journey. Annette now simply wanted to shout out loud. After struggling for so long, she was finally completely free. She no longer had to endure that family's humiliation. The feeling of finally taking control of her own life was truly amazing. After calming down, she discovered that Pearl was actually not a bad person. Although he usually looked cold, he was quite thoughtful and had arranged everything properly. Just then, the butler brought over an exquisite box, saying that young Master Fedin had specifically instructed him to deliver it, afraid she had left too hastily and forgotten to bring it. Annette's heart immediately began to mutter. How did her brother know she was going to run away? But what came next truly stunned her. The butler said this was probably a wedding gift, and that her brother, who had always ignored her, had actually gone to the wedding venue in person and watched over her until the ceremony was completed before leaving. This was practically the sun rising from the west. That cold-blooded brother had actually done something like this. What on earth was he thinking? As soon as the carriage started moving, Annette, this caged canary, finally flew out of her cage. But Janet behind her was frantic. She shouted at the top of her lungs everywhere, but could not even catch her shadow. The Marquis had been terribly anxious and had ordered that Annette be brought back as soon as the ceremony ended. Yet Janet rushed as fast as she could and still found nothing. The attendant guarding the gate was quite calm, saying the Grand Duchess had already departed. As for where she had gone, did that even need to be asked? Of course, she had gone to her husband's territory, Blenheim. In the carriage on the road, Annette took out the box. This was the wedding gift Fedin had given her. She originally thought that guy had just casually sent something, but when she opened it, the contents nearly blinded her. This set of jewelry was outrageously expensive. Fedin was actually willing to spend so much. This did not look like an ordinary gift. Sure enough, beneath the jewelry was a note. Only one sentence was written on it. If you need help, contact Arsen's aunt. Looking at the note in her hand, Annette finally understood. Fedin had not only given her an expensive gift, but had also left her a life-saving contact. He had even known she would run away. Originally, she had still been worried the situation would spiral out of control. Now it seemed she was not fighting alone. For this trip to Blenheim, she finally had a little confidence. The carriage stopped beside the woods to rest, but trouble followed. Several guards gathered together to come up with bad ideas, actually wanting to throw her directly into the wilderness. Just then, Leon stepped forward and pointed at his companions' noses, scolding them for being far too heartless. Annette nodded repeatedly from the side. It seemed there were still reliable people on this journey. No matter what happened next, she had already made up her mind. But being caught eavesdropping was awkward. Before Annette could explain, Hedrick had already walked away with a cold face. Once the vice commander returned, the atmosphere immediately changed. Pearl quickly went forward to report and confirmed that they would escort her to Blenheim. Annette was still pretending, acting as though she had only been taking a walk. That acting was probably natural only in her own eyes. Hedrick, however, was very formal. He directly introduced himself and promised to escort her safely to her destination. However, judging by the expressions of the people behind him, this mission was probably not so simple. Some had already begun forming little schemes in their hearts. Annette greeted him politely and said she would be relying on Hedrick for this trip. In truth, she wanted to use this opportunity to slightly restore her image. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, Hedrick originally planned to travel through the night and lodge in a more distant town of Malin. But Annette suggested trying the Inn of Rest at the crossroads. Pearl hurriedly advised from his side, saying that place was extremely crowded and that so many people would never be able to stay there. In the end, no one expected Hedrick to make the decision directly. He said that if there were not enough rooms, Annette alone could stay inside while the remaining brothers all camped outside. Even Annette was stunned. Why had he suddenly become so easy to talk to? But the soldiers behind them suffered for it. After exhausting themselves all day, they still had to sleep outside. The resentment in the group grew even stronger. Hedrick's move was indeed clever. On the surface, he had listened to Annette's suggestion. In reality, He had directly thrown the blame for making the soldiers camp onto her. Pearl was extremely anxious beside her, afraid that Annette would be hated by the entire Night Order because of this. But Annette herself looked relaxed, as though she had not realized the severity of the problem at all. In truth, she had already come up with a plan. Since she had dared to make the suggestion, she had never intended to make everyone work for nothing. Just watch. There would definitely be a surprise later. The group hurried along. They finally arrived at the inn before dark. But after the guard went in to ask, sure enough, they hit a wall. The entire place had already been booked by a major customer. Hedrick looked as though he had expected this. Pearl was about to collapse beside him. Great. Now, there was not even a place to stay. Everyone really would have to spend the night on the road. Hedrick was calculating in his heart. He felt Annette was simply having a young lady's tantrum. Once she could not endure the suffering of camping outdoors, she would definitely take the initiative to beg for mercy. Unable to stand it, he simply ordered everyone to pack up and hurry on. Pearl was also nearly going crazy. No matter how much the innkeeper explained, there were no rooms. He begged Annette to leave quickly and not waste time here. But Annette said she wanted to confirm one more time. In the background, the soldiers all felt that this young lady was being unreasonable, just when everyone thought they would have to sleep on the street. Annette calmly took out a piece of paper. Pearl took it and looked. Good heavens, it was actually a reservation slip prepared in advance. Annette smiled and told him to show it to the owner. Annette's move was truly lavish. Not only had she reserved rooms for everyone in advance, she had even arranged a sumptuous dinner. Hedrick had originally wanted to watch her make a fool of herself. Now he was completely stunned. The soldiers behind him, who had originally been full of resentment, probably could not say a word now. After all, who could refuse hot food? Annette smiled elegantly. She knew better than anyone that the best way to win over these tough men was to let them eat and drink their fill. After all, people who eat your food and take your gifts cannot easily speak against you. She called everyone to hurry and start eating. Once this meal was finished, probably no one would have the nerve to give her, this young lady, a cold face anymore. A few days earlier, Annette had secretly slipped into the Intelligence Guild and sold all the jewelry she had. In the end, the money she received was less than half of what she had expected. The guild members were even quite righteous about it, saying they also needed to make money. In truth, she understood. After all, she was not the Marquis's biological daughter. How much could the things he gave her be worth? But selling the jewelry was only a pretense. Her real purpose was to save some private money to run away, while also inquiring about a crucial piece of information. She wanted to know the exact opening time of the portal, because in the original plot, those people had been planning to abandon her completely. But this was confidential information, and the guild member looked troubled. This deal did not seem so easy to close. Once the money was taken out, things immediately became easy. The guild member, who had looked troubled just moments ago, instantly changed expression and handed over the portal list. Annette looked carefully and discovered that the timing was even tighter than expected. As soon as the wedding ended, those people would set off. They had never intended to leave her any room to maneuver. Just then, the other party casually mentioned a place called the Inn of Rest, saying its head chef had once worked in the Imperial Palace and that the food was outstanding, but rooms that were especially difficult to reserve. Annette immediately realized that this was the breakthrough she was looking for. She asked whether she could book in advance. The other party was just about to bring up the rules, but she took out another bag of gold coins. After all, rules were rigid, but in the face of superpowers, any rule could be bent. The scene shifted. Everyone was already seated inside the Inn of Rest. The table was full of hearty dishes. This standard truly left no room for complaint. Hedrick's subordinates were all stunned. Although they were unbearably hungry, without their superior's order, no one dared to pick up their utensils first. Hedrick remained silent for a moment, but in the end he relented. Since this was a young lady's kind intention, everyone should eat freely. Now the scene completely went out of control. This group of people looked as though they had been starving for days and nights, and began sweeping the food from the table like mad. Annette watched from the side, knowing that they really had suffered on this journey. At this moment, Pearl leaned over and asked how she had reserved rooms in such a popular place. Annette merely smiled. After all, for this moment, she had poured all the private money she got from selling jewelry into it. Pearl was still puzzled. Why had this young lady suddenly changed her nature? Annette, however, acted extremely generous and said everyone had worked hard coming all this way. So this meal was her thanks. In truth, the little calculations in her heart were very clear. She absolutely could not let these people know that she had done her homework in advance to save her own life. As long as she could raise their favorability, spending some money was worth it. This move really worked. The soldiers who had still been prejudiced against her earlier were now all praising her as beautiful and kind, feeling that rumors really could not be trusted. Pearl said nothing from the side, watching her back as she went upstairs. No one knew what he was thinking. But before Annette could be happy for long, a sudden commotion came from upstairs. The originally warm dinner atmosphere instantly changed. Last night's drinking had indeed been a bit too intense. Drunken men lay sprawled all over the floor. Although Annette also had a headache, seeing everyone enjoy themselves so much meant this attempt to win hearts had clearly succeeded. As soon as she went downstairs, she ran into Leon. Annette casually greeted him and even called out his name. This completely stunned the young man. He probably had never expected a young lady like her to remember a minor figure like him. Tomato stew was being cooked in the kitchen, said to be a hangover soup specially prepared for the nights. Smelling that sour and spicy aroma, Annette's mind was filled with kimchi stew from her hometown. The familiar fragrance almost drew out all her cravings. Leon originally wanted to send the meal to her room, but Annette shocked everyone by saying she wanted to stay and eat with the knights. This completely stunned Leon. A dignified young lady actually wanted to eat this kind of communal pot meal. If word got out, the social circles of the entire territory would probably explode. Pearl kindly reminded her that this soup was much spicier than what she usually drank. Annette, however, looked calm and said what she loved most was strong flavor. All the knights in the room stopped moving and stared fixedly at this young lady, waiting to see her cry from the spice. But after the first mouthful, Annette's entire being lit up. This familiar recipe, this powerful level of spice, was simply the hometown flavor she had dreamed of. Since transmigrating into this world, she had never eaten such authentic spicy food. Now she could no longer care about any lady-like image. She directly picked up the bowl and started gulping it down. This bowl of fiery stew practically ignited her soul. Looking at the empty bottom of the bowl, Annette let out a long breath and exclaimed that this breakfast was incredibly satisfying. Leon and the knights beside her were all dumbfounded. This was Blenheim's specialty. Outsiders would sneeze just from smelling it. Not only had this young lady finished it, she even said the soup tasted refreshing. Now, the way everyone looked at her completely changed from suspicion to worship. Annette truly enjoyed this meal and directly called for another bowl. Pearl watched from the side, probably seeing such a down-to-earth, noble young lady for the first time. Meanwhile, far away in Blenheim territory, Loic received an urgent letter. In the letter, Pearl said the young lady was about to arrive and told the household to hurry and prepare a room. After reading the letter, Loic was completely stunned, wondering whether Pearl had made a mistake. In the letter, Annette was praised like a saint, saying not only did she have no heirs, but she also blended in with the knights. The butler, Whiteley, was rather calm and felt that since Pearl had said it, they had to quickly prepare to receive her. But Loic still felt uncertain. A bride who had been stood up by the groom not only did not throw a tantrum, but was even so cooperative. He even began to suspect whether Pearl had been threatened by Annette. After all, this young lady was famously ruthless in the imperial capital. He had to see with his own eyes exactly how this play was being performed. Rumors outside said that every member of the Blenheim family was a monster who grew up drinking demon blood. Listening to these ridiculous rumors, Loic knew better than anyone that one absolutely could not judge people based only on hearsay. But he also had to admit that Annette was indeed not simple. The North's winter was this cold. If it were some delicate young lady, she probably would not last a single day. Having a bit of a tough temper might actually help her live longer. Loic suddenly stopped that thought. He was actually worrying about that wicked woman. He quickly pulled his thoughts back and instructed the butler Whiteley to prepare a room first, intending to send her away after a few days. This was already the greatest mercy he could give his wife in name. After leaving the inn, the carriage traveled north and plunged directly into this land of ice and snow. Johaz was muttering in his heart, thinking this young lady was truly difficult to serve. She even needed hot water, specially boiled, just to wash her face. Wasn't this causing trouble for everyone? But when he turned his head, he saw someone wearing a strange white hat crouching by the river, doing who knew what. He had not realized who it was yet, and reached out, wanted to pat the person's hat, casually complaining that the hat was way too strange. But when the other person turned around, Johaz froze on the spot. It was actually Annette. Annette smiled and asked whether he had also come to wash his face. Johaz was completely embarrassed now. All his complaints from earlier had become slaps to his own face. Carrying the bucket, Johaz hurriedly wanted to show this young lady some attentiveness. But Annette did not appreciate it all. Instead, she felt washing her face with river water was more refreshing and even told him to wash up himself. Who could have imagined that this pampered young lady had such strong wilderness survival skills? Not only could she cook by herself, her cooking skills had even conquered the night order. At night, she did not even fuss about inns. She crawled into a sleeping bag and slept more soundly than anyone. Early the next morning, before everyone had even recovered, she had already begun moving her own luggage. This frightened the knights beside her badly, and they hurriedly rushed forward to take over, afraid this hardcore young lady would do all their work for them. Now the Night Order completely no longer treated her as an outsider. Leon and the others patted their chests and promised that from now on, everyone was a comrade who would live and die together, and she could leave the luggage and everything else to them. Annette looked at these men surrounding her, drinking and laughing, and felt somewhat torn between laughter and tears. These people had now completely forgotten that she was actually a noble young lady. Johaz was especially enthusiastic and insisted that she try the food he had just made, praising the taste as a delicacy of the human world. As Annette thanked him, she pondered. They were about to reach the Grand Duke's territory. Since these people were now so unguarded around her, this was the perfect chance to probe for information. Seeing how warm they were now, apart from the treasury password, she could probably dig out any secret. Annette began carrying out her plan to fish for information. She started with the simplest question, his tastes. In response, Johaz helplessly complained that the Grand Duke had no sense of taste at all. Whatever he ate was no different from chewing tree bark. Leon also added from the side that the Grand Duke's only hobby was hunting demonic beasts. As for his personality, he was simply a walking iceberg. Sometimes he would not say a word for an entire day. Annette was stunned as she listened, thinking to herself whether this Grand Duke was a human or a machine. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a cough suddenly came from behind them. Pearl walked over and forcibly smoothed things over, saying the Grand Duke was actually a good person, and then also hinted for Johaz and Leon to state their positions. Now the two of them froze. The more happily they had complained earlier, the guiltier they felt now. Leon's mind spun rapidly as he desperately tried to find a virtue in his boss. Leon and Johaz, who had just been complaining so energetically, instantly maxed out their survival instincts and began frantically praising their boss. They said he was a genius knight at 15, that he could single-handedly fight a horde of demonic beasts, practically praising the Grand Duke as the guardian god of the North. Annette listened with black lines all over her face. This was not the information she wanted. In summary, this Grand Duke not only had overwhelming combat power, but also loved his country and people dearly. Now things were troublesome. A tough hero like him would definitely hate a delicate marquis's daughter most. Annette's heart sank halfway, but on second thought before this, she had been a desperate career woman who could handle even the most difficult clients. She refused to believe she could not deal with a mere icy Grand Duke. After all this struggle, Annette finally arrived. Looking at the absurdly huge castle before her, she could not help muttering in her heart. This place was even more exaggerated than the rumors. Pearl awkwardly explained beside her that the Grand Duke had recently been far too busy and could not personally come out to welcome her. She had not even entered the door yet and had already been snubbed. Annette, however, was not angry at all. Instead, she felt that as long as she was not thrown out on the spot, her luck was already fairly good. After all, this This man could even skip his own wedding. Being such a workaholic, it was normal for him not to come greet her. As the heavy doors slowly opened, life in the north was finally about to officially begin. As soon as she entered, the castle steward Whiteley came forward to greet her. Although this old gentleman was polite and thorough, Annette always felt that the aura of the people of the north was different. Even a butler carried a kind of dignity that made people afraid to speak carelessly. Following him to her room, she found the furnishing standard was truly impeccable. Annette took the chance to say she wanted to meet the Grand Duke once he returned. After all, they were husband and wife in name. They could not keep playing hide-and-seek forever. Whiteley agreed readily, saying that as soon as the Grand Duke appeared, he would immediately report it. Once the butler left, Annette completely relaxed. This room was warm and comfortable. Who cared about some icy Grand Duke? She would get a good sleep first. Annette was feeling quite good about herself at this moment, thinking she was so cute that as soon as the Grand Duke saw her, he would surely fall on the spot. But when she looked in the mirror, she was completely stunned. What beautiful young girl was this? She looked practically like a vagrant who had just crawled out of the dirt. No wonder the knights had all looked as if they wanted to say something along the way. It turned out she had been too awful to look at. While Annette was busy collapsing inside, the atmosphere in the study had dropped to freezing point. Pearl was anxiously jumping around, feeling that his Grand Duke was far too cold-blooded. The girl had come all this way. How could he drive her away without even meeting her? But Loic would have none of it. He even felt Pearl's brain might be broken for actually calling that woman madam. In his eyes, this so-called marriage should never have existed from the very beginning. Loic looked disdainful, feeling that a pampered young lady like Annette must have complained plenty along the way and that she had simply come to cause trouble. As soon as he said this, Pearl was stunned. He quickly retorted that if the Grand Duke saw with his own eyes what kind of carriage she had come in, he would definitely not be able to make such sarcastic remarks. Loic had not taken it seriously at first, but when he glanced out the window, his entire body froze. How was that a noble carriage? It was practically a broken-down wreck about to fall apart. Looking at the dusty figure inside the carriage window, Loic fell silent for the first time. Looking at Annette's head of golden hair, a thought unexpectedly appeared in Loic's mind. That color was like the snow in the north that never melted all year round. Although he disliked her verbally, he had to admit that this girl had indeed shown some courage by enduring the entire journey in such a shabby carriage. But appreciation was appreciation. Loic still coldly told Pearl to let her rest for a few days, then immediately send her back to the capital. In his view, such a delicate young lady did not belong on this barren land at all. But on the other side, Annette was still completely in the dark. She was eagerly waiting for the Grand Duke to appear and even imagined that he had not shown up only because he was too busy. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At first, Annette was still quite patient. When she did not meet him on the first day, she comforted herself by saying the Grand Duke was probably too busy. But on the second day and the third day, forget seeing him, there was not even a message. Annette finally realized it. How was this being busy? He was clearly avoiding her. Annette stood up directly. If you'll not come see me, then I will go block your way. She wanted to see just how long this Grand Duke could hide. The more Annette thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. This place was strange everywhere. She tentatively suggested that she wanted to look around, but the butler Whiteley rejected her on the spot, saying the castle structure was entirely a military secret and that without the Grand Duke's permission, she could not go anywhere. Annette simply laid her cards on the table and asked which room the Grand Duke lived in. She wanted to personally go demand an explanation. Unexpectedly, the butler still wore that same smile and said even the Grand Duke's residence was confidential. Annette knew very well that if things followed the original plot, she would not even meet the Grand Duke, and in the end the marriage contract would also be annulled. It seemed she could only use some extraordinary methods. Since no one was willing to lead the way, Annette decided to act herself. She refused to believe that if she searched the entire castle, she still would not be able to find the Grand Duke's bedroom. She had originally thought the Grand Duke's room would definitely have the most luxurious decoration and be the easiest to recognize. But once she reached the corridor, she froze. All the doors looked exactly the same. There was no choice. She could only use the dumbest method and try them one by one. But after testing several in a row, all were tightly locked. Just then, one door finally moved. In the end, it was a maid working inside. She pushed open one door after another. Whether it was the laundry room or the main kitchen, as long as it was not locked, she went in to greet people, frightening the servants at work badly. Just as her hand was growing sore from knocking, "Please come in," finally sounded from inside a room. This was the first response she had heard all day. Annette excitedly pushed the door open and entered. But inside was not the Grand Duke. It was a group of civil officials busy enough to have their feet off the ground. The man in charge recognized her at a glance. Although this group of people all looked so busy they were about to collapse, their etiquette did not falter at all. Looking at the room full of documents, Annette suddenly felt this place was a bit familiar. Wasn't this the legendary overtime scene? After asking, Annette learned that this was actually the intern's office. Looking at the room full of documents, her former office worker empathy instantly maxed out. Knowing that these people must be desperately working overtime every day, she not only did not put on airs, but fiercely praised these corporate slaves, saying they were the hardest working people in the castle. After saying that, she waved and left, leaving the group inside frozen on the spot. No one could understand it. Even the Grand Duke had never come to such a miserable place. What exactly had this madam come here for? Some suspected she had come to gather intelligence, while others felt she was practically an angel. Soon, the news reached Loic's ears. Hearing that Annette had wandered around the castle all day and had not even missed the laundry room and administration office, Loic coldly asked whether she was gathering intelligence. Pearl shook his head repeatedly from the side, saying that Madame's behavior clearly showed she was searching the entire castle to capture the Grand Duke. Loic felt his head ache from listening. Why was this woman so stubborn? Even the old butler, Whiteley, was almost unable to hold on, bluntly saying that if they kept hiding like this, they would run out of excuses. Loic hid in the shadows and observed secretly, watching Annette move through the corridor like a whirlwind. He discovered that this woman was indeed different from before. She could actually push those old foxes to this point. Just then, Annette suddenly appeared nearby. Pearl was just about to speak, but Loic reacted faster than a rabbit. He grabbed Pearl by the neck and forcefully dragged him into the shadows. His eyes looked even more nervous than if he had seen a ghost, scaring Pearl so badly he did not dare move. Watching Annette's back as she left, Loic finally loosened his grip slightly. He even began to suspect whether he had been discovered just now. Pearl was dumbfounded beside him. A dignified Grand Duke had actually been forced into this state by his own wife. He could only earnestly advise him again, asking whether he should just meet her once. Loic snorted coldly, saying that was easy to say. The reason he was desperately avoiding Annette was actually for her own good. No one knew what was hidden in his heart. Whenever he remembered that scene, it was like an inescapable nightmare. He suddenly clenched his fist tightly. If they did not meet, he was merely a cold-blooded bastard. But if they did meet, he feared he would completely ruin her life. In his view, as long as Annette saw him, she would discover what a terrible person her husband truly was. The cold wind blew through the silent castle. This absurd game of hide-and-seek seemed far from over. Annette sat in the cold wind for a full 3 hours, to the point that she could barely hold her cup steady. Norton really could not stand it anymore. He draped a cloak over her and urged her to return to her room and rest. But Annette did not appreciate it at all. She bluntly said Norton had been sent by Loic to watch her, making it impossible for her to go block the Grand Duke, leaving her only able to sit here in the cold wind. She also tried to get information out of Norton, asking where the Grand Duke was. Norton was pestered until he had no choice but to reveal a little, saying she absolutely would not be able to see him today. Annette understood everything now, so in order to avoid her, Loic did not even dare leave his room. This man was a complete and utter bastard. She merely wanted to live a stable life. After all, according to the original plot, her family would sooner or later be executed down to the last member for rebellion. Before that day arrived, she had to think of every possible way to survive as the Grand Duchess. Annette had long since made her calculations. First, live quietly for a year, then divorce and fly far away. But the prerequisite was that she first had to catch the Grand Duke and discuss terms. Seeing her depressed, Norton hurriedly tried to curry favor, asking whether she wanted to go into the city to taste authentic tomato stew and stroll around to relax. Annette acted especially excited and even took the initiative to suggest asking the Grand Duke to come along. Norton completely lowered his guard and casually blurted out the room number where the Grand Duke was hiding. As soon as the words left his mouth, Norton realized something was wrong. Annette stopped moving. What tomato stew? That was not important at all. What mattered was that she finally knew where that man was hiding. Annette was extremely pleased this time. She said being able to accurately lock onto the Grand Duke's room was all thanks to this wave of genius reasoning. Insisting on drinking tea in the garden in such cold weather was actually to observe the entire building's field of view. Since he was the master of the castle, the location of his room definitely had to be the best. Just as she wondered whether she had guessed wrong, she looked up and saw that the person standing behind the window was none other than the Grand Duke himself. Now she had caught him red-handed. Annette locked onto her target at a glance. The person behind the window was definitely Loic. Loic was also stunned. He had been caught red-handed, secretly watching from the shadows. He was still comforting himself, thinking the other party definitely had not recognized him. But before he could finish struggling over it, his focus completely drifted. He was clearly hiding from her, yet now he began worrying instead. Drinking tea outside in such cold weather. What if she caught a cold? Though he said he did not care, his heart was truly worried to pieces. Loic returned to his room and began frantically making excuses for himself. He said that tiny bit of concern just now was purely because if Annette fell ill, it would cause trouble and people would have to be specially assigned to serve her. This woman really gave him a headache. On the other side, Annette was strolling through the streets with Norton. This was the hottest commercial street in the north. Unexpectedly, the ground was paved entirely with gold leaf. Looking around, everything smelled like money. It was simply inhuman. Looking at the gold all over the ground, Annette felt more and more upset the more she thought about it. Since this place was so rich it practically flowed with oil, when they got married, Loic had actually only sent 500 gold coins. Wasn't that clearly treating her like a beggar? If not for the greater situation, she really wanted to rush back right now and demand an explanation from that miser. Annette excitedly wanted to go shopping. She asked Norton which shop was the most popular. Norton awkwardly said that people in the north did not care about trends at all, and they had even less patience to line up for a long time just to buy things. After hearing this, Annette still refused to believe it. She felt that as long as she spent some time, she could definitely find treasures here. She decided to examine each shop carefully. In the end, from broad daylight until sunset, she was so tired she nearly collapsed. Forget treasures. She had not even seen a single decent item. This place's aesthetic made her seriously doubt life. Annette finally took a liking to a lace glove, but when she turned over the price tag, she froze on the spot. How was this shopping? This price was basically robbery. The shop assistant even looked impatient, as if to say buy it or don't, and if not, leave quickly. The shopping experience in the north had truly opened her eyes. After shopping all day, Annette finally understood. This place was so remote that for hundreds of miles around, there might only be this one shop. The owner simply did not need a good attitude to keep customers. Her stomach growled from hunger. Norton suggested going to eat tomato stew and said that restaurant was run by Leon's parents. As soon as she heard it was tomato stew recommended by Leon, Annette immediately perked up. Nothing could heal a mood better than delicious food. She could hardly wait to try it. But as soon as she entered, Annette froze. The shop was deserted, without a single customer. Hadn't they said business here was especially popular? Before she could react, the owner Mary and her husband Jacques rushed out. The couple was unbelievably enthusiastic, practically as if they had seen a great benefactor. This reception made Annette feel a little overwhelmed by favor. Annette smiled and said she had come specially after hearing Leon's recommendation. When Mary and her husband heard that the Duchess actually still remembered their son's name, they were so happy they almost flew. Annette also felt warmth in her heart. In the past, in the territory, everyone always avoided her whenever they saw her. Being genuinely welcomed like this was a first. Jacques patted his chest and promised that she could order whatever she wanted. Annette was not polite either and directly ordered their signature tomato stew. She specifically instructed them to make it spicy. The spicier, the better. Hearing that Annette wanted the signature stew, Mary could hardly believe it. Not only did she immediately arrange it, she also thoughtfully recommended white wine, saying this pairing was the most authentic. When the dishes were served, Annette was completely stunned. In order to entertain her, Mary had actually filled an entire table, afraid this honored guest would not have enough to eat. Mary and Jacques originally wanted to withdraw so Annette could dine quietly, but Annette put down her utensils and smilingly invited them to sit down and eat together. After all, eating alone was far too lonely. Not only the owner and his wife, but even Norton beside them was called by name. Now all three of them froze. In the strictly hierarchical North, this kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Unable to refuse her warm invitation, everyone finally sat around the table together. Annette took a big bite of stew. The taste was absolutely amazing. It was exactly the feeling she had always wanted. Seeing that the honored guest appreciated the food so much, Jacques quickly filled her wine glass again. Norton watched from the side with a deep frown and quietly reminded her that this was already her third glass. Annette, however, waved it off without a care, saying she had once been known as the god of wine, and this little bit of alcohol was nothing to her. Who could have imagined that this would be her last memory in the tavern? When she opened her eyes again, the sky was already completely dark. The situation had gone entirely out of control. Annette found herself lying on the floor, and Loic was actually right above her. Who could have expected Annette's tolerance to be so astonishing? That practiced motion of opening bottles made it obvious she was a veteran. This amount of alcohol was nothing to her. After all, back at her old company, she had been publicly recognized as the queen of drinking parties. No one had ever beaten her at the table. She had thought people would dislike this way of drinking, since she had been criticized for it plenty of times before. Yet this family not only did not get angry, they even thought it was the greatest respect she could show them. Jacques, the owner, laughed and said that from now on, she was a true northerner. Annette froze. She had never imagined she would become fully accepted here in this way. They had been chatting happily, but then Annette casually asked whether the Grand Duke was also this gentle. That did it. The two people who had been talking so enthusiastically a moment ago suddenly had nothing to say. The atmosphere became awkward to the extreme. It seemed that in everyone's mind, Loic was an utterly cold person. Annette also felt uneasy. If that man kept hiding every day and refused to meet her, how was she supposed to win him over? After returning to her room, the more Annette thought about it, the more wrong it felt. She could not keep sitting around waiting to die. Since he refused to show himself, she would have to take the initiative. She called the maid over and told her to prepare tea. It seemed her new plan had already begun. This time, Annette was truly going all out. Carrying a tea tray, she planned to use the excuse of delivering tea to barge straight in. This was her final trump card. Today, she had to settle everything once and for all. But just as she reached the door, the courage from the alcohol suddenly faded. Annette regretted it terribly and felt she had been far too impulsive. But the door had already been pushed open, and now it was too late to run. Even worse, she seemed to have entered the wrong room. Steam was everywhere. It was actually the bathroom. Just then, Loic happened to come out. He was wearing only a bathrobe. The two of them ran into each other head-on, and the scene completely spiraled out of control. Loic was stunned. He never expected Annette to barge in at a time like this. The situation was unbearably awkward. Annette hurriedly covered her face, apologizing and explaining at the same time that she had only wanted to see him so badly and had no idea he was bathing. But before she could finish speaking, her foot slipped and her whole body fell backward. The tea tray in her hands flew out as well. In the instant she fell, Annette's life practically flashed before her eyes. She thought that if she lost her life today, just to meet this husband who kept avoiding her, it would be a terrible loss. If she had known this would be the ending, she should have had another bowl of tomato stew earlier. At that critical moment, Loic suddenly reached out and steadily pulled her into his arms. Now the distance between them was even closer than before. The teapot shattered to pieces. Annette's fall was not light, and she crashed straight into Loic's arms. The two of them collapsed onto the floor like that. The position was far too suggestive. Annette's mind went completely blank, and she had no idea how to resolve the situation. She could only freeze there, not daring to move. Loic was the first to react. He sat up and asked Annette whether she was hurt. Annette quickly shook her head and said she was fine. But when she looked at Loic, she was completely stunned. Loic's arm was bleeding. Blood kept running down his skin. It seemed that at the moment they fell, he had protected Annette and cut himself on the broken porcelain shards on the floor. Annette's heart ached terribly. She had originally come to find a chance to make peace, yet she had ended up causing him such a serious injury. Now things had truly become a disaster. Loic had just told Annette not to move when butler Whiteley rushed in. Seeing the two of them dressed like that in the bathroom, the old butler froze on the spot. At this late hour, the scene was indeed impossible to explain clearly. Loic's tone was icy as he directly ordered Whiteley to take Annette away at once. Annette was still worried about his wound and wanted to stay and help, but Loic gave her no chance at all. After returning to her room, Annette was filled with self-blame. If she had not recklessly barged in, Loic would not have been injured while saving her. But there was one thing that felt very strange to her. In the instant he held her just now, she had felt an odd warmth spread rapidly through her body. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. The more Annette thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Loic's gaze back then did not look as if he hated her at all. Instead, it seemed more like fear. She suddenly realized that she had actually forgotten about the curse on the Grand Duke's family. Now all the abnormal behavior could be explained. During the Great War years ago, the previous Grand Duke had made a blood contract with a weakened dragon in order to protect the territory, sealing the dragon's power inside his own body. Although he ultimately won the war and became a hero admired by all, a mortal body could not withstand that kind of power. In the end, the previous Grand Duke could not endure it, and now that heavy price had all fallen on Loic. This was not glory at all. It was a dead end where he could lose his life at any moment. Once the ancient dragon's magic went out of control, there were only two ways to suppress it. One was to desperately exhaust his physical strength. That was why Loic was always outside killing magical beasts. The other was to find a woman who could share the burden of his magic. In the original novel, only the Saintess Constance could do this. If it were any other woman, merely touching him would cause severe pain at best and death on the spot at worst. Only then did Annette realize that Loic had been avoiding her all along because he was afraid this power would harm her. But here came the question. If this power was so dangerous, why had nothing happened to her just now? That made no sense at all. Had the original novel's setting gone wrong? Or was there some secret hidden within Annette that even she herself did not know? At the same time, Loic woke up in his room. He sat up abruptly, unable to believe that he had slept until broad daylight without waking even once. Ever since he had borne that curse, he had spent every night in pain, sleepless until dawn. Why had last night been different? Annette's face appeared in his mind. In that chaotic moment yesterday, he had clearly felt the magic inside him continuously flowing toward her. That feeling was not pain, but a long-lost sense of relief, as if his entire being had come back to life. If that legend was true, and a woman who could share his magic truly existed in this world, could Annette be the one who could save his life? Since he had already made up his mind, Loic no longer wanted to go in circles. He called Annette over, his expression even calmer than usual. "My lady, I'll be direct. Return to the capital." The moment those words came out, Annette was completely stunned. She had never expected this to be the result she had waited for. Loic suddenly turned cold and bluntly tried to send Annette back to the royal capital. He did not want anyone controlling his fate, not even his wife in name. No, Annette absolutely refused. This place was already her home, but Loic had made up his mind and had even prepared a carriage for her departure the next morning. Since gentle persuasion would not work, Annette directly threw out her trump card. Divorce was fine, but he had to let her stay for one more year. Loic still refused to relent. Annette gave a cold laugh and directly exposed his thoughts. "Are you in such a hurry to drive me away because you're waiting for that princess from the neighboring kingdom?" Seeing Loic's frozen reaction, Annette understood everything. Since she had caught hold of his weakness, she absolutely would not leave this time. Annette was risking everything now. She directly threatened Loic, saying that if he dared send her back to the capital, she would announce to the outside world that the two of them had already consummated their marriage. Loic had never heard anything like that before and was so angry he could barely speak properly. Annette quickly softened her attitude, saying she only wanted to stay here for 1 year. Seeing how persistent she was, Loic finally told her the truth. It turned out that he carried his family's curse. Any woman who approached him would suffer pain or even lose her life. What happened last night had actually already put Annette in danger, which was why he was so eager to send her away. It was entirely to save her life. Annette was completely stunned. Loic had actually told her such a deadly secret just like that. Was he trying to drive her away, or had he truly begun to trust her? Annette suddenly realized something. Logically speaking, only the Saintess should be immune to the curse. But yesterday, the two of them had stayed together for so long, and she had not felt the slightest discomfort. She stared at Loic's hand, and a bold idea rose in her heart. As long as she touched him once more, the truth would become clear. Annette simply laid her cards on the table. She said she had felt no pain at all yesterday, and had even found it quite comfortable. The moment she said that, Loic was left speechless. Annette discovered that this Grand Duke was even more innocent than she had imagined. So she decided to go all the way and began bringing up old grievances to his face. On their wedding day, he had let her walk the aisle with someone else. Usually, he would not even show his face. And now that they had finally discovered the curse did not affect her, he still wanted to heartlessly drive her away. Annette took advantage of the moment and sat down on the floor. Now it was Loic's turn to be at a loss. If she were sent back now, the whole world would think she had been abandoned. This time, she was determined to cling to this place. Annette burst into tears, saying over and over that she had nowhere left to go. Loic had never seen anything like this before. In the end, his heart softened. He relented and agreed to let Annette stay, on the condition that she not cause him trouble. He even handed her a handkerchief and told her not to cry anymore. But the moment Annette accepted the handkerchief, her expression changed at once. She had been sobbing miserably just a moment ago, but now her smile was brighter than anyone's. The speed of that change left Loic dumbfounded. To prevent Loic from going back on his word, Annette struck while the iron was hot and insisted on making him sign a contract. After all, black and white on paper was the safest. Annette's little calculations were clattering away in her mind. Loic had no idea what this contract meant to her. A divorce after 1 year. This was the immunity charm Annette had fought for herself. Since the matter was settled, Annette gave him a perfectly proper curtsy. Loic was now completely out of options and could only obediently fall into the trap she had set. When Loic lowered his head to kiss the back of her hand, Annette finally confirmed one thing. The curse that could kill all women truly had no effect on her at all. She did not feel even the slightest pain. Early the next morning, Annette was in an excellent mood. Although she only planned to stay here for 1 year, she knew very well that if she truly treated herself as a temporary guest, the servants in this castle would never give her a pleasant face. It seemed that in the days to come, she would have to show a bit of the bearing of a Grand Duchess. Annette felt that if she continued being idle every day like this, she would go mad from boredom. Although she wanted to live quietly, if she had no presence at all, rumors outside would surely fly everywhere. To preserve her current position, she decided to take the initiative and help this Grand Duke. She arrived at Loic's door and knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Just as she was wondering what was going on, the door suddenly opened. Annette hurriedly put on a smile and said she had come to ask him to have breakfast together. Loic clearly had not yet reacted. So early in the morning, why was this lady suddenly so enthusiastic? Seeing Loic struggling with his cravat, Annette quickly moved closer and wanted to help. Who would have thought that Loic would refuse without even thinking? Annette had no intention of giving up like this. She said outright that she was best at tying cravats, while Loic guarded against her, as if she were a thief and refused to let her touch him no matter what. Before breakfast had even begun, their tug-of-war had already started. Annette insisted on showing off her skills, saying her cravat tying technique was first-rate. Loic refused to be outdone and felt doing it himself was more reliable. Neither of them yielded to the other. The atmosphere was almost like a duel. But who could withstand Annette's ability to act coquettishly? After her combination of soft coaxing and stubborn pestering, Loic finally had no choice. He could only obediently lower his head and ask whether this was all right. Annette was delighted and patted her chest, guaranteeing that she would make him look beautiful. As she worked, she comforted Loic and told him not to be too nervous, saying that her movements were very quick. As the distance between them grew closer and closer, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Loic lowered his head and looked at the woman before him, unable to say a word. It was clearly just tying a cravat, yet the situation was becoming somewhat hard to withstand. While helping him tie the cravat, Annette casually asked, "Your Grace, do you plan to keep calling me my lady forever?" Loic was stumped by the question and could not squeeze out a word for a long time. Annette, however, was quite generous and said that she was already his wife now, so he should change the way he addressed her and call her Grand Duchess. Seeing that Loic was still hesitating, Annette simply made another joke. She said that if he found it too distant, he could call her by her name directly or even call her dear. The moment she said that, Loic's entire body stiffened. In order to avoid calling her dear, he quickly chose the title Grand Duchess. Annette did not mind. She smiled and took his hand. Since the form of address had been settled, they should hurry and go eat breakfast. She had thought it would only be an ordinary breakfast, but this spectacle directly stunned everyone in the room. Who could have imagined that Loic, who usually never showed himself, would personally come downstairs today to dine with her? Even more outrageous was the fact that Annette was actually holding his arm. This intimacy was practically a public declaration of ownership. Judging from the reactions of the servants, it was clear that the sky above the Grand Duke's household was truly about to change. On the surface, this breakfast was polite and proper. Annette's stream of compliments sounded courteous, but in truth, she was testing the other side's attitude. Loic handled it steadily and replied calmly, "As long as you like it." But the moment dessert was served, the atmosphere instantly changed. Looking at the plate of strawberry cake, Annette truly did not hold back at all. All her earlier elegance disappeared. Loic watched from beside her and suddenly asked, "Do you like cake very much?" It seemed this cold-faced Grand Duke had already begun noticing this woman's preferences. While eating, Annette praised the strawberries for tasting wonderful and casually mentioned that if she had the chance in the future, she definitely wanted to visit the place where they were grown. Then the topic suddenly shifted, and she directly dropped a bombshell. She said that when the Grand Duke married a year later, she could conveniently travel there along the way. The moment those words came out, Loic completely lost his composure. He almost spat out his tea. Annette, however, looked completely relaxed and said she was only joking. Who would have thought that the dignified Grand Duke would be so easy to tease? Life now was simply too leisurely, and Annette was even a little unused to it. Just then, Butler Whiteley suddenly appeared. He specifically leaked a bit of information, saying that the Grand Duke would take a walk in the garden that afternoon. How was this a report of his schedule? It was clearly a guide to clearing the next stage. Annette understood immediately. Whiteley definitely knew the secret of the curse, and he was secretly helping her create an opportunity. Found him at last. Following the butler's hint, Annette precisely intercepted Loic in the garden. She put on a surprised expression and said, "Oh my, what a coincidence. I was just thinking of coming out for a walk too." Loic knew perfectly well in his heart that this was no coincidence. She had clearly come for him. As the two walked side by side, Annette tentatively asked the Grand Duke whether he refused to let maids approach and care for him because of the curse. Loic replied coldly, "I simply dislike being touched by others." Annette understood everything now. If every touch could potentially take someone's life, then that kind of pressure was indeed not something ordinary people could bear. And he could not tell anyone about it either. How repressed must Loic have been all these years? Just then, Annette noticed a small detail. Loic's cravat was crooked. She took the initiative and offered to straighten it for him. Before Loic could react, Annette had already skillfully begun. She then discovered that the way it was tied was exactly the same as how she had done it earlier. Loic's next words left Annette unsure whether to laugh or cry. He said he had not been willing to untie the knot at all, because Annette had tied it with her own hands, and undoing it would have been too much of a pity. Annette then realized the truth. Since he had not untied it, when he changed clothes, had he pulled the whole thing off in one piece and then put it back on exactly as it was? Looking at the clumsy yet earnest man before her, Annette could not help laughing out loud. She generously told Loic that he could untie it whenever he wanted in the future. As long as he wished, she could retie it for him anytime. Who could have expected that the usually icy Grand Duke would also have such an innocent side? A few words from Annette were enough to make him completely flustered. Annette looked at the man before her and thought he was simply adorable. This rare sight was something she wanted to see every day from now on. Since she had already chosen her target, she absolutely could not let him go. Annette immediately formed an aggressive pursuit plan. Meet him 3 times a day. Late at night, there was a light knock at the door. "Your Grace, are you asleep?" Another crisp sound came from inside the room. Annette shook her head when she heard it. Living alone, how many things did this Grand Duke have to break before he was satisfied? Loic opened the door and asked whether she had come so late because there was something urgent. Annette's little calculations were rattling loudly in her mind. In truth, she had come to make herself more familiar to him, so that this man would never be able to push her away again. But she could not possibly say that truth out loud. She quickly changed her excuse and said she had specially come to say goodnight and also wanted to sit in his room for a while. In the end, Loic gave her no chance at all. He directly used the excuse that he was not properly dressed and shut the door with a turn of his hand. Annette was not convinced. Since he said he was not properly dressed, did that mean her nightgown was also inappropriate? Behind the door, Loic was practically going mad. What he was thinking was exactly this. Did this girl understand at all that a man and a woman alone together, while both dressed like this, was the most dangerous situation? Seeing that forcing her way in would not work, Annette immediately began acting pitiful. She said the corridor was far too cold and asked him to let her in to warm up for just a little while, promising she would leave after greeting him. Faced with this persistent coaxing and pestering, Loic truly had no solution. While inwardly sighing that she was far too troublesome, he obediently opened the door and said she could only stay for a little while. After entering the room, Annette did not treat herself like an outsider at all. She directly sat by the bed and naturally took Loic's hand. Looking at the man before her, stiff as a block of wood, Annette smiled and teased him. "Your Grace, I'm not going to eat you. Can't you relax a little?" Loic was completely stunned now. They had clearly agreed at the door, just now, that he would only let her in for a short while. But what was happening now? How had they ended up holding hands? Time turned back to a short while earlier. Annette could finally see this bedroom clearly. The last time she came here, she had not had the presence of mind to pay attention to her surroundings. But honestly, for the room of a dignified Grand Duke, it was decorated so simply. Annette asked quietly, "Your Grace, did I wake you?" Before Loic could react, she immediately added, "In that case, I must make you fall asleep again." Without waiting for the other party to speak, she directly patted the bed and ordered him to lie down quickly. Now it was Loic's turn to be dazed. What exactly did this woman want to do? Loic could hardly believe his ears. "What did you just say?" Annette, however, repeated with a serious face, "Since I woke you up, I have a responsibility to coax you back to sleep." She even sounded rather proud, saying she was a professional in this area. Back when she gave reports at her company, the executives would fall sound asleep after listening to only a few sentences. Loic was left unable to process this. "Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? Annette, however, suddenly became serious. In truth, she knew very well that it was because his body hurt too much that he had never been able to sleep well. Annette suddenly recalled a book. There was a particularly interesting scene in it. As long as the Saintess lightly touched him, all the Grand Duke's pain would vanish. Since that was how the book described it, did it mean that the more she came into contact with Loic, the faster his condition would improve? Thinking of this, Annette already had a plan. And to be honest, this method of treatment had actually begun long ago. It seemed this method really was effective. Ever since Annette had begun touching him proactively, Loic's condition had indeed improved quite a bit. Since he had kindly taken her in, she naturally had to find a way to repay him. To let him rest properly, Annette was truly going all out this time. She directly declared, "If you don't obediently lie down and sleep, I'll stay here and refuse to leave." Even if the servants misunderstood, she did not care at all. Loic was stunned. Misunderstood? What on earth was this woman thinking? Looking at Loic like this, Annette also grew uncertain. She asked quietly and tentatively, "Do you really hate me that much?" At this, Loic was completely out of options. His mind was in chaos, and in the end he could only brace himself and lie down. But he did not forget to make a threatening remark, reminding Annette that he was a knight trained in swordsmanship and telling her not to try anything improper. After hearing that, Annette was so angry she laughed. "What exactly do you take me for? Do you think I could do something to you?" Loic coldly replied, "Think carefully about what you've said and done to me during this period." This time, Annette had nothing to say. After all, her previous actions were indeed hard not to misunderstand. Honestly, Loic's mouth was truly stubborn. He refused to give in at all. But Annette was not going to buy that. Since reasoning with him was useless, she would simply act. She grabbed Loic's hand. Loic was so startled he nearly jumped up, while still desperately refusing verbally, saying there was no need for this. Annette ignored him completely. She only told him softly, "Once your hand warms up, you'll be able to sleep well." Loic was now completely helpless. He had originally wanted to struggle a little, but after a short while, his whole body slowly relaxed. Annette could feel that he was finally no longer tense. It seemed this method really worked. But the feeling of this hand was somewhat different from what she had imagined. Loic's hand was indeed very large, or perhaps Annette's hand was too small. The contrast in their sizes gave her an indescribable feeling. He was clearly such a tall and strong man, yet lying here now, he seemed as if he might shatter at any moment. That inexplicable fragility made it impossible for Annette to look away. Seeing that he had finally fallen quietly and deeply asleep, Annette's heart finally felt a little more at ease. Who would have thought that someone so cold on ordinary days would look like a little puppy when asleep? But as she kept looking, a strange feeling rose in her heart. When she had read this plot in the novel before, his curse had only been described in a few brief lines, and she had not thought it was a big deal at all. But now that she had personally seen him suffering, she realized that the moments brushed over lightly in the book were real agony that he had truly endured. Annette finally realized that this was no longer some paper character game. The Loic before her truly existed. She could no longer treat him casually with the mindset of conquering a rout. Just then, voices suddenly came from the corridor. Annette stopped in her tracks. There were actually still people outside this late. It turned out to be two maids gossiping. From the sound of it, they were talking about a colleague's family matter, saying that someone had no choice but to change shifts temporarily in order to take care of a child. The gossip became more absurd the more she listened. Apparently, that young couple had been in the middle of an intimate moment when their child suddenly barged in. The father was so frightened that he rolled right off the bed and sprained his foot. The two maids laughed so hard they could not stop, and even began betting that the family would soon have a third child. Hearing this, Annette felt her heart pounding. She thought that sneaking out in the middle of the night really was somewhat inappropriate. Before she could decide whether to go back, a stern reprimand sounded from ahead. A maid was scolding her colleagues with a severe expression, saying that Whiteley had long issued a strict order. After sunset, no one was allowed to wander near the central staircase. The two being scolded felt rather wronged and questioned why she was here. The freckled maid said that the Grand Duchess's room had run out of hot water, so she had no choice but to make this trip. Hidden in the shadows, Annette heard everything clearly. The voice did sound familiar. The one leading the reprimand was actually the maid by her side. The other maid did not argue further and simply handed over the hot water in her hands, telling her to deliver it quickly and leave. But the freckled maid reached out and touched the kettle, only to discover that the water inside was cold. The maid hurriedly explained that the weather was too cold and the water that had been hot just now had cooled all at once. But the freckled maid did not accept that excuse at all and directly ordered her to take it back and boil it again. The two maids immediately flared up, saying they had been wiping windows all day and were exhausted. So why should they still have to do this kind of errand? Watching her colleagues walk away while grumbling, the freckled maid had no choice. She could only accept her bad luck and plan to make another trip to the kitchen herself. But she had no idea that on the balcony diagonally above, Annette was quietly watching all of this. Those little tricks of slacking off and shifting blame had all fallen into Annette's eyes. Annette watched the maid's departing figure and was still muttering inwardly that having to go all the way to the kitchen in the middle of the night was indeed quite hard. Still, thanks to that girl, she would finally be able to drink some hot water later. Annette made up her mind that the next time she saw her, she would definitely ask for her name. But just as she was about to turn and leave, the footsteps ahead suddenly stopped. The freckled maid seemed to have sensed something and abruptly turned her head. Early the next morning, Annette's smile was so bright it could almost blind people. Loic clearly had not yet recovered his senses and could only greet her dryly. Loic was actually still apologizing for falling asleep. This reaction was far too honest. Annette had no intention of letting him off. She directly declared that since he had already grown used to her company, he would probably find it hard to sleep deeply alone in the future. She thought the matter would end there, but when she turned around, Annette actually barged directly into the office. Now, there was another new development. Annette said she was too bored and simply carried a book into the office. Loic still wanted to use work as an excuse, but she did not buy that at all. She said she had come to read quietly. But the artwork in this book was simply ridiculous. Annette even suspected the publisher had no money to hire an illustrator. Still, whether the book looked good or not was no longer important. Compared with these fragmented illustrations, the Grand Duke himself before her was the true work of art. Annette stared at Loic, completely entranced, only to be caught on the spot. Loic asked if she needed something. She did not feel guilty at all and directly praised him for being so good-looking that she could not take her eyes off him. The moment she said that, Loic became uncomfortable all over. He thought Annette spoke sweetly like this to everyone. Annette quickly refuted him, saying her standards were very high. If something was not sincere, she would never say it. Just as the atmosphere was becoming subtle, Leon pushed the door open and entered to deliver documents. Annette did not avoid it at all and called out his name affectionately the moment she opened her mouth. Now Loic felt thoroughly uncomfortable. Just now, he had thought he was special, only to find that she was this familiar with other men too. Leon was honestly reporting his work when Annette suddenly cut in and mentioned that she had visited the inn run by his family a few days earlier. When Leon heard that, he immediately became enthusiastic, saying his mother was now showing off to everyone every day just because she had hosted the Grand Duchess. The more the two chatted, the livelier it became. Annette even wanted to go eat there again, completely treating Loic beside them like air. Loic finally could not hold back anymore, and directly spoke up to clear the room by force. He told Leon to come back in an hour. Before Leon could even understand what was happening, he had been sent out by that icy tone. Although Leon was full of grievances, he could only leave dejectedly. As the door closed, only the two of them remained in the office. Loic spoke in a strangely sarcastic tone, saying that her relationship with the knights was truly close. Annette had not yet sensed the danger and actually began asking about Leon's age. Loic became even more alert and asked what exactly she wanted to do. Annette said innocently that once Leon took off his armor, he looked especially young, so adorable it was almost unbelievable. Those two words were a critical blow to Loic. His whole body froze there. She had just said she only praised those she acknowledged. So how could she turn around and praise another man as adorable? Loic began muttering to himself, saying that Leon was already not young and had nothing to do with being adorable. Seeing him like this, Annette thought she had said the wrong thing and hurt the Grand Duke's pride. Loic truly could not stay any longer. He casually found a work-related excuse and said he would be busy until late at night before returning. Annette sat there alone, uneasy and confused, completely unable to understand whether this man was naturally so cold or only so awkward with her. As he walked away, Loic was still sulking, thinking that Annette's mouth was far too good at deceiving people. She must say the same pleasant words to everyone. But Annette did not take this matter to heart at all. Instead, she began thinking about his clothes. She felt the Grand Duke's outfit was already nice, but it would be even more perfect with a few accessories. Speaking of fashion, Annette suddenly thought of Fedin. He was the #1 fashion expert she knew. Oh no, he had previously sent such expensive jewelry, and she had still not properly thanked him. She could not fail in etiquette like this. She hurriedly took out paper and pen, intending to write Fedin a thank you letter. But writing this letter gave her a terrible headache. The first draft sounded like a complaint, blaming him for not giving the gift in person and insisting on making things so distant. The more Annette looked at it, the more wrong it seemed, so she simply crumpled it up and rewrote it. For the second draft, she changed her approach and thanked Fedin for not exposing her attempt to run away at the time. But halfway through writing, she began wondering how exactly that man had seen through it. The more she thought about it, the more awkward it became, and she held the pen for a long time without managing to write a single word. Just as she was struggling terribly, a maid pushed in a cart of snacks. Annette subconsciously turned back to look. With that glance, she almost failed to hold onto the pen in her hand. Why did this maid look so familiar? Was this not the rigid maid from yesterday? Annette did not put on airs at all and directly shared a piece of cake with her, leaving the young girl completely at a loss. The northern desserts were indeed exquisite. As Annette ate, she wondered where so many fresh fruits came from in this icy, snowy land. It seemed the Grand Duke's territory was wealthier than she had imagined. With this supply of sugar, Annette felt her brain finally start working again. She picked up the quill once more, planning to write Fed in a proper letter this time. First, she threw away all the discarded drafts. The maid naturally began tidying up and picked up the crumpled paper balls. Annette casually agreed. But she did not realize at all that if those discarded drafts fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it would cause serious trouble. In the middle of the night, Annette actually took the initiative to come to Loic's door. But Loic's reaction made her heart grow cold. He got straight to the point and laid down an absolute rule. From now on, she was not allowed to come to his room at night. Loic reminded her coldly that since they would divorce in a year anyway, this unnecessary concern would only disturb his life. Those words hurt terribly. Annette could not help asking whether she was truly that annoying. But the other party only left her with one sentence. He had long since grown used to being alone. That attitude pushed people 1,000 miles away. It seemed he truly had no intention of letting her approach. Annette could only helplessly agree not to bother him at night in the future. She was still holding massage oil in her hand, originally wanting to help relieve his pain, but in the end she could not even enter the room. Looking at the tightly closed door, Annette felt very upset. As for Loic inside the room, he was actually more conflicted than anyone. He even began to regret telling her about the curse so easily. Just then, a secret letter was opened. The contents were shocking. There were rumors that Annette's birth was false, that she was not actually the Marquis's biological daughter, but the illegitimate child of the Marchioness. If this were true, then the Grand Duke's household would be in for a major upheaval. Pearl held the letter, his tone full of disbelief. He asked Loic whether, even after learning the truth, he still intended to treat Annette so coldly. It turned out that this Grand Duchess was not the Marquis's biological daughter at all. If the secret spread, the entire noble circle would explode. But Loic did not care at all. To him, whose daughter Annette truly was, did not matter. In any case, the Marquis would always find a way to use her. What he was truly worried about was the deadly curse on his own body. If people learned that any woman he touched could die, that would be the real disaster. This curse was like an inescapable cycle of death. Back then, that man had cried out in despair that if he had known this thing would be passed on to his son, he would rather none of it had ever happened. His father had suffered agony worse than death back then. His greatest regret was allowing Loic to inherit this curse. The young Loic had hidden behind the door and personally witnessed the beginning of this tragedy. But Loic was different from his father. He had already made up his mind. This bloodline filled with sin and suffering had to end completely with him. It absolutely could not be passed on to the next generation. The cold wind outside the window had not yet stopped, but he knew that spring would come eventually. He wondered whether that carefree Annette would like the spring of the north. Thinking of that woman who always smiled so brightly and could be happy for ages just from eating a strawberry, Loic's icy heart seemed to begin slowly loosening as he looked at her carefree appearance. This girl Annette was practically a walking little sun. Her smile could melt snow and ice. But there was always a voice in his mind reminding him that Annette had personally begged him back then, saying she would only stay here for 1 year. After 1 year, she would disappear completely. Loic clenched his fist. What he feared most now was allowing himself to grow used to this warmth, because he knew very well that once he truly sank into it, he would never be able to return to that cold past. Although having Annette by his side could indeed ease his pain, this damned curse had not disappeared after all. Loic continued warning himself inwardly that he absolutely could not be shaken by Annette again. A person like him was destined to be alone. But what happened in the end? The moment butler Whiteley entered, he impatiently asked about the strawberries. Not only did he want to double the supply directly, they also had to be delivered fresh every morning. That was not all. He even instructed the butler to add a comfortable footstool beside the sofa in his office. Whiteley was also a perceptive man and deliberately asked whether it was prepared for the madam. Now Loic had nothing to say and could only cough twice. Although he was still stubbornly insisting verbally that this was absolutely not because he had been shaken, his self-deceiving appearance probably could not even fool himself. Loic's eyes had never left Annette. With one glance, he could tell that this girl was now uncomfortable all over. Annette was rubbing her shoulder, clearly exhausted. Loic originally wanted to pretend he had not seen it, but he could not get past the hurdle in his heart. Since he had noticed, he could not just watch her suffer. Helping her just a little should not be a big deal. With a helpless expression, he asked where she had found such a strange book. The atmosphere was awkward, so Pearl quickly came out to smooth things over. He asked Annette what book she was reading. Annette quickly changed the subject and asked whether he was taking a walk. But he did not cooperate at all and coldly replied that he was going to the tower on proper business. Annette was leisurely drinking morning tea, but her mind was filled with that man. She wondered whether the Grand Duke had slept well last night. She wanted to go see him, but feared he would completely hate her. Forget it, she should eat something delicious first. Recently, the fruit in the manor seemed to have increased quite a lot compared with before. Just then, a familiar voice came over. It was Pearl, whom she had not seen in a long time. He greeted her with a smile, saying he had just finished the tasks at hand. But before he could finish speaking, a cough suddenly sounded beside him. He greeted her with a smile, saying he had just finished the tasks at hand. But before he could finish speaking, a cough suddenly sounded beside him. The owner of that cough was indeed Grand Duke Loic. It seemed the Grand Duke's mood was still terrible. He was not even wearing a cravat, making him look even more unapproachable. Annette smiled and showed off a little, saying it was only a cookbook. But the way Loic stared at the book clearly was not so simple. The title of the book was far too direct. 100 Recipes to Make Your Husband Fall in Love with You. Loic choked on the spot. Annette, however, looked innocent and said she had casually found it in the library at home. She had only wanted to look for something tasty to eat, but accidentally came across this book. Seeing Loic about to leave, Annette hurriedly followed and asked whether she could walk with him for a while. Loic remained silent for a long time, but in the end, he did not refuse. As they walked, Loic suddenly said, "It's too cold outside. Once you're done looking, hurry back indoors." As they walked, Loic suddenly said, "It's too cold outside. Once you're done looking, hurry back indoors." But Annette muttered quietly that for some reason, it seemed rather cold indoors too. Now it was Loic's turn to be unable to respond. Loic was still brooding over what had happened last night. Annette quickly explained that it had only been a misunderstanding. As a result, Deputy Pearl suddenly leaned over and curiously asked what they were talking about. Pearl was also warm-hearted. When he heard that Annette was uncomfortable where she lived, he immediately offered to clear out the room beside his office. In the end, Loic directly cut him off and said Annette should stay in his office instead. This possessiveness was truly unmatched. Annette had originally been rather happy, but then Loic added that he would not be there that afternoon or the next day. Anyone who heard that would feel something was wrong. Annette directly asked whether he was deliberately avoiding her. Loic hurriedly explained that tomorrow he had to go to the training grounds to watch the knights' exercises. The moment Annette heard that, she became interested and asked whether she could go along to watch. Pearl had just been about to agree readily when Loic's single no cut him off. Seeing the Grand Duke's murderous gaze, the deputy could only obediently shut his mouth. Loic's words were hurtful the moment he opened his mouth. He said the training grounds were not a place for outsiders to watch. Annette froze on the spot. Was she only an outsider in his eyes? The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. She simply stopped walking and began fighting back, saying that she was his wife, someone who had exchanged vows with him. How had she become an outsider? Then she pointed at Pearl beside them and said that the person who had stood in for the Grand Duke at the wedding was right here. He still remembered clearly how it felt when the ring was placed on his hand. Now it was Loic's turn to be stunned. He stared at the ring, his emotions in turmoil. Pearl, standing beside them, did not even dare breathe too loudly, afraid the fire would spread to him. Annette pressed her advantage, saying that since she would have to meet the knights sooner or later, they might as well take this chance to formally introduce her. Loic was left completely speechless and could only call her back to discuss it again. Annette's question left Loic with nothing to say. He had never intended for this castle to have a mistress, much less thought of formally introducing her. Only now did he realize how absurdly he had acted as a husband. Annette continued driving the point home, asking whether he really planned to ignore his own wife completely. Loic was silent for a long time, but in the end, he compromised and agreed to let her meet the knights. Annette was delighted. Once she had achieved her goal, she found an excuse, turned around, and ran off so quickly that no one could react. Watching her retreating figure, Loic stopped where he was and quietly called for his adjutant, Pearl. It seemed the scene to come would not be easy to handle. Loic could no longer sit still. He turned and ordered Pearl to go to the training ground immediately and assemble all the knights. Pearl was completely bewildered. Weren't they supposed to inspect the watchtower just now? Loic's tone became extremely stern. He asked whether Pearl wanted to disappoint the Grand Duchess, or whether he wanted to hear people say that the Grand Duke's knights were inferior to those of a Marquis's household. With that heavy accusation thrown at him, Pearl did not dare delay. He immediately said he would summon everyone. Loic was still not satisfied. He demanded that the knights be fully armed, and he would personally lead the inspection. Even every speck of dust on the training ground had to be cleaned away. It seemed that in order to put on a proper show before his wife, Loic was truly getting serious this time. Loic was still brooding over what had happened last night. Annette hurriedly explained that it had only been a misunderstanding. But then his adjutant Pearl suddenly leaned in, looking curious as he asked what they were talking about. Pearl was warm-hearted too. Hearing that Annette was uncomfortable where she was staying, he immediately offered to clear out the room beside his own office. In the end, Loic cut him off directly, saying Annette could stay in his office instead. His possessiveness was truly unmatched. Annette had been rather happy at first, but then Loic added that he would be away that afternoon and the next day. Anyone hearing that would feel something was off. Annette asked him directly whether he was deliberately avoiding her. Loic hurriedly explained that he had to go to the training ground tomorrow to watch the knights' drills. As soon as Annette heard that, she became interested and asked whether she could go with him to take a look. Pearl was just about to readily agree when Loic shut him down with a single no. Seeing the Grand Duke's murderous glare, the adjutant could only obediently keep his mouth shut. Loic's words were hurtful the moment he opened his mouth. He said the training ground was not a place outsiders should see. Annette froze. In his eyes, was she only an outsider? The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She simply stopped walking and began fighting back, saying that she was his wife, someone who had exchanged vows with him. How had she become an outsider? Then she pointed at Pearl beside them and said that the person who had stood in for the Grand Duke at the wedding was right here. He still remembered clearly how it felt when the ring was placed on his hand. Now it was Loic's turn to be stunned. He stared at the ring, his emotions complicated. Pearl, standing beside them, did not even dare breathe loudly, afraid the fire would spread to him. Annette pressed her advantage, saying that since she would have to meet those knights sooner or later, they might as well take this chance to formally introduce her. Annette continued driving the point home, asking whether he really planned to neglect his own wife. Annette's question left Loic completely speechless. He had never intended for this castle to have a mistress, much less thought about a formal introduction. Only now did he realize how absurdly he had acted as a husband. Loic was silent for a long time, but in the end, he compromised and agreed to let her meet the knights. Annette was overjoyed. Once she achieved her goal, she found an excuse, turned around, and ran off so quickly that no one could react. Watching her retreating figure, Loic stopped where he was and quietly called for his adjutant, Pearl. Loic could no longer sit still. He turned and ordered Pearl to go to the training ground immediately and assemble all the knights. Pearl was completely bewildered. Weren't they supposed to inspect the watchtower just now? Loic's tone became extremely stern. He asked whether Pearl wanted to disappoint the Grand Duchess, or whether he wanted to hear people say that the Grand Duke's knights were inferior to those of a Marquis's family. With that accusation placed on him, Pearl did not dare delay. He immediately said he would call everyone over. Loic was still not satisfied. He demanded that the knights be fully armed, and that he would personally lead the inspection. Even every speck of dust on the training ground had to be cleaned away. It seemed that in order to save face before his wife, Loic was truly getting serious this time. Since she had to uphold the dignity of the Grand Duchess, she naturally had to go to the finest shop in the north. As soon as Annette entered, the shopkeeper hurriedly brought people out to welcome her. After all, no one could afford to neglect such an honored guest. She got straight to the point, saying that tomorrow would be her first formal meeting with the Knight Order, so she needed to prepare some proper gifts. When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately brought out his most treasured goods. These exquisite handkerchiefs would be her first step in winning people's hearts. The shopkeeper had just boldly claimed that he could meet any request. Annette turned and asked the knight beside her exactly how many people would be participating in tomorrow's training. The number he gave left her stunned on the spot. A full 99 knights. That was no small number. She looked awkwardly at the shopkeeper. Asking him to produce that many handkerchiefs in a single day really was making things difficult. Annette sighed helplessly. After all, she was not a popular Grand Duchess. She had originally hoped these gifts would improve everyone's impression of her. Now, before the plan had even begun, it seemed about to fall apart. The shopkeeper was now thoroughly troubled. 99 handkerchiefs was practically an impossible task. The knight beside her suggested simply finding several other shops to share the work. But Annette shook her head. She said these were gifts for the night order, so they absolutely could not be handled carelessly. They had to come from the best shop in the north. As soon as she said this, the shopkeeper was fired up. His hesitation vanished in an instant. Since they were pursuing perfection, Annette simply took matters into her own hands and drew the embroidery pattern she wanted. The shopkeeper stared at the design and decided to accept the challenge. Although time was tight, he intended to go all out for the sake of her trust. The shopkeeper was completely fired up now and promised on the spot to deliver the highest standard in the north. But the employees below were worried sick. Producing 99 handkerchiefs in a single day was practically asking for their lives. Annette saw everyone's concerns and immediately used her trump card. As long as they delivered on time, she was willing to pay double. As soon as she said this, the employees who had been downcast moments ago instantly became full of energy. Sure enough, there was no problem in this world that extra money could not solve. Seeing everyone so motivated, Annette finally left at ease. Her first step in winning hearts had finally been taken securely. The shopkeeper and the employees had been completely won over by Annette. Who could refuse such a gentle and generous lady? In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Loic brought Annette out for her formal appearance. The scene before them was no small affair. 99 elite knights stood in neat formation. At a single command, all the knights saluted in unison. This display gave Annette plenty of face. The moment Annette appeared, the knights opposite her were stunned. They all felt as though the goddess of spring herself had descended. Annette smiled and said she had finally met the heroes who protected the territory. In order to remember everyone's faces, she had specially prepared a small gift and wanted to give one to each person personally. Loic did not object and simply nodded for her to proceed. The knights were all shocked. The Grand Duchess had actually prepared a surprise for them. Everyone was curious about what the gift could be. No one expected Annette's gifts to be so thoughtful. She walked up to every knight, not only handing over the gift personally, but also accurately calling out each person's name. This sent the entire knight order into an uproar. After all, there were a full 99 people. For these knights, having the Grand Duchess remember their names was an enormous honor. Loic saw everything clearly from the side. He finally realized just how much preparation Annette had done in private for this moment. It turned out that in order to prepare these gifts, Annette had stayed up all night. Every package and every name tag had been completed by her own hands. When the knights opened the gifts, they discovered that inside were handkerchiefs embroidered with the family crest. Even the colors had been carefully chosen, divided according to the knight order squads. The thought she had put into this was astonishingly meticulous. Who could have imagined that the lofty Grand Duchess would go this far for them? Annette smiled and said to Loic that all the gifts had been delivered. Watching Annette finish handing out the gifts, Loic had actually been waiting the whole time. He thought that since everyone else had one, his own gift would surely be even more special. But when Annette walked over, she merely politely said, "Thank you for your hard work," and then turned to leave. She even wished him success in the training to come. Loic was completely dumbfounded. He watched Annette's departing figure, his whole person falling into self-doubt. After all that effort, was he truly the only person present who had not received a gift? Annette suddenly turned back and asked why he had not worn his cravat since yesterday. Seeing him like that, Annette thought he had not brought it and was just about to have someone fetch it. Unexpectedly, Loic reached into his coat and pulled it out. Now it was Annette's turn to be speechless. If he had it on him, why was he carrying it instead of wearing it? She simply took matters into her own hands. All the soldiers were stunned. Their usually icy commander was now actually so obedient, letting Annette adjust his cravat as she pleased. Everyone whispered privately. Wasn't this lady supposed to be a wicked woman? Looking at her gentle manner, rumors really could not be trusted. After Annette finished what she was doing, she went to the study. Peeking through the doorway, she asked, "It isn't evening yet. May I come in?" Loic was silent for a moment, but still told her to come in. Annette held an exquisite little paper package and said she had come specifically to deliver something. She handed the gift to him and said openly, "Your Grace, this is for you." Loic did not react for a long time. He had just been agonizing over not receiving a gift, and now the surprise had come straight to him. Annette smiled and explained that since everyone in the Night Order had one, how could the commander be the only one left out? Looking at the gift in his hand, Loic said nothing for a long time. Now the little bit of awkwardness in his heart finally disappeared completely. Annette deliberately emphasized that this gift was unique, and even the stitching was done with gold thread. But Loic stared at the gift without saying a word. Annette's heart pounded nervously, and she asked quietly whether he did not like it. Only then did Loic speak, saying that he liked it very much and would use it often from now on. Although he still had that cold expression, leaving Annette unable to figure him out as long as he did not dislike it. The gift had been given to the right person. Annette simply decided not to leave and wanted to stay in the study to read for a while. Loic glanced at the book title. It was actually an etiquette book for newlyweds. He did not say much, merely telling Annette to sit wherever she liked, and even specifically had someone prepare tea. It seemed the atmosphere in the study was finally not so stiff. Annette noticed that a small table covered with lace had appeared in the study. She curiously asked when it had been moved in. Loic remained calm and casually said it had been a subordinate's idea. Annette actually believed him and praised that subordinate for being thoughtful. In truth, Loic was secretly pleased. He was clearly the one who had specifically ordered the table to be placed there. As long as Annette was comfortable, he did not care who received the credit. The study quieted down. The two of them each occupied themselves with their own tasks. But before long, Annette's eyelids began to droop. It turned out that in order to prepare those gifts, she had stayed up the entire night. Although she had seen many grand occasions in her previous life, this body was still a little unable to bear it. Only then did Annette realize that this world had no printers at all. All the congratulatory cards and ribbons had to be made by her own hand, stroke by stroke. After working busily for an entire night, even Iron Body would not be able to withstand it. She had only intended to close her eyes for a moment, but once her head tilted, she fell completely asleep. The study suddenly became too quiet. Loic stopped writing, feeling that something was not quite right. He rose and walked over, only to find Annette lying on the table, completely still. Loic called softly, "Madam, go back to your room to sleep." But Annette gave no response at all. He tried reaching out and nudging her. Looking at Annette sleeping so soundly, a thought unexpectedly arose in his heart. This feeling did not seem bad at all. He originally wanted to call someone to take Annette back, but the words reached his lips and were swallowed back down. If he called someone else to help, wouldn't that mean another man would have to hold her? At that thought, the possessiveness in Loic's heart instantly flared. No one else could touch his wife. He remembered that Annette had once said that when he held her, her body did not hurt at all. He even began to wonder whether the rumored curse truly had no effect on him. She had also said that when the Grand Duke held her, it actually felt quite comfortable. It should be fine, right? Loic carefully lifted Annette into his arms. He had thought this would be a simple task, but once she was truly in his embrace, he realized he had oversimplified it. This feeling was completely different from the calmness before. If holding hands had been a test, then this level of contact completely threw him into confusion. The warmth in his arms and that faint breath continuously battered his reason. This feeling of losing control was stronger than ever. He lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. Only one thought remained in his mind. Merely holding hands could not compare at all. If this continued, he felt he would go mad. Loic said nothing for a long time. His gaze fell on the diamond ring on Annette's hand. He remembered that day when Annette had said her mind was full of the moment Pearl placed the ring on her hand, and that she still could not forget the feeling. Loic now regretted it so much he wanted to slam his head into a wall. He felt like a total fool. If he had personally attended the wedding back then, how could anyone else have had a role? He stared at Annette for a long time and even began worrying whether sleeping with earrings on would make her uncomfortable. If he only touched them a little, it should be fine, right? In the end, Loic could not resist. This kind of cautious testing was the most maddening. Time returned to yesterday morning. He had waited outside the bedroom door for a long time, just to wait for the Grand Duchess to come out. Loic now began to doubt himself. Had his words just now been too harsh and truly frightened her? He had originally thought Annette would definitely come to breakfast, but he waited at the empty table for a long time and never saw her. Now he was completely distracted and could not even handle proper business. The atmosphere had been just turning ambiguous, only for him to crash straight into a major scene of social death. Loic's little movements beside the bed were all seen by the maid who entered. The maid was so frightened she could barely speak, apologizing repeatedly and saying she thought no one was in the room. Loic instantly returned to his cold face and told her irritably to put the things down and leave at once. Now the atmosphere was completely ruined. Loic truly wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Clearly, he had previously warned her with righteous severity that she was not allowed to come looking for him casually at night. Yet in the end, he himself had been caught red-handed beside her bed. He felt he had thoroughly embarrassed himself. Annette woke in a daze. Looking at the familiar bedroom, she was completely startled. She clearly remembered reading in the study yesterday. How had she opened her eyes and found herself back in her own bed? She could not remember at all what had happened last night. When Annette woke up, her mind was full of questions. She hurriedly grabbed the maid and asked how exactly she had returned to her room last night. The maid gave a sly smile and said mysteriously that His Grace had personally come to see her last night. Annette was completely stunned. That icy Grand Duke had actually come over? No wonder when she woke up, even her earrings had been neatly removed and placed aside. Who could have imagined that the man who was usually so unapproachable could be this attentive and private? Annette now felt as if she were about to fall apart. She kept wondering exactly how Loic had carried her back. Was it the princess carried from an idle drama? Or had he thrown her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes? No matter which it was, this was simply a large-scale scene of social death. The most absurd part was that she had slept so deeply the whole time and had not heard a single thing. She carefully asked about the Grand Duke's whereabouts. Hearing that Loic had gone out and would not return until very late, Annette finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in her current state of mind, if she really ran into him, the scene would definitely be so awkward she would explode on the spot. With Loic away from home, Annette suddenly felt that the day seemed a little empty. How should she pass the entire day? Since she had nothing to do, she might as well go eat the tomato stew she had been longing for. Who could have imagined that the dignified Grand Duchess would hide in the corner of a small shop? Mary said apologetically that she was truly sorry she had not been able to prepare a private room. Annette smiled and waved her hand, saying she had wanted to sit there herself so that her identity would not stand out too much and disturb the other customers. As she ate heartily, she did not forget to give Mary a thumbs up. The stew here was absolutely the best in the world. This praise made Mary embarrassed. One had to admit, this lady truly had no airs at all. Annette enjoyed the meal immensely. As she ate, she sighed in admiration, saying that Mary's cooking was extraordinary and that even the chef in the Grand Duke's residence could not compare to her. She also sighed and said it was a pity she could not come here every day. If she craved this flavor later, what would she do? Hearing this, Mary immediately asked whether she wanted the recipe. Annette was stunned. This was the secret recipe of someone's shop, but Mary was especially generous, saying it hardly counted as a secret. Every household made it differently. If Annette liked it, she would write it down for her right away. Watching Mary bustle about, Annette felt especially guilty. Taking someone's signature recipe made her feel as if she was doing something improper. She began looking around, thinking she had to find some way to help Mary. Otherwise, this favor would be far too great. Annette looked around and discovered that although this was the center of Blenheim, there were pitifully few travelers on the street. Everyone seemed only to come for a meal, and no one stayed overnight. She could not help asking Mary whether there were so few customers because it was the off-season. Mary smiled helplessly and said there was no such thing as a busy season or an off-season here. Not many people came to a place like this for tourism to begin with. Now they were barely maintaining things on the lunch business alone. Hearing the words barely maintaining, Annette's heart sank. Such delicious stew was going unappreciated. Looking at the steaming bowl of delicacy before her, the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. If such wonderful skill was buried like this, it would be far too great a pity. Just as Annette was worrying, inspiration suddenly flashed through her mind. She clapped her hands sharply. Why had she not thought of this idea earlier? When she returned to the residence, Annette was in an excellent mood because she had just helped Mary come up with a good plan. But before she could enter, the butler Whiteley brought her major news. The top tailor, Madame Lamondria, had actually come to visit. It turned out Loic had specially ordered it, saying that since the season was changing, new clothes should be custom-made for his wife. Annette was completely caught off guard. When had that usually icy Grand Duke become so considerate? Who could have imagined that Loic, who usually had no interest in dressing up, had actually begun paying attention to cravats? This made Annette's heart pound uneasily. Could it be that he thought her clothes were too shabby and was afraid she would embarrass him when taken outside? Meanwhile, on the other side, Loic was on the road with his adjutant Pearl. Under the setting sun, the atmosphere looked rather serious. Pearl was reporting trouble with the Merchant Association. The malicious price-cutting situation was indeed a headache, but Loic did not hear a single word. Pearl saw through him at a glance. His Grace was thinking about his wife, wasn't he? Loic, whose thoughts had been exposed, immediately began pretending not to know anything. Pearl was becoming increasingly bold. He actually dared to tease the Grand Duke to his face about secretly smiling. After all, everyone knew that the dull Merchant Association report could not possibly make Loic show such an expression. The moment Loic opened his mouth, the atmosphere instantly cooled. He said Pearl had become increasingly presumptuous ever since his wife arrived. In truth, Pearl understood perfectly. His Grace was worried about how his wife's fitting was going. He had even specially invited a top tailor. How was that Destined? It was clearly unbearable concern. It turned out that just last night, Loic had suddenly decided to increase his wife's allowance. His stated reason sounded perfectly proper. In truth, it was because he had discovered that the first thing his wife did after receiving money was not buy jewelry, but prepare gifts for the knights. The more Loic understood Annette, the more he felt this woman was delicate and thoughtful. Pearl saw everything clearly from the side. His Grand Duke was zoning out and thinking about his wife again. Pearl quickly mentioned proper business. He said the luggage his wife had brought was truly too little. She was badly lacking clothes and jewelry, and the style she had were all very plain. Only then did Loic realize it. Before, he had always thought Annette looked good in anything and had not noticed she was living so frugally. He immediately decided to allocate a special sum of money for his wife. But another problem arose. Annette was not familiar with the local area at all, and she had no knowledgeable person at her side to guide her. Loic wanted to find a top tailor shop, only to realize that he usually only visited men's clothing stores. This truly stumped his Grace. In order to uphold his wife's dignity, he had to think of a perfect method. Leon finally made a contribution this time. He directly named the most famous tailor shop, and even casually added that the handkerchiefs his wife had given the knights came from that shop. This made Loic feel quite uncomfortable. How was it that everyone in the entire residence understood his wife's thoughts better than he did? He, the husband, had instead become the person with the least face in the household. Loic was about to handle it in a businesslike manner, but Leon quickly stopped him, saying that rather than simply summoning the tailor, it would be better to use a more ceremonial approach. If he treated it as a surprise gift, his wife would surely be happier. Looking at the scene Leon described, Loic finally began to seriously consider it. It seemed this cold-faced Grand Duke also had to learn how to please a girl. Pearl started worrying blindly again. He said noble ladies were all sensitive. What if Annette thought that calling a tailor over meant he really disliked her clothes for being rustic? Then the surprise would become a fright. As soon as he said this, Loic's gaze instantly changed. How could he possibly dislike his own wife? He directly issued a death order to these two subordinates. If Annette was the slightest bit unhappy, neither of them would have an easy time. Pearl and Leon were now under enormous pressure and could only nod desperately, guaranteeing that his wife would absolutely like it. Late at night, the group finally returned to the ducal residence. Butler Whiteley was already waiting at the entrance. Loic was actually rather nervous, not knowing whether Annette was still waiting for him. From the look of things, this carefully prepared surprise gift should have reached her heart. Loic was happily calculating things in his mind. Although it was a little late, asking his wife to have a cup of tea should be no problem, right? He had even already thought of quickly taking a bath, changing into neat clothes, and going to see her. But the moment Butler Whiteley spoke, the atmosphere plunged straight to freezing. His wife had actually requested by name that Leon visit her before returning to his room. Leon was completely stunned. Loic was even more frozen on the spot. What exactly was going on? His wife was not sleeping in the middle of the night, and the person she was waiting for was not her husband. It was his subordinate. Now his Grace's mentality completely collapsed. Butler Whiteley answered truthfully that his wife had indeed not given a reason, and she had specifically requested only Leon. Now, Pearl beside them could not sit still either. He hurriedly urged Leon to go test the waters, and while he was at it, asked whether his wife liked the gift. Loic coldly threw out one sentence. Do not say a single unnecessary word. Leon did not dare disobey and could only withdraw submissively. When Leon met Annette, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Annette also felt that calling someone over in the middle of the night was not quite appropriate. She suddenly realized that this was just like the boss's wife suddenly making someone work overtime late at night. Annette realized the situation was indeed a little awkward. She quickly got to the point and took something out to give to Leon. She said she wanted to ask Leon for a favor, to deliver this to Madame Mary. Leon froze. That was his own mother. Annette generously indicated that he should open it and take a look. Inside the box lay an exquisite brooch that seemed to shine. Who could have imagined that such an expensive gift was merely to thank her for a tomato stew recipe? Leon was completely stunned and quickly accepted this kindness on his mother's behalf. Annette appeared calm on the surface, but in truth her heart was bleeding. That single brooch had cost half of her private savings. However, for the sake of that delicious flavor, she felt the exchange had been worth it. Then she changed the topic and asked about the business of Leon's family inn. Leon did not hide anything, saying directly that because the location was too remote, there were indeed not many customers usually. Annette understood after hearing this. This was not a problem with location. It was clearly a matter of insufficient publicity. It seemed the business could still be saved. Annette quickly patted her forehead. She had almost started meddling in other people's affairs again. She still had a pile of messes of her own unresolved, so she should take care of herself first. She turned and asked Leon whether the Grand Duke had returned to the castle. Leon was extremely enthusiastic and immediately answered loudly that he had just returned. Leon did not forget to add that his Grace had absolutely no plans tonight and was currently idle. This assist landed perfectly. Annette began to hesitate, although it was already late. Should she invite him for tea? She happened to have something on hand that she wanted him to see with his own eyes. Annette prepared tea in the garden. Although time was tight, Butler Whiteley had still prepared everything thoroughly. Now all was ready. The only question was whether Loic would give her face. Annette was actually rather uncertain. After all, his Grace's personality was truly hard to read. Sometimes he seemed rather soft-hearted, but when his face turned cold, he was like a block of ice. Although he had said not to disturb him at night, he had not said they could not meet in the garden. If she really got stood up, then at worst she would drink alone. Just then, footsteps came from afar. The door was suddenly pushed open. Loic had actually come. Judging from his hurried appearance, he had clearly rushed all the way here. The first thing he said was, "Have you been waiting long?" Annette was completely stunned. How could the dignified Grand Duke be in such a hurry? She quickly told him to slow down and asked whether she had disturbed his rest. But Loic stubbornly insisted otherwise. As he adjusted his collar, he said it was fine and that he had also happened to want tea. This excuse was full of holes. Looking at Loic before her, Annette suddenly found it magical. As long as she stared at that face, it felt as if all the exhaustion in her body vanished. To be honest, in this boring life after transmigration, His Grace was practically the only light in her life. Just as the atmosphere was becoming pleasant, Loic suddenly spoke. He asked Annette why she had gone to see Leon alone just now. Annette did not think much of it and casually replied that it was nothing important. But Loic's whole demeanor changed. He lowered his head and muttered softly about it being only Leon, about her not bringing him along, and about the two of them meeting alone. Annette finally realized it. Could this man have been brooding over this matter from the very beginning? Annette quickly explained clearly that it was actually only for the sake of a stew recipe that she had specifically asked Leon for advice. It was as simple as that. Loic listened thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, "Do you like tomato stew very much?" Annette nodded without thinking. She said she would be fine eating it for an entire week. Loic stared at the table and repeatedly muttered the name of the dish under his breath, no one knowing what he was thinking. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Annette suddenly leaned closer and threw out a classic fatal question. "Your Grace, haven't you noticed anything different about me today?" Now it was Loic's turn to be stunned. What did she mean by different? Seeing Annette's expectant gaze, his his Grace's mind was probably about to overheat again. Looking at Annette before him, Loic had actually already admitted defeat in his heart. Although he usually knew she was beautiful, her outfit today was indeed so lovely that he almost could not handle it. Annette was rather confident. She spun in place and asked him how she looked. Before Loic could speak, she deliberately added another heavy blow, saying that this was a gift from her husband. Annette's little scheme was ringing loudly in her heart. She knew that as long as she mentioned the word husband, Loic would definitely freeze up. Sure enough, after a long silence, Loic finally squeezed out one sentence. He said this outfit suited her very well. Annette was completely stunned. She truly had not expected this usually cold block of wood to compliment someone so directly. In that instant, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Annette only felt as if her heartbeat had skipped a beat. She quickly lowered her head and softly said, "Thank you." In the end, the two of them sat there, and neither dared look at the other. This sudden tenderness instead left Annette completely shaken. What exactly was wrong with this man today? He was now terribly nervous, feeling his throat go dry. He drank cup after cup of tea and did not dare look into Annette's eyes at all. Seeing him like this, Annette suddenly asked a piercing question. She said, "Were you in such a hurry to call the tailor because you thought my previous clothes were too unfashionable and embarrassed your family?" Loic panicked completely and denied it repeatedly, saying absolutely not. But with too much force in his hand, there was a crack, and the cup in his hand was nearly crushed by him. Seeing Loic so flustered, Annette could not help laughing. She said she had only been joking and told him to quickly put the cup down. Annette looked at the man before her, her eyes full of gentleness. She said, "Thank you. Thanks to you, I can wear so many beautiful clothes." Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Annette began deliberately teasing Loic. She asked whether this was really a gift for her. He wouldn't regret it later and secretly send her the bill, would he? Seeing Loic smile, she became even more enthusiastic, saying she had bought quite a lot today. If she bought too much, would his Grace have to sell a castle to pay the debt? But Loic did not take it seriously at all. He smiled and gave her his promise, saying that he absolutely would not regret it and that Annette could accept them with peace of mind. Finally, he added a sentence with tremendous force. He said, "This was a gift prepared especially for you from the start." Annette's heart was now in chaos, and she kept feeling that something was not quite right. She quickly found a random excuse, saying that the temperature in the greenhouse was too high. Loic was quite considerate and directly stood up to invite her. He said that since she felt stuffy, why not take a walk together? He could show her around the garden properly. The two walked side by side among the flowers. Annette gently took Loic's arm. Only when she leaned against him did she realize that this man's arm was much firmer than she had imagined. This inexplicable sense of security instantly added an indescribable ambiguity to the formerly awkward atmosphere. It turned out that this greenhouse had been left behind by Loic's mother before she passed away. No wonder butler Whiteley's reaction earlier had been so strange. Annette felt a little guilty. If she had known this was his private place, she would not have made such a request. But Loic acted very calmly. He said it was only that no one had come here for a long time. Then he brought Annette to a breathtaking sea of flowers. These Nephris flowers were Loic's mother's favorite variety. Looking at the field of pure white, Annette was completely stunned. Loic asked whether she wanted to pick some and make a bouquet to send back to her room. But Annette refused. She said that rather than watching the flowers wither in a vase, quietly admiring them like this was enough. Hearing those words, Loic's gaze changed completely. He reached out and took Annette's hand, saying that from now on, this greenhouse would no longer be locked, since these flowers would continue blooming until midsummer. Annette could come whenever she wanted. Annette smiled and thanked him. She felt that today's atmosphere was rather different from usual. Suddenly, she noticed that Loic's cravat had loosened, so she smiled and reached out to tie it properly again. Annette took the opportunity to ask, "From now on, will you let me tie it for you every morning?" Loic agreed subconsciously. Only after he reacted did he realize he had fallen into a gentle trap. As soon as those words were spoken, both of them froze. Only then did Annette realize that what she had just said indeed sounded easy to misunderstand. Yet Annette refused to let it go and insisted on helping him to tie his cravat every day. Unexpectedly, after Loic was silent for a long time, he actually spoke the honest truth. He said that if they truly made such a promise, he feared he would wait too impatiently every day. For words like that to come from his mouth, Annette nearly could not withstand it. How could this man be so frankly adorable? Loic was still worried that Annette would find him annoying because of this. Annette loudly refuted him directly, saying that just thinking of him waiting for her made her feel especially happy. Rather than a perfect husband, she wanted a man who needed her more. This direct hit left Loic completely helpless. He could only turn away and throw out the words, "Do as you please about the cravat." This was clearly his surrender. Seeing him compromise, Annette smiled even more happily. It seemed this aloof Grand Duke had already been completely handled by her. At the Fraisse estate, Fedin received a letter from Annette. Although the letter contained only simple greetings, it reminded him of something from the past. Just before Annette married, she had actually fallen so far that she had to pawn her jewelry. And she had no idea that the pawn shop was actually Fedin's property. At the time, Fedin had specifically instructed his subordinates that no matter what she brought in, they were to give her double the price and absolutely not let her know the truth. In the end, as her elder brother, he still could not stand by and do nothing. He could only use this method to silently protect her from behind. When he learned that Annette was leaving, Fedin appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he muttered uneasily. Was that girl planning to leave without saying goodbye? He looked at the necklace left behind by their mother. His mouth said that their relationship was ordinary and that it would not matter how she lived in the future. But in truth, he had already sent their mother's only keepsake to her. This was probably the classic case of a sharp tongue and a soft heart. Clearly, he still cared about this younger sister, yet insisted on pretending to be cold. Just then, a subordinate hurried over to report that the Marquis urgently wanted to see him. As soon as Fedin entered the room, the Marquis exploded. He had actually dared to privately burn the letter from the Blenheim family. In the Marquis's eyes, this was practically rebellion. Yet Fedin acted unusually calm and said it was merely a useless letter of thanks. There was no need to waste more time on matters of the past. The Marquis was furious. That was the next heir he had chosen. How could Fedin be so careless? Fedin coldly replied that since Annette had already married out, she was a useless pawn and not worth any further effort. Looking at his son's seemingly unfinished words, the Marquis understood clearly in his heart. Ever since Annette left, this heir had become increasingly difficult to control. The Marquis drove everyone out. Alone in the study, he calculated matters. He had previously sent so many spies to the Grand Duke's residence, but all of them had been kept outside the door. Only Annette was the exception. Only she could come and go freely in that place. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. Since Annette had voluntarily sent a letter, he had a proper excuse to intervene openly. He immediately decided to send a reply to the Blenheim family. It seemed this old fox was about to start scheming again. Who could have imagined that the Grand Duke, usually so decisive in killing and conquest, would stand obediently before his wife and let her adjust him as she pleased? Loic was preparing to go out, and Annette carefully straightened his bow tie. No matter how one looked at this scene, it was full of sweetness. Loic said somewhat apologetically that an urgent matter had come up today, so he was afraid he could not accompany her for dinner. Annette was quite open-minded and smiled as she told him to hurry and handle his work. In any case, she also had to make a trip to Mary's Inn. Loic, however, froze instead. After a long silence, he finally squeezed out, "I will try to return before dinner." Annette could not help teasing him, saying that the two of them like this truly resembled an ordinary loving couple. Loic mounted his horse and, without looking back, threw out, "We are husband and wife to begin with." Before leaving, Loic left behind one sentence, saying that they were not some fake couple. Now, it was Annette's turn to freeze. Indeed, the legal procedures were perfectly clear. Norton, watching from the side, was also muttering inwardly. This lady was adapting far too quickly. She had clearly resisted this marriage so much before. Annette did not think too much about it. Her mind was now full of plans about whether she should eat some hot tomato stew for dinner. But just as she arrived, and before she could even go out, she ran into trouble. At the entrance, a commotion was raging. Two grown men were being rough with a little girl. The child cried out that she had not stolen anything, but the guards had no intention of letting go. Annette stepped forward and scolded them, asking what exactly was going on. The guard looked up and discovered that it was the Grand Duchess herself. Frightened, he quickly stopped. Annette looked at the scene before her, a trace of displeasure in her tone, and asked why they were using such force against the child. The guard stammered an explanation, saying that this little girl was outrageously bold and had dared to steal the Grand Duchess's belongings. Annette recognized it at a glance. It was indeed the draft paper she used for writing letters. But how had this ended up in the child's hands? The guard stood to the side, eager for credit, saying that the little girl had been acting suspiciously and was hiding high-quality paper from the Grand Duchess in her arms. Although the contents of the letter were nothing serious, if things from the residence spread outside, the nature of the matter changed completely. Was it the Marquis of Fres, or was someone secretly investigating her? Before she could think it through, Norton had already drawn his sword. Now the matter had completely escalated. He actually suspected the child of being a spy. A spy? What was he talking about? The little girl was so frightened she could barely speak, saying she had only been curious about the castle. Norton refused to listen to any explanation. He warned her coldly that he had the right to execute any threat on the spot. Just as the sword was about to fall, a maid suddenly rushed out and shouted for Norton to stop. Annette was stunned too. Wasn't that Fress maid, Rita? In front of everyone, she admitted that the papers had not been stolen at all. She had personally given them to the child. No wonder the girl had looked familiar. So this child was actually maid Rita's younger sister. Annette brought them back to her room, wanting to hear exactly what had happened. But before Rita could even speak, footsteps sounded outside the door. The person who came in was actually the head maid, Marcella. As soon as she entered, she announced coldly that she had heard a maid in the residence had caused trouble, and that she had come specifically to deal with it. Annette suddenly remembered the details from that night. Butler Whiteley had explained that after work, the maids had to go to the West Annex and were absolutely not allowed to remain in the main building. So the person who had taken everyone away that day was none other than the head, maid Marcella, standing before her now. At this moment, she still looked as if she were simply carrying out official business, saying that because she had failed to discipline her subordinates, someone with sticky fingers had appeared under her command. She had to take Rita back and punish her severely. She grabbed Rita roughly, ignoring her pleas completely, and tried to drag her away by force right in front of her mistress. At that moment, Annette finally spoke. She stared coldly at the head maid and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Marcella had no intention of letting Rita go. She did not even wait for Annette to finish speaking before forcibly dragging Rita away. This was clearly her not taking the Grand Duchess seriously at all. Annette tried to take back control, saying she would hear the explanation before deciding guilt. But Marcella sneered and said that managing the maids was her duty, even demanding that Annette respect her authority. The moment those words came out, the atmosphere froze. A head maid actually dared to lecture her mistress on what to do. This was no longer mere offense. It was a blatant show of force. Annette finally saw reality clearly. In these people's eyes, she was nothing more than an empty Grand Duchess who had signed a contract. She had no illustrious family backing her here, and even less real power. That was why even a servant dared to climb over her head, thinking she was an easy target who understood nothing. But Annette no longer intended to endure this humiliation. This time, Annette was truly furious. She stared at Marcella and asked her, word by word, "Are you challenging me? Are you challenging the position of mistress of this household?" Marcella panicked completely. She quickly put on the look of a victim, saying she had worked hard for this family all her life and begging Madame not to deny her contributions. Annette was not buying this kind of moral blackmail based on seniority at all. She sneered. This old woman really did know how to talk. Annette directly called Butler Whiteley over and asked the most crucial question in front of everyone. In this household, who exactly had the authority to manage the maids? Annette had seen plenty of scenes like this. Back when she had been an office worker, what kind of ridiculous clients had she not dealt with? Handling someone like this was practically her specialty. Whiteley gave the standard answer on the spot. Of course, the authority belonged to the Grand Duchess. Annette followed up immediately. In that case, on what grounds could a mere head maid tell her mistress what to do? The butler understood her meaning as well and directly defined the matter. This behavior was indeed outrageous. Marcella still wanted to bring up the past, saying that before Madame came, everything here had always been decided by her. Annette cut her off with a smile. Since I am here now, don't bring up that useless past again. Marcella still wanted to argue a few more words, but Annette's gaze instantly turned cold. She asked whether Marcella wanted to play some sort of power struggle with her right here. As soon as those words came out, Marcella lowered her head in fright and apologized on the spot, repeatedly saying she would never dare. Annette coldly threw out one sentence. When I'm speaking, you'd better stay quiet and listen. Seeing this group of people trembling and submissive, Annette felt absolutely delighted inside. Wasn't this exactly like the vibe of a devilish client crushing a contractor in her past life? It was practically punching down. She waved her hand and told everyone to leave, but at the last moment, she stopped the headmaid. With her back to Marcella, Annette set down one final iron rule. From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed to push this door open at will. Since you call yourself the headmaid, you should understand what basic courtesy means. Marcella could only leave in disgrace. Annette had won this round cleanly and decisively. Once that fierce energy passed, Annette collapsed straight onto the sofa. Her heart was pounding. Had she overacted just now? She had been practically like a vicious, supporting villainess who had taken the antagonist's script. She had only wanted to quietly get by. But now look at this. Right from the start, she had offended the head maid to death. In the workplace, that was a major taboo. Butler Whiteley was considerate. Seeing that the tea had gone cold, he took the initiative to suggest replacing it with a hot pot. Only then did Annette recover a little. Since the relationship had already been torn apart, she might as well investigate the matter thoroughly. She looked toward Rita, who had been shrinking at the side, and her tone became much gentler. There are no outsiders now. Tell me, what exactly happened? The maids gathered together and began gossiping, saying Annette was simply shameless. She had not even consummated the marriage, yet she was already putting on airs as mistress of the house. In their eyes, Annette had nothing except the title and could not compare it all to Marcella, who had worked hard for so many years. Marcella suddenly scolded them and told them all to shut up, saying that shouting so loudly was far too improper. In truth, Marcella knew better than anyone that this time she had kicked an iron plate. She had thought Annette was merely a passing guest, but she had never expected this woman to be so difficult to deal with. The situation had already slipped out of her control. A ruthless glint appeared in Marcella's eyes. It seemed she had to report the situation here to that lord immediately. Who could have imagined that this Grand Duchess would be so capable? Annette looked at the paper in her hands. The matter was more complicated than she had imagined. The truth finally came to light. Rita knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy. It turned out she had taken the draft papers only to find a place for her younger sister to practice writing and drawing. Annette was dumbfounded. People in the ducal household could not even afford paper. Rita lowered her head and did not dare respond. But the problem was that these papers were filled with family secrets. No matter the reason, leaking documents from the Grand Duke's residence was a serious crime. Now things were troublesome. How should she handle this? Annette fell into a dilemma. Molina knelt on the ground and took all the responsibility upon herself. Rita was so anxious she insisted on taking the punishment for her younger sister. Annette cut them off directly. Enough. I understand. No one had expected the situation to reverse in an instant. Annette smiled and asked Molina whether she was willing to draw a picture for her. This move was indeed clever. Not only did she not pursue the responsibility, she also won people's hearts in passing. Molina was so moved that she quickly agreed. After all that fuss, Annette could finally return to her room and rest. This day had truly been exhausting. Looking at the cat-dog drawing in her hand, she felt this trip had not been in vain after all. That child was a genius. If she could be properly trained, she would definitely have great prospects in the future. Perhaps because she had worried too much today, her head was spinning badly. She had originally wanted to go find Loic and talk to him, but now she could only lie down and rest first. Who would have thought that the moment she closed her eyes, everything would spiral completely out of control? An angry roar suddenly sounded by her ear. Execute the criminal. Annette opened her eyes. She was actually locked onto a guillotine. What on earth was going on? Below the platform were crowds of frenzied spectators cheering wildly. No one listened to her explanation at all. Who could come and save her? Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps slowly approached her. A man in a black robe looked down at her from above, his tone full of mockery. He said that she had brought all of this upon herself. This was her final chance. If she failed to seize it, there would be no future ever again. At the most despairing moment, Annette suddenly sat up. Before her was not the guillotine, but her familiar bedroom. Loic was sitting by the bed, looking at her with concern. So those terrifying images from just now had all been a nightmare. Loic explained softly that she had been sleeping too restlessly, so he had no choice but to wake her. Annette had not yet come back to her senses, but what he said next stunned her even more. She had actually slept for an entire day. The doctor said it was only caused by a severe cold, but that dream had been terrifyingly real. Was it really as simple as being ill? Only then did Annette realize that Loic had personally taken care of her this whole day. Yet this man was full of self-blame, thinking his curse had implicated her. Annette directly interrupted his wild thoughts. This had nothing to do with the curse. It was purely because she had overexerted herself before. Loic still wanted to find an excuse, saying that the north was too cold and desolate. But Annette did not accept that at all. They could stroll through the market and eat good food. There were plenty of fun things here. Seeing Loic's chilled expression, Annette smiled especially brightly. She said she truly liked this place. She had originally thought she would suffer cold treatment all year, but she had never expected to live so happily here. Looking at Loic's gentle appearance now, who could have imagined how aloof he had once been? Annette could not help teasing him. When he rejected so many marriage proposals back then, he had not said anything like this. Loic admitted it frankly, saying that he had lacked judgment before. Now that she had become the Grand Duchess, whoever dared to make her suffer would have him to answer to. As long as Annette spoke up, he would definitely be the first to rush forward and support her. This sudden protectiveness left Annette stunned on the spot. Before she could react, Loic hurriedly got up and left. He insisted that she close her eyes and rest. Looking at that slightly flustered back, Annette finally understood. So this was the meaning of marriage. The feeling of being cherished by someone like this was indeed a little addictive. As soon as Loic had settled Annette down, he immediately went to see the doctor. Whiteley was already waiting in the study. The moment Loic entered, he got straight to the point and anxiously asked what exactly was wrong with Annette. But the doctor's answer made him freeze on the spot. Aside from a little anemia, her body had no problems at all. Loic clearly could not accept it. If she was not ill, how could she have suddenly fainted? The doctor hurriedly explained that noble young ladies in the capital could faint any time, and anywhere from clothes being too tight or from small fright. Loic was completely speechless. So, she was actually this delicate? The contrast with his usual understanding of her was far too great. The doctor smiled helplessly and said that the people of the north were all too sturdy. By comparison, Annette did indeed need time to adapt. The most important thing now was proper rest. Loic silently agreed. After the doctor left, he sank into deep thought. If her body was this weak, why had she not said a single word when she was wronged? What if she suddenly fainted again when he was not at home? Just then, Butler Whiteley poured tea and mentioned the matter of Rita stealing the papers. So Annette, despite being ill, had still personally gone to deal with these troubles. Although she had settled it in the end, that kind of isolated, helpless pressure must have made her suffer quite a bit. After hearing all this, Loic clearly made up his mind. He directly ordered the butler that the Grand Duke's residence would recruit new people. Loic handed over a list and said, "Take a look at this first." Annette had not yet reacted. It turned out these were made candidates he had specially selected. Who could have imagined that this usually cold man would be so thoughtful? Loic explained that these candidates had all been carefully chosen. In particular, the young lady from the Abel family was absolutely loyal to her family. But when Annette saw Mezel's name, she froze completely. How could it be her? The appearance of this name was entirely beyond her expectations. When it came to the name Mezel, she was a ruthless character in the original novel. She spent all day clinging to Loic and eventually became a troublesome villainess. Originally, the two of them should never have crossed paths in this life, but because of Annette's appearance, this ill-fated connection could no longer be avoided. Loic asked softly from the side if she had any other requirements. Annette smiled and answered, "This is already enough. Thank you, truly." The current situation had completely gone off track. Since she could get along well with the cold Loic, perhaps she could also handle this Mezel. For days passed in the blink of an eye. Annette could finally get out of bed and move around. For the past few days, Loic had kept an extremely strict watch over her. In name, it was rest. In reality, he would not let Annette take even half a step out of her room. But honestly, if he had not come to keep her company whenever he had time, she really would have been bored to death these past few days. Just as Annette was walking in the corridor, a burst of noise suddenly came from afar. Judging by that tone, the person was clearly no ordinary visitor. Annette stopped and saw a red-haired woman scolding a maid. That figure from behind looked extremely familiar. When the person turned her face, Annette froze on the spot. Wasn't this Mezel from the list? How had she come to the door so quickly? From the look of things, she clearly had not come with good intentions. Marcella introduced her from the side. This was Mezel from the list. She behaved very properly, saying it was her honor to meet the Grand Duchess. Annette casually asked, "Why are you in the castle?" Mezel explained that she had been handling business for her father and had accidentally lost her way, then happened to run into Marcella. But as they talked, this woman's tone suddenly changed. With a worried expression, she asked whether Annette had been living well. She said she had heard that Madame did not even have a maid by her side, so her days must be very lonely. She even began blaming Loic for being too heartless. Annette was utterly confused. Loic was clearly attentive and considerate toward her. What kind of performance was this woman putting on? This blatant attempt to sow discord was basically treating Annette like a fool. Finally, Mezel added meaningfully, "Being able to see you in person feels truly like a dream." The moment Mezel opened her mouth, her tone was full of veiled mockery. She said she had heard Madame's famous name ever since she was young. It sounded like praise, but in reality, she was sprinkling salt on Annette's wound. Marcella beside her was startled. Everyone knew that Annette hated her former reputation most of all. Annette had no intention of indulging her. She directly laid the matter bare and asked, "Are you referring to my reputation as the false saintess?" The air froze at once. Mezel clearly had not expected her to be so direct. She hurriedly put on a smiling face and repeatedly denied it, saying she absolutely had not meant that. Marcella saw everything clearly from the side. This woman was not here to catch up at all. She had clearly come to deliberately pick a fight and provoke Annette, so that the Grand Duchess would lose face in front of outsiders. Annette smiled slightly. Since the other party wanted to act, she would act along with her. She softly called the other woman's name, Mezel. Annette had no intention of entangling herself with her. She smiled and gave the order to see the guest out, having someone escort this lost young lady away. After all, a place like the castle was not somewhere outsiders could wander around at will. Now, it was Mezel's turn to be dumbfounded. She had spent all that effort provoking Annette, only for the other party not to even spare her a proper glance before directly walking away. Hiding in the quiet courtyard, Annette understood everything clearly. Mezel's move really was sinister. If it had been the former Annette, hearing words like false saintess would probably have made her lose control on the spot. To the original owner, that title was a fatal wound that could never be erased. Although in other people's eyes, she was merely a short-lived, vicious, supporting villainess in the entire empire who did not know what the name Annette truly meant. It was said that on the day the moon disappeared for the last time, a child bearing a noble destiny would be born. She would use sacred light to completely illuminate this dark land. This was the Empire's most famous prophecy for decades, and the saintess worshipped by everyone as the savior was none other than Annette Fraisse. The former Annette had been the saintess cherished by the entire empire. On the day she was born, even the emperor personally sent gifts of congratulations. But who could have imagined that this glory would not last long? The Marquis soon discovered that something was not quite right. Private rumors spread faster than anything. The maids whispered that the child did not look like the Marquis at all. Someone even warned, "You dare say such things? Watch your head." The more the Marquis looked at the child, the colder his heart became. Even if she was the rumored saintess, he could not find the slightest trace of himself in her features. Once the seed of suspicion had been planted, it could never be pulled out again. He became convinced that his wife had betrayed him. But unfortunately, his wife was already gone. All the truth had been taken into the grave. Even worse, as Annette grew day by day, not even a trace of divine power awakened in her. At that point, her former glory became a complete joke. She no longer had a place in that family. When Annette was 10 years old, the direction of the entire empire changed completely. A girl suddenly appeared from the slums and publicly displayed a miracle. The high priest personally stepped forward to confirm that this girl named Constance was the true saintess. The news was like a heavy hammer, smashing Annette straight down from the clouds into a crack in the earth. The former darling of the empire instantly became a counterfeit whom everyone avoided. Who did not know? Back then, Annette bore the stigma of being the false saintess and was pointed at and cursed by the entire empire. Those days were the past she most wanted to erase. But what she feared came true. Mezel approached with a fake smile and said she had heard Madame's famous name since she was young. How was that a greeting? It was clearly sprinkling salt on a wound. Annette clenched her fists. She had originally still wanted to maintain some dignity, but now it seemed that would be impossible in this life. Who exactly should she choose as her maid? Annette looked at the list on the wall, feeling uneasy. Just looking at these family backgrounds and resumes gave no indication of character. Making a decision based only on a few sheets of paper was far too risky. In that case, she might as well meet them directly. She decided to hold a tea party and see through casual conversation who the right person was. Annette walked through the long corridor and was just about to make arrangements. Leon had already brought people forward to greet her. He saluted respectfully and said, "Grand Duchess." Annette smiled and asked how everyone had been doing lately. Leon quickly answered that they had just gone to Mary's Inn for a meal and had specifically ordered the today's recommendation. Annette was a little surprised. What today's recommendation? The attendant explained that the proprietress Mary had been praising the Grand Duchess, saying that the cooking secrets had all been taught to her by Madame. Only then did Annette remember. Last time she went to the inn, that bowl of spicy tomato stew had indeed been impeccable. But the current situation was a little awkward. Although the taste was good, there were barely any customers at the inn. All the prepared fresh ingredients were piled up in the storeroom. She had worried that if business did not improve, Mary might not be able to hold on much longer. Mary held that exquisite brooch, deeply moved, and kept saying she would treat it as a family heirloom. Annette only smiled and said it was nothing more than a small gift. Immediately after, Mary asked tentatively, "Madam, could you give Ian some suggestions?" Annette had already thought it through. She suggested setting up a today's recommendation in the shop. Mary was completely confused. She had never heard of such a method. Annette patiently explained. Each day, they would choose one special dish and hang the sign directly in the most conspicuous place in the shop. Once this idea came out, the inn's piled-up ingredients finally had a solution. As long as customers ordered the today's recommendation, they would receive a discount or an extra small dessert. Annette explained patiently that many people who entered a shop were actually indecisive and did not know what to eat. At a time like that, giving them a clear recommendation would make them feel relieved instead. As long as they could keep those customers, curious passers-by would soon become regulars. And after promoting one main dish, the pressure of preparing ingredients would be much lighter. The ingredients piled up in the storeroom could also be sold quickly while still fresh. Mary was completely convinced. She never could have imagined that the Grand Duchess would have so many brilliant ideas, even for doing business. Annette felt quite proud inside. Although she was now a noble young lady, in a modern world before, she had been a proper marketing expert. Thinking of Ian, she casually asked, "How is the today's recommendation selling?" Leon quickly answered that the response was especially good. Basically, every customer who entered ordered it. Annette was full of anticipation. "Then are there more customers in the shop now?" Leon spoke hesitantly and said there were only a few more. Annette could no longer stay calm. "Only a few more?" Leon explained that the main issue was the inn's remote location and that its reputation had not yet spread. It would probably take some time to become popular. When Annette heard this, she thought there was no time to wait. She immediately came up with another idea. They should put a big signboard directly in front of the inn and write the menu clearly on it. With this move, passers-by would find it hard not to look. Leon poured cold water on the idea directly, saying a signboard probably would not be very useful because many people in this area could not read at all. After hearing this, Annette did not panic in the slightest. Illiteracy was not a problem at all. She had long since come up with an even better idea. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, Mezel was writing a letter. She had already decided to officially accept the Grand Duchess's tea party invitation. Mezel was furious now. She cursed Marcella viciously, blaming her for not mentioning the recruitment earlier and causing her to accidentally let something slip just now. Marcella quietly defended herself, saying she had only just heard about it too. But Mezel grew even angrier and scolded the head maid as nothing but useless. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. What exactly was Grand Duke Loic thinking? Why had he still not driven Annette out? Marcella felt that the Grand Duke was being considerate of the Marquis family's reputation, but Mezel did not buy that at all. In her eyes, that Marquis's daughter was nothing. Since things had already reached this point, she decided she would no longer endure. She wanted everyone to see clearly who truly had the final say in Blenheim. Marcella offered advice from the side. Rather than straining herself to curry favor with Annette, it would be better to show the social circle who the real boss here was. Mezel deeply agreed. In her eyes, Annette was nothing more than an outsider with no foundation at all. She decided to strike first and meet those made candidates before Annette made her choice. In Mezel's heart, there was only one thought. She had to get in. As long as she could meet Grand Duke Loic, as long as he had not forgotten what happened back then she still had a chance to turn the situation around. Mezel believed that Loic would sooner or later be hers. He would definitely fall in love with her again. This confidence did not come out of nowhere, because between them was a hidden past unknown to others. It was something only the two of them knew. Good heavens, was this really afternoon tea? This was practically opening a dessert shop. Annette stared at the scene before her. She was completely bewildered. 5 full carts of desserts. What exactly were they planning to do? At this moment, the head chef Bonnie stepped out and respectfully introduced himself. He was in charge of the Grand Duke's kitchen. It seemed that the grandeur of the Grand Duke's household was even more exaggerated than Annette had expected. Bonnie explained that this was no pressure at all. This was a wonderful opportunity for him to show his skills. Annette was confused. Did preparing meals for Loic usually not count as showing his skills? As a result, Bonnie immediately began complaining. He said Loic had no interest in food at all. As long as he could finish eating quickly, that was enough. Annette remembered previously asking Johaz what Loic liked to eat, and the other party's answer had been even more absurd. He had said that Loic ate everything as if he were chewing wood, like he had no sense of taste at all. It seemed that capturing this man's stomach would be harder than imagined. After hearing the head chef's complaints, Annette could not help sighing too. Loic's personality really did live up to its reputation. Everyone must have worked hard all these years. But Bonnie suddenly changed the subject and said that ever since Annette arrived, Loic had completely changed. Now it was Annette's turn to be puzzled. That man who was like a block of wood could actually change? Bonnie then revealed big news. He said Loic had given an unprecedented order, requiring more fruit in the desserts, because Loic had personally said that Madame liked fruit most. Annette never expected that cold man to have been secretly paying attention to her preferences all along. So it was because of that sentence. Annette finally remembered. She had once casually said she liked strawberries. Because of such a small detail, Loic had actually given a special order and filled all the desserts with fruit. This kind of unintentional tenderness was the hardest to resist. Why exactly was he treating her so well? Annette gathered her thoughts and expressed her thanks to head chef Bonnie, saying that thanks to him, the afternoon tea would be so enjoyable. It seemed that her appetite in the future would all depend on this head chef. Bonnie patted his chest and guaranteed that he would absolutely not disappoint Madame. Annette, however, behaved very cautiously. After all, this tea party was extremely important. She asked Bonnie how the sweets were usually arranged. Bonnie explained that they followed the old custom. Everything was placed in the middle of a large table, and everyone took whatever they wanted. After hearing this, Annette shook her head. This time, they had to change things up. She requested that all the desserts be made into individual portions. Bonnie was startled. Individual portions? Annette nodded firmly. Including her, there would be 9 people in total. They would prepare 1 serving per person. Loic was taking Pearl upstairs. As they walked, Pearl worried aloud, saying that the people upstairs were the most difficult to deal with, and just thinking about the coming arguments gave him a headache. But before he finished speaking, Pearl suddenly stopped. Oh no, he had actually forgotten the most important pass. He apologized while trying to run back. This really was the worst possible timing. They were already short on time, and at the critical moment, he had dropped the ball. Pearl had already braced himself to be scolded, but who would have thought that Loic would only say faintly, "Go." Pearl was completely stunned. How had the always strict Grand Duke suddenly changed today? Who could have imagined that not only did Loic not get angry, he even gently told him to go back and get it, adding that he would wait here slowly. Now Pearl was thoroughly frightened. Loic actually smiled. It was over. Absolutely over. He must have been driven mad with anger. There had to be a knife hidden behind that smile. As he shouted that he would be right back, he ran off at full speed. Loic even added leisurely from behind, "No need to rush. Take your time." To Pearl's ears, those words were practically a death sentence. He did not dare slow down and ran off with all his might. Pearl jogged all the way back to the office and began rummaging through everything to find the pass. He clearly remembered it being right here. How had it suddenly disappeared? He opened the drawer and searched carefully, only to unexpectedly discover something else. His movements paused slightly. He had no time to think about it. He grabbed the document and rushed toward the meeting room, still muttering in his heart. Loic could not have gone ahead alone already, could he? If he made the Grand Duke wait there for nothing, then the trouble would truly be huge. Pearl was hurrying back to deliver the document when he witnessed this scene by the garden. Loic was chatting happily with Annette. The two of them were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was so sweet it could make one's teeth ache. Loic asked what she liked to eat. Annette thought for a long time and said she preferred fruit. Then Annette directly invited him, asking, "Then how about eating strawberry cake together tonight?" Loic even said that for the sake of this date, he planned to end today's training early. Pearl was dumbfounded at the sight. No wonder the Grand Duke had been so easygoing just now. It turned out he had been in a hurry to come back for some time alone with his wife. In Pearl's impression, when had Loic ever been so gentle to anyone? The sun had practically risen in the west. Pearl suddenly remembered that while rummaging in the study just now, he had discovered something incredible in the drawer. It was actually the wrapping bag Annette had given Loic. Who could have imagined that the always cold Loic would secretly keep such a small thing like a treasure in his drawer? Even the packaging ribbon had been preserved so neatly. Pearl now saw everything clearly. He had originally thought this was merely a political marriage. He never expected Loic to be serious. The man known as the coldest person in the world had truly had his heart opened by Annette. Looking at the Grand Duke's current expression, Pearl had his answer too. Yes, this was what someone looked like when he had truly fallen in love. It seemed this cold-faced Grand Duke was finally welcoming the first spring of his life. Late at night, Annette was still staring at the draft drawing in her hands. She asked Molina in front of her, "Is this the work you've finished?" Annette examined it carefully for a long time. Although she admitted that the other party worked quite quickly, the result clearly was not the feeling she wanted. "Molina, may I modify it myself?" How could the little girl dare refuse? She quickly handed the drawing over. Seeing this scene, everyone nearby was stunned. What kind of incredible masterpiece could make Madame so serious? Leon spoke leisurely from the side. "This is an extremely important drawing because it is today's menu." Who could believe it? The dignified Grand Duchess was actually here wrestling stubbornly with a menu. The more Annette looked at it, the more she felt something was wrong. Although the drawing looked similar, it did not look appetizing at all. She decided to do it herself, just in time to use her previous experience in promotional design to upgrade this menu. Seeing her professional stance, everyone beside her was stunned. What kind of treasure was she trying to draw? Finally, the work was complete. Annette asked proudly what everyone thought. As a result, they were all dumbstruck. Look at this drawing. The skill was practically lifelike. Everyone said that if this were posted outside, who would not want to come in and take a bite? Annette struck while the iron was hot and quickly pointed out the key points to Molina. The little girl was also sincere and immediately gave a firm guarantee that she would handle the rest. So this was what Annette meant by a menu that even illiterate people could understand at a glance. Everyone could not help sighing in admiration. Madame was simply an all-around genius. There was nothing she could not accomplish. Seeing Annette look so happy, even Loic, who had been hiding in the shadows, relaxed along with her. The effect was practically immediate. A married couple passing by was directly captivated by the poster on the wall. The drawing was far too realistic, as if it were about to leap out of the paper. The man stared at that large chicken leg and had already begun wondering what it tasted like. Just then, Mary quickly came out to greet them, saying that as long as they ordered this set meal, they would also receive a free dessert. With both visual temptation and a free gift, who could still walk away? The couple immediately agreed and entered the shop to order a pudding and a pie. It seemed this visual marketing had indeed precisely captured the customers' appetites. Looking around, the shop was already full, with diners everywhere who had come after hearing of its reputation. Business was booming beyond belief. Although Annette was dressed low-key, her young lady aura still made passers-by unable to help glancing at her, all guessing which family she had secretly run out from. To avoid exposing her identity, she specially gave Norton a false name. But this night was still too rigid, opening his mouth and closing it with formal honorifics. Annette told him to relax, since no one here recognized her anyway. Norton stubbornly said it was fine, but in truth his whole body looked extremely unnatural. Just now, when a passerby merely turned back casually, he had almost drawn his sword on the spot. After Annette caught him, he could only apologize awkwardly. Annette casually took out a magazine and asked Norton whether he had seen it before. As soon as Norton saw the cover clearly, he was startled badly. Annette still felt quite innocent, saying she had originally bought it only to cover her face. But after flipping through a few pages, she discovered that the content inside was rather exciting. She even seriously asked whether the people in the territory all liked reading this. Norton was now unbearably embarrassed. Who exactly would read this kind of unbearable cheap street literature? Seeing Norton's guilty reaction, Annette also sensed that something was off. What exactly was written in this magazine that was so modern? Looking around, this magazine was practically in everyone's hands. People could be seen reading it everywhere. It was simply a mess, but Annette grew more and more excited as she read. She felt this thing must be especially down to earth and an excellent chance to understand the people of the territory. She decided she had to get a copy and study it carefully. At this time, however, the atmosphere inside the Grand Duke's residence was completely different. Loic was striding over with Butler Whiteley, his expression cold and stern. Demis hurried over to report, saying that in order to make room for the afternoon tea party, training had been specially moved to the morning, lest there be too many people later. Seeing Loic's outfit, Demis could not help asking one more question. "Are you planning to attend the tea party dressed like that?" Loic looked completely baffled and asked in return why he would go there. As soon as these words came out, Demis and the others were all stunned. So this commander had absolutely no idea about the customs of the territory. According to tradition, when the wife held her first tea party, the husband had to personally attend and support her, asking everyone to take good care of her in the future. Loic was completely stunned now. If he truly did not appear, this mess would be huge. His subordinates began frantically complaining. They said that back then, for their wives' first tea parties, they had risked their lives to hurry back. If they dared be absent, their homes would absolutely be turned upside down. Someone had missed it because he was on campaign, and as a result, his wife had given him the cold shoulder for a long time. No matter how he coaxed her, she would not be appeased. Loic listened with his heart pounding. He truly had not thought there would be such a custom. What if Annette said nothing aloud, but had actually been waiting in her heart for him to appear and support her? What should he do now? Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the tea party had officially begun. All the young ladies from various families had arrived. This castle was ridiculously large. Cecilia looked around as she thought that today's gathering would surely be especially boring. In fact, she had a hidden identity. She was a columnist who wrote for a magazine. She was wondering whether she could dig up some explosive material about the Grand Duchess. But before she could even begin, she hit a wall. Mezel opposite her had an icy attitude and would not even look at her properly. Clearly, everyone was here to attend the tea party. Wasn't this hostility a little too obvious? Just then, an announcement sounded from the doorway. Grand Duchess Annette had finally arrived. Annette's pink gown was so beautiful that it was almost impossible to look away. She smiled and greeted everyone, her tone sounding very kind. Cecilia observed from the side, muttering inwardly. The rumors all said this lady was a ruthless character, but now that she saw her in person, she was far more charming than expected. Annette behaved extremely properly, and even asked with concern whether everyone had had a tiring journey from so far away. This approachable manner was completely different from the rumors. What was going on with this atmosphere? Annette was speaking quite earnestly, but all the people below were playing dead. Not a single person responded. Cecilia immediately sensed that something was wrong. Everyone's eyes were evasive. They had clearly discussed in advance that they would create an awkward silence on purpose to embarrass the Grand Duchess. Could someone be stirring things up again? Judging by the situation, they clearly wanted to leave Annette unable to get off the stage. This move was truly vicious. Sure enough, it was Mesel again. Look at that smug expression. What wicked scheme was she holding back this time? The scene was painfully awkward. Not a single person dared open her mouth to respond. It was as if they had agreed in advance to hang Annette out to dry. But Annette did not panic at all. Since no one was speaking, she would go straight to the main topic. She instructed Whiteley to begin serving tea. Mesel beside her was waiting to watch the joke unfold. Her calculations were loud and clear in her heart. As long as she did not nod, no one today would dare touch this cup of tea. She wanted to publicly humiliate the Grand Duchess. As the tea and pastries entered, the real contest had only just begun. Mesel was completely dumbfounded. She had originally thought it would be self-service. As long as she took the lead in not going to get anything, the things Annette prepared would be ignored by everyone. Who could have imagined that Annette had prepared an individual tray for each guest? Now all of Mesel's calculations came to nothing. The items were placed directly in front of them. It was impossible to keep pretending to be dead. With these individually portioned tea snacks, whether someone had eaten or not could be seen at a glance. If one did not touch the fork, one would instead seem ill-mannered. Annette smiled and invited everyone to enjoy themselves. Faced with such exquisite desserts, how could these noble young ladies sit still? Sure enough, someone could not help picking up her fork. The power of desserts was indeed great. The guests who had been cold and distant just moments ago were now all won over, praising the sweets one after another. Annette struck while the iron was hot, smiling as she asked whether the food suited everyone's tastes. She also said it was a surprise the chef had specially prepared. Seeing that the situation was about to fall under Annette's control, Mesel finally could not sit still. How could she watch Annette win people's hearts right before her eyes? She suddenly set down her fork. The sound made the entire room fall silent at once. Mesel opened her mouth in a strange tone, saying she really did not dare eat these things. Before Annette could react, she started labeling her. She said that in the middle of spring, snow was everywhere and roads were blocked, so fruit was more expensive than gold. Wasn't such extravagance a little too much? As soon as these words came out, the forks in the hands of the guests who had been eating dessert froze. Mesel was trying to roast Annette over the fire directly. Mesel was still putting on an act, saying that as someone from the north, eating fruit in spring was an unimaginable luxury. Annette wanted to laugh as she listened. A few slices of fruit counted as luxury? Since the other party wanted to play, she would simply splash this dirty water back. She feigned surprise and sighed. I truly did not expect the Count's family to have fallen into such decline. To think eating fruit in spring has become difficult for you. In the capital, that would be a joke no one has even heard of. Mesel was completely stunned now. She had wanted to accuse Annette of waste, only to be backhandedly labeled as poor and shabby. She anxiously tried to explain, saying this was not only her own problem. But Annette gave her no chance at all. She directly turned to the other guests and asked, could it be that all of you also cannot afford fruit in spring? Even the small inns by the roadside have fruit for sale. Now who would dare admit they were poor? For the sake of face, the guests all changed their tune, saying fruit was actually quite easy to buy, and that supplies were plentiful. Watching Mesel grow so angry that she could not step down gracefully, Annette smiled slightly. This counterattack had been almost too easy. Annette's move was simply devastating. She smiled and said to Mesel, in the Grand Duke's residence, please do not be polite. Since you think fruit is rare, have some more. Then she turned and instructed the butler that when Mesel left, he should remember to pack plenty of fruit for her to take back. Her tone was practically like she was dismissing a beggar. Annette then swept her gaze around and asked whether anyone else wanted fruit. The other guests were so frightened that they quickly waved their hands and refused. No one wanted to be treated as a poor relative who could not afford to eat at a time like this. After dealing with Mesel, Annette immediately changed her expression. She warmly struck up a conversation with Cecilia, even praising Cecilia's brother, Sir Norton, as an outstanding knight. With that back and forth, Cecilia was instantly flattered. Mesel took the opportunity to bring up the articles Cecilia usually wrote, especially that thing called Northern Rumors. She had brought up such an awkward topic for no reason, but Annette looked pleasantly surprised. It turned out she had not only read it, but also praised the popular column inside it. Only then did Cecilia shyly admit that those articles were indeed written by her. Annette finally understood. No wonder Sir Norton, Cecilia's brother, had worn such an indescribable expression when this matter was mentioned before. Annette thought Cecilia's writing was excellent and even suggested adding more cooking recipes to the publication. In the end, Maisel jumped out to pick a fight again. She sneered and said that something meant for servants had no need for trends or recipes, and doing so would only lower their status. This time, Annette did not get angry. Instead, she explained very seriously that the Northern Territory was geographically remote, making it hard for people to encounter the outside world. If recipes could let everyone experience different cultures, they would definitely be very popular. With those words, Maisel's narrow-mindedness was instantly exposed. Annette's encouragement greatly inspired Cecilia. She immediately said she would definitely follow the Grand Duchess's advice. Maisel, sitting nearby, could not stay quiet again. She began making sarcastic remarks about Annette's wedding, which hardly anyone had seen. She deliberately jabbed at Annette's sore spot, saying that it had only been a proxy wedding, implying that the Grand Duke did not care about this wife at all, and that Annette was practically a widow with a living husband. Maisel even covered her mouth hypocritically, saying she had misspoken, just waiting to see Annette embarrass herself in public. Who would have thought Annette would not even lift an eyelid? She calmly asked in return whether that could even be considered a flaw. In her view, as long as the interests of both families aligned, even without affection, they could still become an enviable model couple. Maisel was smugly thinking she had gained the upper hand, but the next second, the butler's voice rang through the entire room. Grand Duke Loic had arrived. This time, it was Maisel's turn to be completely dumbfounded. The moment Loic appeared, the entire tea party instantly fell silent. Annette froze completely. Why would this busy man suddenly appear at a social occasion filled entirely with women? Faced with Annette's question, Loic answered very naturally. He said this was her first time hosting a tea party, and he was worried there might be something inconvenient, so he had come specially to take a look. Before everyone could recover, Loic actually took her hand in public. His tone was unbelievably gentle as he said that, in truth, he had also wanted to see her. This hand-holding was simply a public slap in the face to all those gossiping women. It seemed the rumors that the Grand Duke and his wife were not on good terms would be completely overturned after today. The onlookers beside them were utterly stunned, especially Maisel. She was probably so furious her lungs were about to explode. Annette herself was completely dazed. This man was usually so cold, yet when he flirted, it was absolutely lethal. Loic said gently that since this was her first time in the North, there must be many things she was not used to. Then, in public, Loic ordered the servants to take good care of the Grand Duchess. He was clearly backing Annette up. Maisel started acting again nearby, looking as though she had suffered some enormous grievance. Annette rolled her eyes inwardly. Why was this drama queen adding more scenes for herself again? After giving his instructions, Loic found a formal excuse and prepared to leave first. As soon as he left, the entire tea party exploded with chatter. The young ladies were all incredibly excited, sighing over how charming the Grand Duke was. Only then did Annette come back to her senses. So this group had gathered here today not to watch her at all. While the tea party continued, the magical beasts in the north were finally dealt with. Tyrion, captain of the Ninth Knight Order, returned covered in dust from the road. As soon as he entered, he hurriedly reported that all the trouble at the border had been cleaned up. Loic only replied lightly, "Good work." Tyrion had actually been uneasy the entire time. Had the matter of that proxy wife already been completely resolved? After all, when Loic first received the marriage notice, his rage had been so intense he had looked ready to kill someone. Tyrion looked at the Loic before him. He kept feeling that something was not quite right. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. There was no need to spoil the mood now. On the other side, Maisel was nearly going mad with anger at home. She had wanted to arrange for her people to become maids, but not only had she failed, she had even lost to that Cecilia. Tyrion listened from the side, completely confused. He felt there was no need to fuss over such a small matter. In any case, the proxy wife would be divorced sooner or later, so why obsess over that position? After hearing this, Maisel exploded. She said Tyrion did not understand anything. That woman named Annette was frighteningly skilled. Now, not only the knights and young ladies, but even Loic himself seemed to have been bewitched, completely falling for her. Mesel kept adding fuel to the fire, saying Annette had been utterly corrupted by the capital and had even bullied every servant in the household. She felt that she was the only one in the world who saw the truth clearly. She held on tightly to Tyrion and refused to let go, afraid that even this cousin of hers would be won over by the other side. As long as Tyrion still stood with her, she still had a chance to turn things around. But Tyrion's next words made the atmosphere drop to freezing. He said that even if he died, he would never fall for that woman. Because in Tyrion's heart, Annette was not only the daughter of his sworn enemy, but also the culprit who had caused his father's death. There was no possibility of reconciliation with such a blood feud. But Annette knew nothing of this at the moment. She had no idea she had already become someone else's thorn in the eye. Early that morning, the training ground was full of shirtless knights. It was certainly a feast for the eyes. Annette looked at Cecilia beside her and could not help teasing her. As the personal maid of the proxy Grand Duchess, staring at others like this was enough to scatter all propriety across the ground. Leon quickly led the knights in saluting. Their uniform movements showed that the Grand Duke's discipline was indeed strict. Annette smiled and praised everyone for their hard work. But at that moment, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing. A man wearing a yellow cloak walked past without looking sideways, not even greeting her. Cecilia quickly leaned close to Annette's ear and reminded her that this was Tyrion, captain of the 9th Night Order and also Mesel's cousin. Annette understood at once. So this was the famously mad dog from the rumors. It seemed her days ahead would not be so easy. Looking at Tyrion's handsome face, who could have guessed his heart was full of hatred? Though he verbally offered greetings, the killing intent in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Annette knew very well that this grudge had become a serious one. Back during the war against the magical beasts, her father had deliberately delayed reinforcements, causing the 9th Night Order to suffer heavy casualties. Such a blood debt truly could not be explained away in a sentence or two. Even when Annette took the initiative to offer a gift, the other party gave her no friendly expression at all. The scene was indeed awkward. It was completely a warm face pressed against a cold backside. But since she had occupied this body, there were some debts she had to find a way to repay. Annette directly called Tyrion to a stop. No one expected her to dare to reach out first, firmly grabbing the captain's hand. She smiled and said, "I look forward to working with you from now on." That enthusiastic attitude left Tyrion completely bewildered. Annette had already figured things out in her heart. Since she had taken on the villainous script, people who hated her were bound to be everywhere. If she cared about every single one of them, how was she supposed to live? Rather than carefully currying favor, she might as well let herself go. Tyrion had wanted to give her a warning, but she did not play by that set of rules at all. This time, he had truly kicked an iron plate. Looking at the handkerchief in his hand, he could not understand, no matter what, how a noble young lady from the capital could have such strong nerves. At that instant just now, facing Annette's brilliant smile, he had actually looked away by instinct. Even he found that reaction humiliating. He had clearly gone to provoke her, yet in the end, the one who fled in defeat was him. This time, Tyrion truly intended to confront her to the end. She should not think he would be easily bought off just because she gave him a small gift. He left decisively, but the thing he had just thrown away was immediately noticed by someone else. Annette, on the other side, knew nothing about this. Early in the morning, she excitedly ran over to greet Loic. "My lord, good morning." But when she pushed the door open, the scene inside nailed her to the spot. Loic was standing there in the light, his collar wide open. The visual impact was honestly a little too strong. Loic calmly said, "You're here." Annette immediately saw something was wrong. Why were the buttons of his clothes never fastened these days? Thinking back to a few days ago, she had only kindly helped him tidy his cuff. But from that day onward, this lord's clothes had never once been properly arranged. This was not a problem with the clothes' quality at all. He had clearly set a trap on purpose, waiting for her to reach out herself. If this trend continued, would this man come out to meet people bare-chested tomorrow? Was he crazy? Where was she supposed to look? To hide her guilty conscience, she quickly found an excuse and said, "Your buttons aren't fastened properly." Loic used retreat as advance. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." That apology immediately left Annette at a loss. Looking at his open collar, her mind had already begun wildly filling in the blanks. Could it be because his wound hurt too much that he had deliberately dressed this way, wanting her to help ease his pain? Annette helplessly said, "Come here. I'll button it for you." Loic was quite obedient and docilely moved closer. "Then I'll trouble you." The distance between them suddenly became extremely close. This feeling was truly strange. Did it really hurt that much? Did he have to use this method as an excuse to seek contact? It seemed this lord was so shy he could not even ask to hold hands. So he deliberately unbuttoned his shirt instead. As Annette buttoned his clothes, she completed the logical chain in her mind. Since he was too embarrassed to speak, she might as well be generous. Loic lowered his head and watched her. When had his thoughts started focusing entirely on this, the distance between them grew closer and closer, and the air almost solidified. Loic was currently going through an intense internal struggle. Annette was diligently helping him, yet his mind was full of thoughts that could not be spoken aloud. One moment, he wanted to hold her hand. The next, he wanted to hug her. He even began reflecting on himself inwardly, feeling that he was practically a beast. How could he have such improper thoughts towards such pure goodwill? The clothes were finally buttoned. Annette casually said, "Done." Loic also politely thanked her. He thought the ambiguous atmosphere would end there. Who could have expected Annette to turn around and grab his hand? This move immediately left Loic unable to react. Annette said with a serious face, "Don't leave yet. Let me hold it for a while." Watching Annette rub and squeeze his hand, Loic finally could not help asking, "What exactly are you doing?" But Annette thought she was helping him relieve his pain. This misunderstanding was truly getting deeper and deeper. The feeling was simply deadly. Although he did not know whether it had any pain-relieving effect, Loic was already about to sink completely into this gentle trap. Annette finally let go and smiled as she wished him a smooth day. Loic had not yet recovered from the lingering sensation and could only dazedly say thank you. While they chatted, Loic mentioned that an envoy would be arriving later. Annette casually asked, "Are they here to propose a marriage alliance with you?" As soon as she said this, Loic instantly bristled. He anxiously explained in a loud voice that he was absolutely not the sort of person who changed his heart easily. He already had a wife at home, so how could he possibly think about a marriage alliance? Seeing how eager he was to prove his innocence, Annette instead felt somewhat at a loss. It seemed the arrival of this envoy was putting a lot of pressure on Loic. Annette's next words drew the boundary to the extreme. She said he did not need to consider her feelings at all. As long as he kept their original agreement, nothing else mattered. She thought she was being considerate of him. But when those words fell into Loic's ears, they hurt even more than an outright rejection. He was silent for a long time. He stared at Annette and asked word by word, "So if I really formed a marriage alliance with someone else, you wouldn't care at all?" Annette clearly had not expected him to ask that. She had only wanted to seem a little more magnanimous. But this time, she had stepped directly on his landmine. Loic finally could not hold back. He stared at Annette and asked whether, if he were to marry another woman in the future, she truly intended not to care at all. Those words were truly painful to hear. His mind was full of thoughts about taking one step closer, yet she had already thought through her escape route a year from now. Looking at Annette's cautious expression, Loic could only suppress his anger. He said she was not wrong. Every word she said was absolutely correct. Since they were only discussing a contract, then they would handle things officially. As long as the contract had not expired, neither of them would cross the line. He did not say another word and turned to leave decisively. Annette was still troubled over what had just happened. Loic's cold expression truly made her uneasy. At that moment, Cecilia brought even worse news. The duchy's recent negotiations had run into major trouble. Logically, their side had money and soldiers, so how could they be led around by the nose by the other side? After asking around, they learned that the other party, a country called Rondoris, was simply a wealthy nation full of resorts everywhere. They did not lack trading partners at all, and were now raising all sorts of conditions, clearly intending to deliberately drag things out. This time, Annette truly took the matter seriously. She kept thinking about how she could help Loic. Since direct negotiations were stuck, then they had to find a breakthrough from the side. Cecilia, watching beside her, was completely confused. Wasn't it just recording recipes? Did it really need to be taken so seriously? But Annette said they could not be careless about this at all. Chefs usually said vague things like a little, and that was the least reliable. She required every step to have precise standards. Words alone were not enough. She planned to add illustrations to the recipes as well, so even people who could not read would understand how to make them at a glance. After hearing this, Cecilia was completely convinced and praised her mistress as a genius. Such an advanced way of thinking was practically overwhelming. Everything was ready, and next came the main event. Mary was already prepared. Whether the duchy's secret apple pie could succeed depended on the practical test that followed. Annette's standardized process truly opened the kitchen staff's eyes. First, list the ingredients, then write the steps, and finally, even the budget and time had to be clearly marked. Mary had worked her whole life and had never seen this kind of organizational method before. She sighed that if she had learned this trick earlier, the cooking skills of the whole neighborhood would have soared long ago. But this was not the end. Annette's goal was not just the kitchen. She wanted to publish all this organized, practical information in the Northern newspaper. This was no longer merely teaching people how to cook. The speed at which this information spread could completely change the Northern way of life. At last, it came out of the oven. This golden apple pie made people drool just by looking at it. Their previous hard work had finally not gone to waste. Even the usually stern Norton was lured over by the fragrance. Annette generously cut him a slice and invited him to taste it with her. Annette herself quickly took a bite as well. The flavor was incredible, exactly the effect she had wanted. But before everyone could be happy for long, a group of little troublemakers suddenly rushed in from outside. The children shouted and clamored, insisting on eating pudding. Mary hurried over to apologize, saying these children came by for food whenever it was time. Annette was not angry at all, but one little boy suddenly froze in place. He pointed at Annette and shouted, "Look, a goddess has descended." That shout silenced the entire room. Even Norton did not react. Annette quickly crouched down and gently explained that she was not a goddess, but the Grand Duchess. In the end, the child became even more confused after hearing it. In his little head, what kind of position was Grand Duchess? Was it more impressive than a goddess? Annette smiled and teased the child, asking whether he also liked tomato stew. The little fellow was honest and said that compared with stew, he actually craved sweet pudding more. Mary appeared at just the right time with a tray, calling these little greedy cats outside to eat. The kitchen finally became a little quieter. Annette watched the children leave and curiously asked where they came from. Mary casually said they were all from a nearby orphanage, and that the Grand Duke had always been sponsoring it. Annette had not expected this at all. That usually cold Loic actually had such a gentle side behind the scenes. Norton shook his head helplessly and said that in this world, magical beasts ran rampant, and there were many pitiful children with no homes to return to. It turned out that every time Loic led troops in a battle, if he saw surviving orphans, he would personally bring them back and take care of them. Annette listened in a daze. That man who seemed so cold actually hid such a soft heart in private. The sky quickly darkened. Annette specially arranged a carriage, wanting to personally send Molina home. Molina said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm really troubling you." Annette only smiled. "It's so late. How could I let you walk alone at night?" Looking at Rita and Molina holding hands tightly, Annette could not help sighing. "You two really have a good relationship." Rita answered softly, "Because we only have each other." Only then did Annette realize that it was not just the children from earlier. Even the maids and assistants around her were all homeless orphans. The carriage stopped at the door. Annette told Molina to rest early. It turned out this entire ducal residence was not some cold fortress, but a shelter Loic had personally built for these helpless people. Sitting in the carriage, Annette felt that she actually knew nothing about this home. She thought of the child who had asked her during the day what the Grand Duchess did. At the time, she had stammered and actually said she was just someone who liked drinking stew. Thinking back on that joke now, it was not funny at all. As the mistress of this place, what could she do for these people? Just then, a dark figure outside the window caught her attention. It was Molina, who had just left, but behind her, two men were following sneakily. Something was wrong. They were definitely not ordinary passers-by. Annette immediately shouted, "Stop! Stop the carriage now!" Molina, meanwhile, was still happily thinking she had earned quite a bit this time. Who could have expected that danger had already quietly followed behind her? Before she could react, she was firmly grabbed. Two men surrounded her with wicked smiles. It turned out her useless father had run away after owing a debt, and now the entire account had been placed on her head. Molina struggled desperately and shouted, "Let me go. It clearly isn't even the agreed time yet." But these people obviously could not wait any longer. They were making outrageously excessive demands. Not only did they want to add interest, they even forced Molina to steal things. This was practically driving her onto a dead end. At the critical moment, Norton suddenly blocked their way. Before the thugs could even see who had come, they were directly knocked to the ground. The men cursed and tried to fight back, but before a real night, their pathetic tricks were not enough to look at. Norton acted cleanly and decisively. In a few moves, he beat these scoundrels until they crawled all over the ground, not even giving them a chance to beg for mercy. Molina stared in shock, still unable to recover from the fright. Annette also rushed to the scene with people in tow. Molina finally saw her savior. This farce finally ended amid danger and alarm. By the time the child was settled, the sky had gone completely dark. Annette was still worried and came specially to ask about the situation. Rita answered quietly that she had watched Molina fall asleep and asked Annette not to worry. But Rita had a knot in her heart all along. She could not help asking, "Grand Duchess, how did you know my father owed money?" It turned out that just earlier, Annette had publicly announced that she would settle the entire debt. Not only did she throw the money in those people's faces, she also harshly warned them on the spot that if they dared show up again, they should not blame her for being merciless. This completely cut off future trouble. Annette's demeanor back then had nearly scared those scoundrels out of their wits. She coldly warned, "I will personally deal with your organization and make you disappear completely." Rita still had not recovered from it. She never imagined the Grand Duchess would directly step in and settle every rotten debt her father had left behind. Rita paused for a long while before saying, "I truly don't know how to repay this kindness." But Annette remained very calm. She smiled and explained, "I can't let people outside gossip that the maid by my side is being chased around by creditors. It would be my reputation that suffers. So you don't need to thank me at all." Rita quickly declared that even if she had to work for Annette for the rest of her life, she would repay the money. Annette waved her hand and refused. "That won't be necessary. Just treat it as a few years of bonuses paid in advance. From now on, just work well." If she wanted people to follow her wholeheartedly, she first had to resolve these family matters cleanly, so they would have no worries behind them. She had indeed been too negligent before. Rita swore on the spot that she would follow Annette loyally for the rest of her life. Annette hurriedly comforted her, saying, all right, stop crying." Since she had already taken this step, she absolutely could not retreat. Every small step now was the beginning of turning the situation around. Who could have expected that as soon as the magazine was released, sales would rise by 30%? Annette was incredibly excited. This was practically a miracle. She had never expected everyone to be so interested in cooking. Loic was momentarily stunned as he looked at her. He had never seen such light in anyone's eyes. Annette softly called his name. Only then did Loic come back to his senses. He pointed at the magazines in the corridor and said, "These can be seen everywhere now. The servants are indeed much happier than before." Annette was a little embarrassed. She explained that she had originally only wanted to try selling them, and it was wonderful that everyone liked them. Loic then looked out the window. "I heard you also designed that volleyball net." Annette frankly admitted it. "I saw that everyone usually didn't have much entertainment, so I casually made a suggestion." Loic fell silent. He could feel that this home was truly different from before. The castle used to be cold and lifeless, but ever since the Grand Duchess arrived, everything had become full of energy. Even the scent in the air had changed. Annette did not take these things she had done seriously at all. She smiled and waved her hand, saying it was nothing special. But as Loic looked at the wife before him, a thought emerged in his heart. If they were just an ordinary married couple, if she could stay here forever, would this territory completely change? Seeing the petal in her hair, Loic subconsciously reached out. Annette froze and asked, "What is it?" Loic softly explained that a petal had gotten caught in her hair. Only then did Annette realize. She somewhat embarrassedly thanked him. She muttered quietly, "Was I talking too much? I was the one speaking the whole time." But Loic answered very seriously, "Not at all. Listening to you speak is very interesting." He watched Annette's departing back, still calculating in his heart. There was still some time before his next appointment. Should he find an excuse to invite her for tea? He opened his mouth. But just as the words left his mouth, he stopped again. Loic swallowed the words that had reached his lips. He suddenly remembered what Annette had said. As long as they could abide by the contract, she did not care about anything else. In her eyes, he was probably only a partner. If he rashly invited her now, it would only make her feel burdened. Just as he was about to retreat, Annette turned back and took the initiative to ask, "Grand Duke, is there something you wanted to say?" Loic froze. His heart was still wavering back and forth. It was only a cup of tea. If he acted naturally, it should not be a big deal. He encouraged himself inwardly. That was right. Just do it. Loic had just mustered his courage. The word "I" had barely left his mouth when a loud shout forced it back down. "Your Grace." Turning around, he saw that it was Pearl. The man was waving while running over, completely unaware that he had caused trouble. Loic's pressure was now frighteningly low. He stared fixedly at Pearl and asked, "What is it now?" Pearl was stared at so hard that he could barely speak properly. He had not realized he had ruined his lord's good moment. He only thought the Grand Duke had returned later than usual, so he hurried over to receive him. When Annette heard this, she immediately felt apologetic. She thought she had delayed Loic's time and quickly waved goodbye. "Then I won't disturb you." Watching Annette leave, Loic felt murderous. The atmosphere he had finally managed to create had been entirely ruined by this tactless fellow. Loic now found Pearl unpleasant no matter how he looked at him. Inwardly, he grumbled that this man really ought to learn how to read the room. On the other side, Annette had just returned to her room when Rita handed her a letter, saying it had been sent by the Marquis of Fries. A letter suddenly arriving at such a critical moment could not mean anything good. Annette opened it calmly at first, but the more she read, the more wrong it seemed. After reading the contents, she could no longer remain calm. What on earth was all this? Had this man gone completely mad? The opening of the letter was written with deep affection, repeatedly saying it was addressed to his dear daughter. The Marquis acted so convincingly that even he almost seemed to believe it himself. After reading it, Annette almost wanted to laugh. That old fox actually said he had not attended the wedding because it was too brief. Who would believe such nonsense? He truly took her for a fool. In the letter, he also hypocritically expressed concern for her, saying she must have suffered a lot in the north. He even wanted to send over her former maids, and by the way, asked her to issue an invitation in the Grand Duke's name. How was this concerned? He was clearly plotting something else again. While writing, he pretended to be sad, complaining that Annette had left too hastily and that everyone at home was terribly worried. He even insisted that Annette reply as soon as possible. After reading the letter, Annette slammed the table in anger. This man was absolutely insane. He actually wanted to force people into the north. She quickly called Rita over to confirm whether entering Blenheim required the Grand Duke's seal. Rita nodded and said that was correct. Moreover, this rule had already been in place for several years. Entering and leaving the northern border required imperial permission. Annette had originally thought it was a local law, but Rita's next words left her completely dumbfounded. This rule had actually been proposed by her father, the Marquis of Fries. This old fox's scheming was far too deep. Annette could hardly believe it. So from the very beginning, she had fallen into the trap he had set. This old fox had truly taken shamelessness to the extreme. He had personally created the law, yet now he was turning around to ask his daughter for an invitation letter. Since he wanted to act so badly, she would simply play along with him to the end. Without another word, Annette picked up a pen and began writing her reply. His plan to get something for nothing was far too loud. He had gone to such lengths to control the Grand Duke's territory, and now he wanted to reach his hand into Blenheim as well. The envelope was sealed and sent directly to the residence of the Marquis of Fries. She had given him what he wanted, but whether he could actually obtain it was no longer up to him. Looking at Annette's final expression, it was still uncertain who would win this time. The Marquis was completely furious. He had thought he would be receiving an invitation letter, but when he opened the letter, it was filled entirely with Annette's sarcasm. He flew into a rage in his office, cursing Annette for being outrageously rude and daring to treat his words like wind past her ears, sending back a pile of useless nonsense. Annette's greetings in the letter were extremely polite. She said that when she was in the capital, they had met so rarely that now she could no longer even remember his face clearly. Even more painful was that Annette deliberately emphasized that although she had married over empty-handed, the Grand Duke treated her much better than certain people did. This letter never directly mentioned refusal, yet every line slapped the Marquis in the face. When the Marquis saw this, he froze completely. What did she mean by certain people? What Wasn't she clearly pointing at him? Annette continued twisting the knife in the letter, saying that even a maid in the north was better than people in the capital, and telling the Marquis to go wherever was most comfortable and rest at home if he had nothing to do. This time, the Marquis completely broke down. He thought this daughter of his had truly gone mad to dare speak to her own father like this. But before he could recover, there was actually a postscript at the end of the letter. Annette delivered one final killing blow, telling him to be mindful of his manners when writing letters in the future. After all, she was now the Grand Duchess. If he could not learn how to respect people, then he might as well not write again. Annette's letter was practically a declaration that she was cutting him off. She told the Marquis bluntly not to write back anymore, and that it would be best if they never met again in this lifetime. The Marquis completely lost his mind. He cursed at the letter, saying this daughter was lawless. He slapped the table while roaring for someone to bring paper and pen. He swore he would teach Annette a lesson and let her know who her father was. But before he could write even a single word of his counterattack letter, he could not endure it himself. The old man clutched his head and collapsed into the chair on the spot. It seemed he had truly been angered badly this time. While the Marquis's residence was in chaos, a completely different sound came from Blenheim. Pearl asked Loic with a serious face how he planned to deal with the Marquis of Fries. He had heard that the old fox had written another letter yesterday, and that it had been sent directly to the Grand Duchess. Loic, however, appeared very calm. He said there was no need to worry about this matter. Annette had already made her stance clear, and she would personally handle it. In fact, early that morning, Annette had taken the initiative to find Loic. She laid everything out directly, saying her father wanted an invitation letter and planned to send several maids into the Grand Duke's residence. Loic understood perfectly. How was this sending maids? It was clearly an open attempt to plant spies. He had long since become used to such tactics. Since he had decided back then to accept this wife, he had already prepared himself to deal with trouble. As long as he kept a close eye on these people, he could see what waves they would try to stir up. Who could have expected Annette to be so decisive? She smiled and told Loic that she had already rejected that old fox. Before Loic could react, Annette directly made a move. She grabbed Loic's tie and forcibly pulled him in front of her. Staring into Loic's eyes, she warned him, "Since I've already refused, you absolutely cannot give in either. The two of us must present a united front." Looking at Annette's serious expression, Loic understood. This Grand Duchess was much smarter than he had imagined. Since she had her own plan, then he would cooperate with her to the end. Loic suddenly mentioned that Annette planned to personally go to the orphanage to deliver supplies. Since she wanted to go, he would let her. He also told Pearl to arrange guards properly. After hearing this, Pearl did not hurry away. Instead, he looked as though he wanted to say something but hesitated. Loic saw through him at a glance and asked if he had something else to say. Pearl gathered his courage and made a suggestion, saying, "Your Grace, shouldn't you be a bit more proactive toward the Grand Duchess?" As soon as he said this, Loic was at a loss for words. He clearly had not yet realized where this so-called proactiveness should begin. Pearl really could not stand it anymore this time. He directly spoke up for Annette, saying the Grand Duchess managed household affairs and tried all sorts of ways to please him. She had already done more than enough. After hearing this, Loic also felt a little guilty. He tentatively asked whether, in other people's eyes, he really seemed too cold. Pearl gave him no face at all and said it was more than coldness. He was practically completely clueless. He even began teaching the Grand Duke how to fall in love step by step, saying that even on a day like this, he should take the initiative to ask her out on a date. Yet Loic was still making excuses, saying he had never found the right opportunity. Pearl sighed inwardly. This Grand Duke was so shrewd in other matters. So why did he turn into a wooden post the moment romance between men and women was involved? He could only patiently continue teaching, saying that attitude was most important at a time like this. Even if it was only a compliment like, "You look beautiful today," he should at least know how to say something appropriate. Loic still tried to maintain the dignity of a Grand Duke, saying he could handle his own affairs and questioning where Pearl got the confidence to teach him romance. "At least I'm a married man. What about you?" That killing blow left Pearl speechless. Loic coldly drove him away, telling him to disappear at once. The scene shifted. The courtyard was already bustling with activity. All the supplies Annette had requested had been prepared. It seemed this trip to the orphanage was about to begin. Annette finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gathering so many things in such a short time had truly been hard on Cecilia. Cecilia, however, did not take credit at all. She said it was all part of her duty. In the past, they had only sent food, clothing, and daily necessities. This time, they were even bringing school supplies and toys. The children would definitely be overjoyed when they saw them. Annette felt that since the Grand Duke was usually so busy, she had to pay more attention to these matters from now on. But though everything was prepared, Annette grew a little anxious waiting. Why was there still no movement after they had prepared for so long? Cecilia explained that the supplies were ready, but the escorting knight order had not arrived yet. At that moment, footsteps sounded in the distance. Cecilia's eyes lit up, and she pointed ahead, shouting that someone was coming. Who would have thought the person leading the group over would be Tyrion? Cecilia recognized him at once, and her whole mood turned bad. Annette also froze in place, muttering inwardly about why it had to be this man. Tyrion, however, walked forward expressionlessly and bowed, saying he would be responsible for escorting them. Annette stared at him, feeling that this matter was not so simple. Why specifically the Ninth Night Order? What exactly was this man planning? Tyrion looked around, then suddenly said, "Have the supplies for the orphanage not arrived yet?" The children must be getting impatient. After hearing this, Annette's entire expression changed. This man's thoughts were not on the escort at all. As soon as Annette entered the orphanage, the director hurried over to bow. The two were exchanging polite words when a little boy suddenly rushed out of the building. He pointed at Annette and shouted, "Look, it's the goddess!" That shout directly stunned Annette. She looked carefully. Why did this child look so familiar? Wasn't he the little fellow she had met at the inn before? With that shout, the entire orphanage instantly exploded into commotion. All the children rushed over, surrounding Annette as they hugged and praised her. The scene was practically like a massive fan meeting. The director was frightened beside them and quickly scolded the children for having no manners, afraid they would offend the honored guest. But Annette was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled especially brightly. She crouched down in front of the children and said she had brought many good things today, asking whether everyone wanted to see them. This move was indeed effective. The children's excitement was completely ignited. While everyone was cheering, no one noticed that Tyrion was pitifully moving boxes in the back. But the children did not care about that. To them, the dolls and picture books scattered everywhere were simply treasures. Cries of surprise rang out all around. Annette seized the chance and wanted to ask about the children's daily lives. A little boy cheerfully said they usually went to Aunt Mary's place to eat pudding and wash their faces and ate snacks there while they were at it. The more Annette listened, the more she felt something was wrong. She asked, "Then do you usually read books or play ball?" The lively atmosphere from just now suddenly quieted. The children hemmed and hawed, unable to answer. The more Annette looked, the more shabby she found this place. There was not even an open space where the children could run and jump. Looking at the bookshelf, it was practically bare. Forget toys. There were not even many decent books. A little girl beside her suddenly said that Brother Jerome told them stories. Annette was a little puzzled. With no books at all, where did the stories come from? The little girl said with admiration that even without books, Brother Jerome could make up especially wonderful stories. As she spoke, she pointed out the window. Following the direction of the child's finger, Annette saw a youth busy moving heavy objects. He was Jerome. He did look much older than the other children. At such a young age, he had already become a pillar of support here. The director came over and quietly explained that Jerome was indeed a little overage, but because he was smart and hardworking and could help take care of the orphanage, they had allowed him to stay. Annette nodded after listening, but she was more concerned about something else. Why did the children here usually not draw, read storybooks, or even kick a ball? The director hurriedly began complaining, saying the North was full of wasteland everywhere, and the orphanage's funds were tight. They could not afford such delicate things. Letting the children eat their fill and dress warmly had already taken all their strength. But Annette did not agree. She said food and clothing alone were not enough. The children's inner world was just as important. Once she said this, the director was clearly unable to respond. He hurriedly stated that he had already done his best, but in the end, he could not help muttering that, after all, these children were not from noble families, so there was no need to be so particular. The prejudice in those words was what made people's hearts chill the most. The more Annette thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Annette looked at the director in front of her and felt that this person did not match the request letter at all. After all, that letter had been written in extraordinary detail. What toys the children lacked, what picture books they wanted, every detail had been considered clearly. But judging from the director's attitude just now, he did not look like someone who truly cared for the children. Annette suddenly realized that the letter had probably been written by someone else. She turned to look at the youth named Jerome. He was holding a ball and playing happily with the children. Annette walked straight up to him and asked, "You're Jerome, right?" Jerome froze completely. He had never expected Annette to know his name. He quickly answered politely. Annette thought this child was not only capable, but also good with words. After the formalities, Annette went straight to the point and asked whether he had organized the supply list. Jerome hesitated now, stammering and not daring to answer. Annette quickly explained that she had not come to blame him. Only then did Jerome relax and admit that the letter had indeed been written by him. After hearing this, Annette smiled. She said she had guessed it long ago. That list was organized by category, and even the needs of different age groups had been considered. Someone who did not truly understand the children could never have written such a thing. This child was not only careful, but his ability to handle matters was also a pleasant surprise. Jerome quietly said thank you. Annette, however, was observing the surroundings. She noticed that the yard was entirely covered in hard stone. It was far too dangerous for the children to run and jump there. Jerome helplessly explained that because there was nowhere to play in the orphanage, the children usually had to run around outside. After hearing this, Annette understood. Since they lacked a proper playground, her ninth night order would finally come in handy. Who would have thought that these knights, who usually only knew how to fight, could be so gentle when taking care of children? Annette watched this scene, but another matter came to mind. She had heard that this orphanage had been badly tormented by magical beasts before, and the culprit behind all of it was that Marquis of Frice. Just as Annette was lost in thought, a small hand suddenly tugged at her. A little girl sweetly called her goddess and handed her a gift. The sudden gesture left Annette completely stunned. It was no gemstone. It was clearly just an ordinary pebble. But in the child's eyes, it was the most precious treasure she could offer. Annette looked at the adorable child before her, and her heart nearly melted. She pulled the little girl into her arms and kept apologizing. That was it. The children nearby all grew jealous. One after another, they rushed forward, each clutching their own treasured possession, clamoring to give gifts and ask for hugs too. Annette did not find it annoying at all. She smiled and promised that everyone would get a turn today, as long as they lined up properly. Seeing the children surround Annette so tightly that not even water could get through, the guard beside them could no longer sit still. He worried these little ones might not know their own strength, and if they accidentally hurt Annette, it would become a serious problem. But Tyrion remained very calm. He stopped the guard directly and told him not to ruin the moment, but to focus on packing up and preparing to depart. Since she was so happy, they should let her stay a little longer. Not long after, the convoy officially set out. Sitting in the carriage, Annette suddenly remembered something. She asked Tyrion whether they could stop by Madame Mary's and on the way. Tyrion agreed without the slightest hesitation. Ever since they had left the orphanage, Tyrion had not looked pleased. Annette thought that perhaps those children who had lost their parents had reminded him of some painful memories. To ease the awkwardness, Annette asked Cecilia about the inn. Cecilia said business was doing quite well, but then her tone shifted, as if she had some important information to report. Before she could finish, however, a furious shout suddenly came from outside. A guard ordered everyone to stay away from the carriage. Annette quickly looked out the window to see what had happened. The carriage was surrounded by a crowd of people. The atmosphere around them was completely wrong. Their eyes carried an indescribable ferocity. From the look of it, they had clearly come with hostile intentions. Seeing those hostile gazes outside the window, Annette could not react for a moment. Cecilia was quick. She immediately pulled the curtain shut. People here had never had a good impression of nobles. Cecilia urged Annette not to take it to heart. Annette forced out a smile and said she was fine. Then she found an excuse and suggested they not go to the inn today after all. She said she needed to hurry back and prepare a gift for the Grand Duke. Though she spoke as if it were nothing, her hands, tightly twisting together, completely betrayed her. It seemed she had thought too simply of everything. She had believed the people of the North merely disliked her. But looking at this scene now, it was not indifference at all. It was hatred carved into their bones. Just then, a hand landed firmly on her shoulder. Loic suddenly appeared behind her and calmly said the sun had not set yet. Annette clearly had not expected him to arrive so early. Stammering, she asked, "Your Grace, why are you here so soon? Did I summon you too suddenly?" Loic did not seem to mind. He simply asked her what she wanted to warn him about. After holding in for quite a while, Annette actually asked if there was any place nearby suitable for a picnic. Now, it was Loic's turn to be caught off guard. A picnic? Annette wanted to find a scenic and spacious place for the children from the orphanage to run around freely. After hearing her out, Loic nodded and said such a place naturally existed. Annette immediately became excited and said she wanted to go take a look tomorrow. She planned to scout the place first so she could prepare for the children in advance. Unexpectedly, Loic suddenly looked serious and said he was truly sorry, but tomorrow's schedule was already full. This time, Annette was dumbfounded. What was going on? She had not said she wanted to go with him. Loic suddenly changed his mind. Since he was unavailable tomorrow, they might as well do it today. So in the middle of the night, the two of them ended up sitting in the same carriage. This was Annette's first time being alone with him. The carriage was quiet, but she soon discovered a problem. Loic's long legs had nowhere to go in the narrow carriage. Were his legs not a little too long? The carriage shook constantly along the road, and their knees kept accidentally bumping into each other. In such a cramped space, there was nowhere to hide. Annette noticed that Loic seemed a little different today. His gaze was fixed straight on her and actually seemed somewhat sincere. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Loic suddenly spoke. He said, "You look truly beautiful today." Annette froze for a moment, then quickly replied in a small voice, "Thank you." She had just returned from the orphanage and felt she looked nothing close to beautiful. The Grand Duke was probably only being polite. Since he had spoken first, she had to return the compliment. She smiled and said, "Your Grace, you are excessively handsome today, too." Seeing that Loic had not yet reacted, Annette simply started joking. She said, "Your face is practically glowing. If everyone thinks dawn has come and runs outside, that would be a huge problem." Loic was completely at a loss now. He could only helplessly beg her to stop, but Annette was laughing so happily. How could she let him off so easily? Just then, the carriage slowly stopped. They had arrived. The moment the carriage door opened, Annette froze in place. The trees were filled with glowing butterflies. It was so beautiful it almost seemed unreal. She had long forgotten their earlier jokes. Now, only this fairyland remained in her eyes. Looking at the breathtaking scenery before her, Annette could not help asking where they were. Loic said calmly, "This is Valpied Lake. It is private land belonging to the Blenheim family." The lake's surface shone dazzlingly under the moonlight. Loic extended his hand like a gentleman and asked if she would like to take a walk together. Annette agreed without even thinking. The two walked side by side on the bridge, surrounded by glowing lights. The atmosphere was indescribably beautiful. Looking at all the lights around her, Annette found it a little strange. This place had clearly been abandoned for a long time, so why had it suddenly become so bright? Loic said calmly, "I was afraid you would not be able to see clearly at night, so I had people prepared in advance while we were on the way." Annette immediately could not stay calm. In the middle of the night, for this little bit of romance, he had actually made all the servants work overtime. As a modern soul, her mind was filled with the bitterness of working people. This was practically workplace tyranny. For the boss's date, how busy would the people beneath him have to be? Loic quickly explained that it was not what she thought. He had hired mages to do it, and such a small matter was nothing to them. Only then did Annette realize. That was right. This was a world with magic. She really had overthought it. Once she heard that mages really existed, Annette became completely restless. She grabbed Loic's hand and excitedly said she wanted to meet this expert. Loic hesitated a little, saying that man lived on the top floor of the castle and had an unbelievably foul temper. He was afraid the mage's harsh words might hurt Annette. But Annette did not care. This was a living, breathing mage. Loic had no way to refuse her. He could only agree to arrange an opportunity in the future. The two reached the lakeside pavilion and sat down. With this scenery and hot tea, the atmosphere was perfect. Annette took a sip and felt even the tea tasted different. Curious, she could not help asking whether this had also been prepared by a mage. Loic smiled helplessly and said she was truly thinking too much. This tea had been prepared by Whitley. Seeing that Annette was still worried about overtime, Loic's survival instinct surged to the maximum. He hurriedly explained, I did not force Whitley to work. He insisted on helping. After hearing this, Annette could not help laughing. She waved her hand and said she had only been curious and had not meant to blame him. Looking at Annette's radiant smile, Loic suddenly stared at her, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. After a long silence, he softly said, I have never met anyone like you before. At those words, Annette froze. Someone like her? Was that a compliment? Or was he calling her strange? Loic put down his teacup and said Pearl had mentioned to him that he had never seen any lady of the house treat the servants beneath her so gently. Everyone thought she was especially charming. He looked steadily at Annette, his tone turning very serious. He said such kindness was actually a very good thing. This sudden, direct praise left Annette unable to react. She could only sit there in a daze. Her heart was already in chaos. What exactly was wrong with this man today? He was speaking so directly that she did not know how to respond. Her mind was already a mess, and now her hand trembled. The teacup overturned, spilling tea all over her hand. Loic reacted faster than anyone. He stepped forward, grabbed her hand, and asked whether she had been burned. Annette quickly explained that the tea was already cold, but Loic did not listen at all. He took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her hand dry. They were far too close. She could even feel his breath. Annette stiffened completely and wanted to pull back, but he held her firmly. Loic's tone allowed no refusal as he said that, to be safe, she had to see a doctor immediately after they returned. Loic suddenly tightened his grip on her hand. The distance between them was so close that even the air seemed about to freeze. His gaze was far too intense, and Annette felt she was about to be unable to withstand it. That heat made it impossible to think. Watching his face slowly draw closer, what happened next had already completely slipped out of control. But at the critical moment, Annette still lost her nerve. She quickly pulled away and said, I really am fine. Now it was Loic's turn to be stunned. Being forcibly interrupted like this was truly too awkward. To cover up the awkwardness just now, the two of them tried desperately to find a topic, laughing with obvious guilt. Annette stared at Loic and asked, The handkerchief I gave you, why have I never seen you use it? Could it be that you dislike my gift? Loic completely panicked at this. He hurriedly searched through his things, afraid she would misunderstand. Loic quickly took out the handkerchief, but when Annette looked, she realized he was actually carrying two. Loic stammered out an explanation. Because the gift was so precious, he was afraid of dirtying it and even more afraid of damaging it, so he could not bear to use it. But he still wanted to keep it with him every day, so he had come up with this method. This bizarre logic immediately made Annette laugh. Such clumsy sincerity was truly impossible to reject. Looking at Loic before her, she suddenly felt fortunate. It turned out that this duke, rumored to be cold and cruel, actually had such a gentle side in private. If it had been the Annette of the past, she probably would never have discovered, even until death, that beneath this man's icy exterior was such warmth. After that night, many things seemed to become different. A new day slowly began, carrying hope with it. Watching the children run freely around the courtyard, Annette finally breathed a sigh of relief. The ducal residence had not been this lively in ages. During their evening walk, she gathered her courage and made a request. She wanted to bring the children from the orphanage over as well, to give them a place where they could run and play. Who would have thought that Loic not only agreed immediately, but also granted Annette a privilege? He said that in the future, she could decide such matters herself and did not need to ask him every time. Seeing Loic be so considerate, Annette suddenly felt a little complicated. They had clearly agreed to be husband and wife for only 1 year, yet now, she was actually beginning to feel reluctant to let go of this relationship. Just as her thoughts wandered, she suddenly felt something touch her fingertip. Looking down, she saw an exquisite little flower ring. The little girl beside her smiled and said, Madam, this is for you. Thank you for everything you have done for us. Looking at the simple ring on her finger, Annette felt sweeter than if she had eaten honey. But she did not notice that Cecilia was staring at her from a distance. The sky soon darkened. Pearl was humming a tune as he walked down the corridor. After working all day, all he wanted now was to return to his room and lie down. But before he had taken more than a few steps, Cecilia, lurking in the shadows, blocked his way. Pearl was so frightened his soul nearly flew out of his body. Cecilia was not sleeping in the middle of the night and had come here specifically to block him. And it was actually to show him a dry, withered grass ring Before Pearl could react, Cecilia threw out a piercing question. You also want Madam to stay forever, don't you? After receiving an affirmative answer, Cecilia finally revealed the truth. This unimpressive grass ring had been given by a child from the orphanage. It was also the first gift Annette had ever received in her life. The dignified Grand Duchess treated such a little trinket like a treasure and had even specially made it into a dried flower, just so she could preserve it forever. The more Cecilia spoke, the more absurd she found it. The dignified Grand Duke had not even given Madame a single flower. In high society, this was simply unheard of. But after hearing this, Pearl did not find it strange. After all, in his eyes, expecting the Grand Duke to understand romance was pure fantasy. But Cecilia's next words instantly chilled the atmosphere. She said she had heard the maids gossiping in private. Since their marriage, the two of them had not even spent their wedding night together. If the rumors were true, then this marriage had probably existed in name only from the very beginning. Pearl wanted to defend the Duke, but Cecilia's next words left him completely speechless. It turned out that, in the eyes of the people of the territory, Annette had always been treated like a wicked villainess. When she had gone out not long ago, the atmosphere had been freezing. Although Madame had not shown it on the surface, she must have been terribly hurt inside. The more Cecilia spoke, the more worried she became. What if Madame had enough one day and simply walked away? If the Grand Duke did not learn how to cherish her, this place truly would not be able to keep her heart. Seeing that Pearl was still hesitating, Cecilia used her final trump card. She quietly asked, if Madame really disappeared, whose life would become the most miserable? That one sentence struck Pearl's weak point directly. If Madame truly left, the ducal residence would probably turn into a living hell. A terrifying image instantly flashed through Pearl's mind. If Madame really left, all the time the Duke spent accompanying her would become endless overtime for them. Thinking of this, he finally could not sit still anymore. Pearl anxiously asked, what exactly should I do to help her? Annette was searching everywhere for someone. Where on earth had Cecilia hidden herself? She had clearly seen her whispering with Pearl that morning. Those two were definitely up to no good. But before she found anyone, she turned around and ran straight into Loic. Loic suddenly asked in a cool voice where she was going. Annette quickly smoothed things over, saying she had just finished the orphanage supply list and felt a little stiff, so she had come out for a casual walk. This time, Loic was quite good at seizing the opportunity. He gently invited her, saying, since you want to take a walk, then walk with me. There is something I want to show you. Before Annette could react, she was brought deep into the garden. As the view before her suddenly opened up, she stared in amazement. Who would have thought that within this cold, ducal residence, such a vast sea of flowers was hidden? Under the glow of the setting sun, it was almost unbelievably beautiful. Annette could hardly believe her eyes. That morning, this place had clearly still been barren land. How had it become such a brilliant flower garden in the blink of an eye? Loic softly explained from beside her that, because of the orphanage matters recently, he had indeed owed Madame many favors, so he wanted to offer a small token of gratitude. Annette asked somewhat dazedly, so all of this is a gift for me? Loic nodded seriously. Compared to a bouquet that would only last a few days, he clearly thought gifting an entire garden was more sincere. Seeing that Annette did not speak for a long while, this Duke, usually cold and stern, actually began to feel a little uncertain. He asked quietly, do you not like it? No, I love it more than anything. Looking at the sea of flowers before her, Annette finally felt that her life now truly was different. After all, in her previous life, flowers had never been a surprise to her. The gifts she received at banquets had only been tools to maintain appearances. Once the event ended, they became trash tossed aside without a thought. But now, looking at this garden brimming with life, she felt for the first time that perhaps she, too, had become one of a kind. She turned her head and said to Loic from the bottom of her heart, thank you. I really like this place. Loic reached out and pulled her into his arms, softly replying, as long as you like it, then all of this has meaning. Holding the person in his arms tightly, Loic felt a wave of lingering fear. Thankfully, he had listened to Pearl's advice. Otherwise, he might never have known how much grievance Annette had suffered. It turned out that the people of the territory had always treated Annette coldly because of her background. Pearl said helplessly that Madame had actually been very upset these past few days. Loic was completely stunned, because in front of him, Annette had always appeared cheerful. She had not mentioned a single word about those rumors and slanders. Loic immediately issued a firm order. Within 3 hours, the entire garden had to be filled with flowers. Pearl was utterly dumbfounded. Loic thought it through carefully. This matter absolutely could not be allowed to reach Annette's ears. If she found out everyone had worked so hard, she would definitely feel guilty again. Therefore, Pearl's mouth had to be sealed tight. The scene shifted, and Marcella was actually meeting Mezel outside. Mezel's heart pounded anxiously. After all, if her brother Tyrion discovered this, she would inevitably be scolded again. Marcella felt uneasy too, since Mezel understood everything. Why had she insisted on asking her out? Mezel could not help asking. "I heard the Grand Duke specially built a garden for Madame. Is that true?" Marcella hurriedly found an excuse to cover it up, saying that envoys from a neighboring country were coming, and the garden had only been built to keep up appearances. It was all just the people below spreading nonsense. But Mezel did not believe it at all. Building a garden could perhaps be explained as diplomacy, but even the lake had been opened specially for her. That could not possibly be an act two, could it? Marcella had nothing to say. It seemed the Grand Duke's attitude toward Madame had indeed undergone a complete transformation. Mezel now felt unbearably bitter. The Grand Duke did not even remember who she was, yet he was being led around by that woman Annette. She truly could not understand what kind of magic that woman possessed. Seeing what she was thinking, Marcella lowered her voice and suggested, "Since you dislike her so much, why not use rumors to deal with her?" Marcella's move was truly ruthless. She had set her sights on a thriving inn. Most importantly, the owner had an unusual relationship with Madame. As long as they spread word that Madame had accepted bribes and given the inn special privileges, they could see how she would continue to stand in the Grand Duke's residence. Mezel still felt it was unreliable. She sneered and asked who would believe such nonsense. How could the dignified Grand Duchess care about such a small amount of money? But Marcella did not care. She said the truth did not matter at all. Madame's reputation was already rotten anyway. Once the bribery rumor spread, she would never be able to recover. After all, no matter how much a man doted on a woman, he could not endure her constantly causing trouble. Besides, the Grand Duke valued reputation most. Once Annette became the target of public criticism, that affection would sooner or later grow cold. Mezel finally took it to heart. Her eyes hardened, and she decided to go see the president of the Merchant Association immediately. She was determined to throw this dirty water. Before she knew it, Annette had already been here for 3 months. Originally, she had only wanted to quietly live as an invisible person, but recently her heart had become completely unsettled. They had agreed to divorce after 1 year, but looking at the situation before her, she began to hesitate. She could not live her whole life wearing a mask. Just as her thoughts were in turmoil, Cecilia came over and reminded her that it was time to get ready. Cecilia was very worried now. The president of the Merchant Association had suddenly sent an invitation, and no matter how one looked at it, it resembled a trap. She advised Madame to simply postpone the schedule. Annette understood better than anyone that although the other party claimed he wanted to show her around, his true purpose was definitely not simple. Since she would have to face it sooner or later, she might as well do so directly and see what tricks he wanted to play. Soon, Annette met the president, Cal Fry. On the surface, he was polite, but everything he said was empty pleasantry. Cal Fry put on an act, hypocritically pretending to worry that Annette was tired. Annette did not fall for it all. She calmly drank her tea and said she was doing very well. Then her tone shifted, and she directly pierced through the superficial piece. She said the merchants' attitudes were cold and asked whether they still resented her. This was exactly what Cal Fry had been waiting for. He deliberately put on a troubled expression and said there had recently been a strange rumor outside. It claimed Madame had accepted bribes and given special treatment to a particular inn. Cecilia exploded on the spot. How dare they throw such baseless, dirty water around? But Cal Fry played the peacemaker on the side, saying that if the rumor spread, Madame's reputation would be completely ruined. He deliberately suggested that before Annette left, she should go greet the merchants. Annette remained silent. She knew the other party was forcing her to show herself. The gazes of the merchants around them were full of hostility. Annette finally understood. No wonder everyone had looked at her so strangely earlier. So this was where the trap had been waiting. Those gazes were exactly the same as the ones at the orphanage gate back then. The oppressive feeling of being surrounded by malice returned all at once. Annette truly could not bear it anymore. Her heart churned violently, and she did not want to stay another second. She abruptly stood and said, "I must leave now." Cecilia was stunned behind her and could only anxiously call, "Madam," while hurrying after her. Annette ran all the way back toward her room, tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. She had thought she was already strong enough to ignore those rumors and slanders, but she truly had not expected so many people to hate her. When would days like this finally end? Before Annette could recover, the scene before her froze her completely in place. At the end of the corridor stood a dark mass of people. They were all merchants with cold eyes. Calfry spoke hypocritically from the side, saying these people had come specifically to meet Madame. Annette was completely furious now. They had done this without discussing it with her first. This was clearly meant to humiliate her in public. But Calfry looked smug and said it was to let Annette clarify the rumors. The merchant's words were more vicious than the last. They cursed her as a bloodsucker and told her to go back to the capital. Annette froze completely. She had no idea how to handle such a scene. Just when she was at her most helpless, Tyrion suddenly rushed out. In an urgent voice, he urged Annette to get into the carriage and leave at once. Before Annette could react, a man suddenly charged out. He cursed loudly while swinging his arm and hurled the thing in his hand at her with all his strength. Although Tyrion reacted quickly and tried to shield Annette, he was still one step too late. With a splat, an unknown liquid splashed directly across Annette's face. Everyone around them was stunned. Screams instantly erupted. Who would have thought that the dignified Grand Duchess would be made so wretched in full view of everyone? Finally, she could no longer hold on. Amid the cries of shock, she collapsed. But at that moment, the scene before her strangely overlapped with another. The cold execution platform appeared once more. Annette murmured to herself, "This place. Is that nightmare going to begin all over again?" This place was far too familiar. It was the execution ground from her dream. It seemed that in that memory, Annette had indeed already died. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps came over. A man in armor actually knelt directly before her. In a hoarse voice, he said, "I'm sorry. I came too late." Annette was completely stunned. Who exactly was this man? Why was he crying so sorrowfully for her? Annette looked at the man before her. He was grieving so deeply over her death. Annette suddenly sat up. Looking at the familiar room around her, she realized everything that had just happened really had only been a dream. Before Annette could react, a silver-haired man suddenly appeared beside the bed. In a cold voice, he said, "Do not move." Annette froze completely. Who exactly was this person? The man introduced himself. He was Enolius, the mage of the Grand Duke's residence, and he was treating her. Annette felt puzzled. This person was sitting there without moving at all. What kind of magic was he casting? As a result, without even raising his head, the other party replied, "Recovery magic is invisible." Annette was thoroughly startled. Could mages even know what other people were thinking? Annette tentatively asked, "You're not forcibly casting magic on me, are you?" Enolius did not even lift his head. He coldly replied, "Do you think I wanted to come?" This was the Grand Duke's order. Only then did Annette realize. The rumors said this mage had a terrible personality, and it seemed he had not been wronged at all. But the other party was quite honest and directly admitted that he was disliked wherever he went. Who would have thought that after hearing this? Annette not only did not get angry, but instead said self-mockingly, "Then the two of us are rather alike. My reputation is not exactly good either." At those words, even this arrogant mage froze. He stared at Annette for a long time before finally replying meaningfully, "You could indeed say that." After Enolius finished explaining what she needed to pay attention to, he turned to leave. Annette quickly called him back and sincerely said, "Thank you." Now it was the mage's turn to fail to react. He stopped and asked back, "Thank me for what?" Annette smiled and explained, "For treating me, of course." No one had ever been this polite to him before. For a moment, Enolius actually could not respond. He could only stammer out an acknowledgement. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open with force. Cecilia rushed in anxiously. "Madam, are you all right?" As soon as Annette opened her eyes, Cecilia took her hand and cried non-stop, saying she had slept so deeply that everyone had nearly been frightened out of their wits. Annette looked around and found that the mage was already gone. It seemed something like teleportation was also easy for him. But compared to that, the news Cecilia brought was even more shocking. This time, the Grand Duke had truly been enraged. Not only had he imprisoned all the guards, but he had even personally punished his subordinates. Annette listened in a daze. She had not expected such a huge disturbance to have happened outside while she was unconscious. The culprit who had thrown the egg had now also been captured and was being interrogated. Just as Annette was worrying, she suddenly noticed the windowsill. Why had so many potted flowers appeared there for no reason? Cecilia pointed at the flowers on the windowsill and said they had all been sent by the servants in the castle. Everyone had heard she did not like cut flowers, so they had specially found these potted plants. Annette felt deeply moved. It turned out that so many people were concerned about her. This feeling of being cared for made her feel that even getting hurt had been worth it. Just then, Loic pushed the door open and entered. Cecilia tactfully withdrew, saying she would go prepare tea, leaving the space to the two of them. After Loic entered the room, he stood at a distance the whole time, looking somewhat hesitant. Annette took the initiative and patted the bedside, telling him to sit closer so they could talk. Only then did Loic walk over and sit down. His first words were to ask how her body was. Annette's mindset was quite good. She said energetically that she had completely recovered and even praised that recovery magic for being truly effective. She now felt full of strength, but Loic could not smile at all. He promised in a low voice, "This will absolutely never happen a second time. Starting tomorrow, 2 great night orders will guard you around the clock." Annette was stunned speechless and quickly waved her hands, saying there was no need to make such a huge fuss. But Loic was clearly serious. He coldly added that none of those who had caused trouble at the scene would escape. They would all be arrested and made examples of. Before Loic could finish making his ruthless declaration, Annette reached out and pressed her hand over his. She gently urged Loic to raise his head and not always look so dejected. Loic finally met her gaze, but his eyes were filled with undisguised self-blame. He stared at the wound on Annette's forehead, his heart aching terribly. He felt that he had failed to protect the Grand Duchess properly. Annette did not take it seriously. She had just been about to reach out and touch the small wound, but before her hand could reach it, Loic stopped her at once. He was so nervous that it was impossible to describe, afraid she would hurt herself again. Loic lowered his head and kept apologizing, saying all of this was his dereliction of duty. Annette shook her head as she listened. This was clearly an accident. How could all the blame be placed on him? She deliberately asked Loic in return if they truly had to find a reason. Should they blame her for being the Marquis's daughter? Did they really want her to live in pain for the rest of her life because of something like that? As soon as she said this, Loic immediately grew anxious and loudly denied that it was her fault. Annette suggested they simply treat this matter as an accident and also release the knights who had been imprisoned. She said the scene had been so chaotic at the time, and if everyone were punished because of her, she definitely would not be able to sleep at night. Loic originally still wanted to insist on principle, believing that failure to fulfill one's duty deserved punishment. But Annette directly used her trump card. Smiling, she said, "How could everyone be as perfect as your grace?" That one sentence left Loic completely unable to respond. Who could withstand such praise? The small bit of persistence in his heart instantly collapsed. He thought this woman was truly too good at controlling him. Loic immediately changed his words and said, "Since you have said so, to let you sleep well, I will issue the order canceling the punishment at once." Annette finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she apologized to him. But even as Loic left, he was still worried. He felt that she only looked strong on the surface and must still feel wronged inside. Loic's heart kept pounding uneasily. What exactly should he do to comfort Annette's wounded heart? Although he did not have much confidence, he still decided to risk it. He paused, then finally gathered his courage and spoke. "Tonight, I want to stay by your side." As soon as he said this, Annette froze completely. She had never expected that Loic, who was always so restrained, would actually take the initiative to say he wanted to stay. Seeing Loic's serious expression, Annette now did not know what to do. She could not react for a moment. This request had come far too suddenly. But Loic brought up the past, saying that since he had previously made her unable to sleep, tonight he would soothe her to sleep instead. His tone was calm, but he gave her no chance to refuse. He directly told Annette to lie down obediently. Who would have thought that the usually cold Loic would actually offer to massage her to help her sleep? Looking at his serious expression, Annette softly said thank you. As he massaged her, he asked in a low voice whether the pressure was suitable. Would it hurt? Annette shook her head and said the warm feeling made her very comfortable. Hearing this answer, Loic finally relaxed. This rare peace completely changed the atmosphere in the room. Annette was now thoroughly flustered, her mind in chaos. She had thought she definitely would not be able to sleep tonight, but reality slapped her in the face far too quickly. A moment ago, she had solemnly declared she could not sleep, and in the blink of an eye, she was sleeping deeply, even letting out little snores. Looking at the scene before him, Loic realized she truly had been exhausted. He gently brushed aside her stray hair, his movements far gentler than usual. Loic had originally been about to leave, but just as he took a step, he stopped as if compelled by some unseen force. Looking at Annette's defenseless sleeping face, he ultimately could not resist. He bent down and left a kiss on her forehead. At that moment, he seemed like a completely different person, entirely lacking his usual coldness. But he did not linger for long. Soon, he quietly opened the door and left, disappearing alone at the end of the corridor. Loic pushed open the door. Every step he took seemed to land on the other person's weak point. He asked coldly, "Why did you do this?" The man had nowhere left to retreat, but his next words instantly dropped the atmosphere to freezing. He said the Grand Duchess was the true enemy of Blenheim. Those words clearly crossed the line. Loic had no intention of listening to his nonsense. He kicked him hard, completely shutting his mouth. Loic showed no mercy with that kick. As he loosened his tie, he coldly ordered the man to stand up. In the gloomy prison cell, Loic's voice contained no warmth at all. He asked the man whether he knew what kind of fate awaited him. The man knew very well that the person before him was even more terrifying than the rumors. But he still wanted to make one final gamble. If he disguised himself as a victim of the war, perhaps he could still gain a sliver of hope. He paused, then finally opened his mouth. Loic's tone was calm, but it directly sentenced him to death. The man now had no path of retreat at all. He had never imagined that the wound he had left on the Grand Duchess's face would actually become the grave crime of attempting to harm the imperial family. Loic gave him one final chance. Either lose his head now, or reveal the mastermind behind him and trade it for a way to live. Norton, standing to the side, also sensed that this was definitely not ordinary venting of anger. There had to be a bigger fish hidden behind it. But the man still stubbornly refused to speak, insisting it had all been his own idea. Loic looked at him coldly. This fellow clearly still had not realized who he was risking his life against. Loic had completely lost patience and directly ordered him to be executed at dawn the next day. The man was finally terrified out of his wits. To save his life, he finally shouted out the key clue. It was a woman. Loic stopped walking. The matter finally had new lead. The man confessed that the other party had been wearing a hood at the time, so he could not see her face, but the voice was definitely a woman's. 4 days earlier, they had met in a tavern. At the time, the man had been drinking alone and drowning his sorrows, complaining that life had become impossible. Prices kept rising, yet wages had not increased by even a cent. Just as the man was drunk and dazed, an uninvited guest suddenly sat down across from him. This woman had hidden her entire body beneath a winter hood, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she began brainwashing him. She said the reason Northerners lived so miserably was all because of the Grand Duchess. The man casually agreed a few times under the influence of alcohol, and as a result, he completely fell into the other party's trap. The woman offered a condition he could not refuse. As long as he threw an egg in front of the Grand Duchess, he would receive a full 200 deniers. To him, that sum of money was practically a lifeline. She even swore that the scene would be packed with people when the time came. As long as he moved quickly, he absolutely would not be caught. How could the man have imagined that this was not an opportunity to make a fortune at all, but the beginning of his death? The more the man spoke, the more agitated he became. That sum of money was something a person like him could never earn in a lifetime, so he had been possessed by greed and agreed. Loic continued pressing him, asking whether the other party had told him the location in advance. The man confessed that he had only received a note 1 hour before the act, telling him to wait outside the cafe. Even worse news came next. The man revealed a shocking detail. He was not the only one who had taken money and prepared to act. 4 or 5 other accomplices had also taken part. Loic realized the matter had grown serious. This was not just a random incident, but a premeditated attack. He immediately ordered all suspicious people near the tavern to be arrested. Norton accepted the order and left. It seemed this storm had only just begun. The man still held on to a shred of hope and asked what would happen to him. Without looking back, Loic told him it was already too late to beg for mercy. Whether he could keep his head would depend entirely on whether the Grand Duchess was willing to show mercy. He had dared to harm the woman who moved Loic's heart. This account was far from over. Loic had already sentenced the other party to death in his heart. No matter who the mastermind was, he would make that person pay the most painful price. Meanwhile, in the castle, Annette finally woke from her deep sleep. This sleep had been exceptionally peaceful. She felt refreshed all over. The things that had previously frightened and unsettled her seemed to have completely vanished like smoke with this pleasant dream. She had originally worried that she would be unable to sleep with the Grand Duke beside her. But as it turned out, Annette had slept extremely deeply. Now that she was awake, she felt full of energy. She planned to give Loic a surprise, thinking he would definitely be happy to see that she had recovered her vitality. But when she pushed open the study door, she froze completely. The Loic before her looked completely wrong. Annette could not help asking softly whether he had not slept at all the entire night. Loic merely replied lightly that he was fine, but immediately afterward, his tone became exceptionally serious, as if he had become a different person. He said there was something extremely important that he had to tell the Grand Duchess at once. It seemed the interrogation last night had produced astonishing results. Seeing Loic's serious expression, Annette's heart rose into her throat. She held her breath and quietly waited for the answer. Sure enough, Annette had seen through it at a glance. There had definitely been someone instigating the matter from behind the scenes. Loic was rather surprised, seeing how calm she was. He could not help asking whether she had guessed it long ago. Annette said calmly that the egg-throwing farce at the time had looked rehearsed no matter how she viewed it. But unexpectedly, Loic suddenly apologized, saying he had wanted to resolve the matter before dawn. Now, it was Annette's turn to be startled. Why did he have to finish before dawn? Could there be an even bigger problem? Annette immediately saw through Loic. Could this man have stayed up all night because of that matter? Seeing him remain silent, Annette suddenly stood up and directly cupped his face in her hands. Loic was completely unable to react and quickly asked, "Grand Duchess, what is it?" Annette looked at him and shook her head, saying that such a handsome face was now an absolute mess. She directly issued a strict order. Before breakfast, he had to go take a nap immediately. Loic was surprisingly obedient this time, but there was even a smile on his face. Annette could not understand it at all. She had clearly been scolding him just now, so why was he instead smiling so happily? In the end, he said in a low voice that seeing Annette worry about him made him feel especially happy. Annette thought to herself that this man really was strange sometimes. But jokes aside, Loic suddenly changed the subject and asked how Annette intended to deal with those criminals. Annette felt those people did indeed deserve to be taught a lesson, so she casually asked how such people were usually dealt with according to the laws here. Loic answered with a calm expression that harming a member of the imperial family carried a minimum sentence of death. Annette was completely shocked. Just because someone had thrown an egg, it would actually reach the point of losing a life? She quickly waved her hands and refused, saying the punishment was far too absurd. Did he want her to become a murderous villainess who killed without blinking? Loic was straightforward. He said that since she felt it was unsuitable, everything would be up to her. They would punish them however she wanted. Only then did Annette breathe a sigh of relief. She said she did not want to have nightmares over something like this. It would be enough to give them an appropriate lesson. Loic nodded and promised to find a compromise. However, in the end, he specifically told her that as for the mastermind behind it, Annette did not need to worry anymore. He would personally take action and drag that person out. Loic quickly pressed further, asking whether she already had a suspect in mind. Annette had no intention of hiding it and directly nodded. Now Loic could no longer sit still. He insisted on asking who that person was. But Annette told him not to concern himself with it for now. He only needed to stand by and watch. He told Loic to rest, completely assured he would definitely prepare a suitable grand gift for those people himself. It seemed Annette had long been holding back a decisive move. She immediately summoned the maid Rita and asked how the matter she had assigned was going. Rita answered crisply that everything had been investigated. In the records for the supply passage at the West Gate, Rita had discovered a serious problem. On the day of the rehearsal, someone had actually slipped out of the castle through there. The name written clearly at the top of the list was Bennett. For a moment, Annette did not realize who this Bennett was. Rita explained that the head maid had a habit of often using other people's names as cover. Most importantly, at that time yesterday, Bennett should clearly have been working at his post. Annette carefully checked the recorded time. It matched exactly. At that critical moment, deliberately arranging for someone to throw eggs at the gathering. Apart from Mezel, probably no one else could resort to such a low trick. But Mezel was still an outsider. If she wanted to grasp Annette's movements so precisely, she definitely had an inside accomplice in the ducal residence. And the person responsible for coordinating from within and without could only be the maid Marcella. There was no second option. Rita was still worried whether this bit of record counted as evidence. Annette, however, did not care at all. Whether it was evidence or not no longer mattered. All she wanted was confirmation. Since the target had already been locked down, there was no need to wait any longer. She directly ordered Bennett to be brought in at once. As soon as Bennett entered, he was so flustered that he could barely speak properly. Annette had no intention of beating around the bush with him and went straight to the point. Pointing at the entry and exit records on the table, she asked, "Did you leave the castle yesterday? Your name is written clearly right here." Faced with the questioning, Bennett hurriedly distanced himself from matter. He said that although the name on the record was his, the person who left the castle was definitely not him. It turned out that the maid Marcella had a habit. Every time she secretly slipped out, she liked to use the names of her subordinates as shields. Hearing this answer, Annette finally breathed a sigh of relief. She said it was wonderful that he was willing to tell the truth. Bennett still did not understand what those words meant. Annette directly dropped a bombshell. The insider in yesterday's attack was hidden among the people who had left the castle. Now the nature of the matter changed completely. To protect himself, Bennett hurriedly drew a clear line between himself and Marcella, afraid that he would be implicated. Annette spoke coldly. "Since you're here, sit down and have a proper talk. It just so happens that I have quite a few questions for you." Marcella's mind was in complete chaos. She knew that once the so-called culprit had been caught, she truly had nowhere left to go. She had originally thought everything was under control. Yesterday, she had rushed out of the castle precisely to pass along information. Who could have imagined that Annette would move so quickly? What would she do if she were truly suspected? Marcella's thoughts were now a tangled mess. She was clearly acting on Mezel's behalf, so why was she the only one living in fear? Right now, she only wanted to find a place to hide. But who would have thought that the moment she pushed open the door to the break room, she would run right into a group of maids slacking off. These people were usually so submissive, yet now they dared to sit in her place, drinking tea while eating her snacks. The fire in Marcella's heart exploded at once. She shouted, "Who gave you the courage to run wild in my territory?" Before the maids could even react, they became the targets on which Marcella vented her fear. Marcella was still flying into a rage when the door opened. Annette had personally brought people over and directly confronted her head-on. Seeing the Grand Duchess suddenly arrive, Marcella froze completely. She never imagined that Annette would make a special trip just to comfort a few maids. Annette looked around. Her tone was calm, but carried immense pressure. She said, "There don't seem to be enough chairs here." Bennett, who stood beside her, immediately understood. Marcella still wanted to use the rules to pressure Annette and reminded her that this was the head maid's exclusive area. As for ordinary maids, they could only stay in the cramped room downstairs. In response, Annette smiled faintly. "Since you also know this is a break room, then from now on, everyone may come in and sit here." This move was practically cutting the ground out from under her. Marcella was stunned. She never imagined Annette would use this method to wreck her stage. The privilege she had been so proud of was completely abolished by one light sentence. Marcella could hardly believe her ears and loudly asked, "What did you just say?" Annette remained perfectly calm. Pointing around, she said, "There are too many people downstairs. From now on, this place will be changed into a break room for everyone." Marcella panicked and quickly argued, "But this is where I usually work." It absolutely cannot be touched. Annette sneered and exposed her in front of everyone. Doesn't your bedroom have its own study? Working there would be perfect. Marcella froze on the spot, unable to squeeze out even half a word. Annette continued pressing step by step and questioned her directly. This was originally everyone's break room. Who allowed you to occupy it privately? She stared at her and said word by word, I am the Grand Duchess here. You contradict every word I say. Who exactly is the master of this place? Marcella stammered for a long time, but could not form a complete sentence. Annette had no intention of leaving her an escape route. She turned and ordered Cecilia, bring me the castle keyring. Now Marcella was not only losing the room, even the head maid's authority was being taken back on the spot. Marcella froze completely and stammered. You mean this keyring? This keyring was no simple thing. It controlled the most important rooms in the castle, as well as the warehouses piled with supplies. It was the symbol of authority over the entire ducal residence. Once she handed over the keys, her status in the ducal residence would be completely gone. This was practically asking for her life. But faced with the Grand Duchess's order, she could not find any excuse to refuse. Once the keys finally reached Annette's hand, Annette turned and handed that lifeline to Bennett beside her, telling him to deal with the accumulated affairs at once. Marcella panicked completely and could not help asking, Are you removing me from the position of head maid? Annette acted extremely magnanimous and said frankly that she had no intention of driving her away. She even allowed Marcella to continue offering opinions. It was just that Bennett would execute orders as her proxy. But the final sentence was the key point. In this household, the person who makes the final decision can only be me. Marcella understood everything now. Although she still held the title of head maid, in reality, she had become an empty shell. All of her authority had been stripped away in an instant. Marcella finally saw clearly that this Grand Duchess was absolutely no pushover. Once she became serious, every step was calculated to the end. Could it be that she had already grasped some clue, or even guessed who was behind the rehearsal incident? Annette left without looking back. Cecilia smiled beside her and said, The head maid looked truly pathetic just now. When she handed over the keys, she completely lost her composure. Tyrion suddenly appeared behind them. Annette stopped and tentatively asked, Lord Tyrion. Cecilia quietly revealed beside her that the Grand Duke had been utterly furious this time. Not only had he locked all the guard knights in the dungeon, he had personally dealt with them as well. Especially Lord Tyrion. His originally handsome face had now been beaten into a terrible state. Although they had heard long ago that he had been punished, seeing him so miserable with their own eyes still made them feel that this matter had truly blown up. The once arrogant knight had now set aside all dignity and lowered his head in public to admit his mistake, asking forgiveness for his dereliction of duty. Annette looked at him coldly and directly threw out a sharp question. Did you come because you wanted to, or did the Grand Duke force you? Tyrion froze for a moment, not knowing how to answer. It turned out that not long ago, Loic had looked at Tyrion kneeling before him and coldly left him with only one sentence. The person you should apologize to most is not me. Go before the Grand Duchess and give her an explanation face to face. Tyrion said in a low voice that even if the Duke had not ordered him, he would have come personally. As expected, this was still Loic's intention. Annette did not say much and merely gestured for them to go inside and talk. Since I'm already fine, you need not keep worrying. In any case, the guards are about to be replaced. We also won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Looking at Tyrion's wounded face, Annette ultimately intended to send him away politely. But Tyrion suddenly asked, I heard you intend to replace all the guards. Annette lifted her teacup and answered blandly, That's right. It is His Grace's arrangement. In truth, it suits my wishes as well. After going through this accident, Annette had thoroughly figured things out. Entrusting her safety to someone she did not trust was practically slow suicide. Tyrion suddenly begged to continue serving as her guard. Annette only found it laughable and coldly asked, Why? He said he wanted to give himself a chance to make amends. But the answer he received was only one word, No. Seeing the situation turn stiff, Tyrion even brought up the honor of the Night Order and begged her to show mercy. But Annette's attitude was exceptionally firm. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will never change. Tyrion finally admitted that he had indeed been far too rude before. But remembering to apologize only now, wasn't it a little too late? Tyrion even said that if she wanted to punish him for his past rudeness, he would willingly accept it. Annette set down her teacup. Her tone was so calm, it was frightening. She said, "It isn't because of that, Tyrion." Now he was completely speechless. If it was not for punishment, then why? Annette looked directly into his eyes and gave him the deadliest reason. As a knight, you're no longer worthy of trust. Those words struck down like a heavy hammer. Tyrion still tried to play dumb and asked what she meant. Annette sneered and directly tore away his final disguise. The egg you failed to block the day before yesterday. Was that really a mistake? In truth, I know very well. At the time, you did it deliberately. Tyrion was still pretending to be confused, saying he did not understand what she meant. Annette stated it outright. Even a maid who has never held a sword dared to reach out. Yet you, a dignified knight captain, actually missed. Is that believable? Once these words came out, Tyrion was completely speechless. But Annette knew very well that this was not loyalty at all. The reason she had endured it and not exposed him was not because she wanted to leave Tyrion some dignity, but because she feared the Grand Duke would be chilled if he learned the truth. After all, the Grand Duke trusted him so much. In the end, Annette still relented, but not because her heart softened. It was to preserve the reputation of the Ninth Night Order. She told Tyrion to go back and pass on a message, say that this matter was over. Then she directly ordered him to leave. Tyrion said nothing and could only turn away. Walking through the empty corridor, he finally realized that the Grand Duchess had seen through everything long ago. This woman was indeed even less simple than the rumors claimed. In truth, Tyrion had always had a knot in his heart. When he heard the commoners cursing the Grand Duchess, he had actually hesitated. Because in his view, if he acted then to protect Annette, it would be equivalent to betraying his dead father. After all, his father's death was inseparable from Marquis Freeze. In the very moment he hesitated, the accident still happened. Annette cried out in the chaos, while he watched helplessly as she was humiliated. The current Tyrion only felt that he was both pathetic and ridiculous. He had cast aside the dignity of a knight and actually let a weak woman face that unbearable humiliation alone. If Tyrion could be given another chance, he truly wanted to make up for his failure as a knight. But now, whatever he said was too late. Compared with the punishment Loic gave him, the words Annette had just said were what truly left him too ashamed to face anyone. Even now, he still had not recovered. At the same time, Loic called Annette over specifically to explain the progress in handling the attack. It seemed that Loic had no intention of letting off anyone who had taken action. This account was about to be settled. Loic was truly serious this time. The person who led the egg throwing not only had his family property confiscated, but was also banished from the territory forever. As for the rest of the troublemakers, none of them had a good end either. They were all sent off to hard labor. Punishing people alone was not enough. Loic also specifically found the president of the Merchant Association and demanded that every shop put up notices, thoroughly clarifying all the rumors directed at Annette. After hearing all this, Annette softly apologized to him. After all, in order to handle this mess, Loic must have spent a great deal of effort. But Loic appeared very calm. In his view, as long as it involved Annette's safety, doing these things was only natural. Loic could now say such sentimental words so casually. Annette heard them and was somewhat unable to withstand it. But Loic soon changed the subject and brought up the mastermind behind the attack. Although Annette had said before that she wanted to solve it herself, he had clearly already seen through everything. He directly named someone, Mezel, that young lady from the Count's family. Annette was completely speechless now. She never imagined Loic could even find out that much. In truth, Loic had followed the trail and traced the reward money the thugs received. He privately checked the bank withdrawal records and discovered that around that exact period, the only person who had withdrawn that specific amount was Mezel. As expected, Mezel was the mastermind behind the entire affair. She had even contacted the president of the Merchant Association, intending to completely ruin Annette's reputation. Although Annette had guessed it long ago, she was more worried about what came next. If the culprit truly was Mezel, how did Loic plan to end this? Loic's attitude was extremely clear. With him, no one had special privileges. He declared outright that he would make Mezel pay the price, so that she would never again have the chance to lay even a finger on Annette. But Annette suddenly stopped him, because she knew very well that the family behind Mezel had enormous influence in the North. If Loic publicly executed punishment now, he would inevitably shake the North's foundation. By then, the situation might become impossible to clean up. Loic clearly could not swallow this anger. He asked Annette if they were truly going to let the mastermind go. Annette, however, remained calm. She said now was not yet the time. This account would be settled sooner or later, but she wanted to act personally according to her own plan. Faced with Loic's hesitation, Annette directly used her trump card. That innocent-looking question instantly left Loic with nothing to say. In the end, Loic still chose to compromise. He made only one demand. If she encountered any trouble, she had to come to him immediately. Annette obediently agreed, but looking at the man before her, she suddenly realized that, in order to handle this mess, Loic looked extremely exhausted. Loic had indeed been worn out recently. To welcome the soon-to-arrive delegation, he had been keeping watch over the Golden Lane reorganization plan and had not closed his eyes for several days. In his view, the current commercial district was far too shabby and could not be shown to anyone at all. It had to be reorganized. After listening, Annette became a little curious and asked to see that proposal. Loic did not think too much and directly handed her the plan sent over by the president of the Merchant Association. But Annette only glanced at it once before she was rendered completely speechless. What kind of reorganization plan was this? It was clearly an outrageous demand. The president actually wanted to use the highest grade materials to replace all the walls and roads along the entire street. This was clearly an attempt to take kickbacks under the name of renovation. Seeing Annette so angry, Loic instead found it rather interesting. He said Annette's current reaction was exactly the same as Pearl's. Annette could no longer sit still. She directly volunteered to Loic, wanting to personally improve this proposal. Loic was still worried about her health and advised her to rest more, not to tire herself out over these things. Annette, however, looked very relaxed. She said she was only using her brain and would not be tired at all, telling Loic not to worry. After returning to her room, she began reassessing the entire situation. In truth, the problem with Golden Lane was not whether the decorations looked good. The real root lay in the president of the Merchant Association and those profit-driven merchants. As long as that group was not replaced, any amount of repair would be wasted effort. So she boldly changed her approach. Rather than go to the trouble of reorganizing the old street, it would be better to tear everything down and start anew, creating an entirely new commercial district. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Annette's mind. Since the old one could not be changed, she might as well create a completely new shopping district. She wanted to create a top-tier tourist attraction and directly compete with Londores. The more she thought about this overwhelming strategy, the more excited she became. She felt she had truly been blind to what was right under her nose. Such a good idea had only occurred to her now. As long as this plan could be implemented, it would definitely become famous throughout the city. Once she decided, she acted. Annette spread out paper and pen that very night, intending to write out the proposal in one breath so she could show it to Loic first thing the next morning. In the end, she worked straight through until dawn. Loic had just returned from morning training. He was still wondering in his heart why the lamp in Annette's room had stayed lit all night without going out. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Annette, holding the proposal she had just written, appeared directly before him. She greeted him with a smile and wished Loic good morning. This time, Loic completely failed to react and froze on the spot, clearly not expecting to run into her so early in the morning. Loic even stammered as he spoke. He stared at Annette and asked how she dared to run out dressed like that. This was obviously sleepwear. Who went around wearing sleepwear? Annette, however, looked innocent. She lowered her head to look and felt that there was nothing wrong with her outfit. Only then did Annette react and explain that it was similar to loungewear and might indeed be a little too casual. Loic sighed helplessly and asked whether she had any sense of caution at all. How could she be so unaware in front of him? He felt bitter beyond words. Every day, he had to face this kind of trial and felt that he was truly about to reach his limit. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely subtle. Loic stared at Annette before him and finally could not help laying his cards on the table. In a low voice, he asked, "Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to restrain myself?" Annette still did not understand and kept asking what exactly he had to restrain. Loic did not say a word. This kind of silence made people feel the most uncertain. Then, in the next second, he directly pulled her into his arms. Loic was truly overbearing. He insisted that Annette put on a coat properly, saying it was improper to run around in sleepwear. Annette had originally wanted to show off a little, but he directly invited her to come to his room later to talk. He explained that he had just finished training and was afraid the smell of sweat on him was too strong. What was there to be afraid of? The so-called sweat smell was clearly just an excuse to keep her alone. Annette did not believe that explanation at all and insisted on leaning closer to confirm it herself. She stood on tiptoe and pressed close to Loic. Now it was Loic's turn to be helpless. He asked what exactly she wanted to do. In the end, Annette smiled and said she did not smell any sweat at all. Instead, she thought he smelled quite nice. Loic was truly at a loss now. He could not understand how Annette could say such unbearable things with such an innocent face. He was still looking for excuses, saying that his appearance was improper right now and it was truly unsuitable. But Annette blocked him with one sentence, saying that if a face like his counted as unkempt, how were other people supposed to live? Before he could react, she directly reached out and pulled him over, insisting that he sit down and rest for a while. After all that, Annette had rushed over early in the morning only to talk about serious business. Loic had originally thought there would be some special development, but she directly threw out a proposal. After seeing the contents, he was even more stunned. This was a business plan Annette had stayed up all night specifically to finish. She wanted to build a new commercial district around Valpide Lake. It seemed this girl was not only bold. When it came to her career, she was a thorough force to be reckoned with. No matter how beautiful the plan was, there was one fatal issue that could not be avoided. This land happened to be property of the Blenheim family. Annette was not confident either. If His Grace refused to approve it, then no matter how good the proposal was, it would be useless. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, Loic suddenly spoke and asked whether she had specially studied how to be an heir. That evaluation was far too high. Annette hurriedly found a casual excuse to muddle through, secretly rejoicing that she had finally managed to bluff her way past the first hurdle. After reading the proposal, Loic gave an extremely high evaluation. He said that even if they found 1,000 administrators, they might not be able to come up with such a perfect idea. But then he changed tone and raised a practical problem. Golden Lane held extraordinary meaning for the family. And with time now so tight, wouldn't directly renovating Golden Lane be the more efficient choice? Faced with this doubt, Annette did not panic at all. She said frankly that the current Golden Lane lacked the most essential thing: competition. Business in Golden Lane had become far too comfortable. Because the North had long been closed off, outside merchants could not enter at all. Without competition and without better sources of goods, the merchants here could earn money while lying down. The result was that everyone began to slack off. No matter what they sold, the residents had to pay for it anyway. Annette hit the nail on the head and pointed out that only by making them feel a crisis would these people truly move. After hearing this, Loic was completely convinced. He made the decision on the spot and told Annette to personally give those administrators a lesson at today's meeting. This was exactly what she wanted. After all, before transmigrating here, she had been a veteran in the workplace who had given hundreds of reports. This kind of occasion was complete child's play to her. Looking at Annette like this, Loic finally realized that in order to put together the plan, this girl had truly stayed up all night. He quickly urged Annette to return to her room and rest. But who would have thought that Annette would directly lie down on his bed and say confidently that she would sleep here? Now it was Loic's turn to be stunned. Before he could react, Annette threw out another irrefutable reason. In any case, she would have to help him choose his clothes later, so going back to her own room would be far too troublesome. After saying that, she closed her eyes and even mumbled that the scent on this bed smelled wonderful. She even turned the tables and told Loic to go wash up first, leaving His Grace standing there in complete disarray. After giving her final instruction, "Remember to wake me later," Annette fell asleep as if no one else were there. Loic was left standing beside her for a long time, unable to react. Watching this girl tightly clutch his clothes and sleep so peacefully, Loic truly had no temper left at all. He could only complain quietly, "You really are too much." This kind of day was practically happening every day. Faced with such defenseless closeness, Loic felt he was about to reach his limit. How much longer could he endure? Perhaps even he himself was close to losing control. Annette's workplace debut officially began. Holding a pointer, she stood before the map and put forward that bold plan to rebuild the commercial district around Valpide Lake. As soon as these words came out, the administrators below instantly erupted. Everyone looked at each other, faces full of disbelief. Weren't they supposed to discuss renovations? Why had the Grand Duchess come to the meeting too? Just as the room filled with discussion, Loic stepped forward with a cold expression. His powerful aura instantly pressed everyone into silence. Listen carefully to every word Her Grace says. Now no one dared to have the slightest objection. The whole room was so quiet that no one dared even breathe loudly. With the final summary, Annette's report ended perfectly. She behaved with great composure, not at all like a newcomer. Instead, she was like a battle-tested decision-maker. The administrators below were now completely stunned. Everyone discussed privately. Had she really written this plan herself? It was even more professional than what a senior official could produce. This advanced business thinking was practically overwhelming to them, especially when they heard those fresh terms. Everyone's gaze toward her became completely different. Annette generously signaled for everyone to ask questions. Someone immediately could not sit still and hurriedly asked about the leasing plan. It seemed that this meeting was only now truly entering its climax. Annette's move was called taking a different path. Since land could not be freely bought and sold, the territory would step in to build the buildings uniformly, then lease storefronts to ordinary people who lacked capital. The officials below quickly asked whether the rent would go into the Lord's pocket. Annette shook her head. This money would be used to provide services. She planned to establish a specialized management office responsible for security and maintenance, completely resolving the merchants' concerns. This forward-thinking service concept left everyone present stunned. After this clear and logical combination of measures, the officials who had been full of doubts earlier now had only sincere admiration left. Seeing everyone's reaction, Annette finally felt reassured. This first step had been firmly taken. Annette was full of confidence this time. This brand new commercial district would definitely transform the entire territory. Once the decision was made, action followed with astonishing efficiency. The urgently ordered building materials had already been transported to the lakeside, and Annette was preparing to bring people over to oversee the work. But who would have thought that before she could even approach, someone would barge in halfway and shout for them to withdraw immediately? Now Annette was stunned too. What on earth was going on? Could something be going wrong again with such a perfectly good plan? The air in front of the carriage was thick with tension. Norton of the First Night Order was facing off against Tyrion, both fighting over the right to protect her grace, neither willing to take even half a step back. Annette happened to run right into it. Seeing these two usually steady men actually quarrel among themselves in public, she walked forward directly, wanting to see what exactly was going on. They had been arguing fiercely just now, but as soon as the person in question appeared, both instantly fell silent and hurriedly bowed. The scene became extremely awkward for a moment. Annette did not pay attention to Norton, but stared at Tyrion and asked directly, since he had come specially to find her, what exactly did he want to warn her about? But Tyrion fell silent. His hesitant appearance clearly showed that things were not simple. This time, Tyrion had thrown caution to the wind. He stopped Annette and began by pleading for the Ninth Night Order, hoping she would give them another chance. Annette did not want to discuss it anymore. In her view, the matter had long since ended, and there was no need to bring it up repeatedly. But who would have thought that the usually respectful Tyrion would directly push back? He said this matter was not over. This time, Tyrion was determined to fight it to the end. He coldly threw out the sentence, "This matter is not over." Annette clearly had not expected him to dare contradict her like this and questioned what exactly he wanted to do. Tyrion brought out the honor of the Night Order as a shield, saying that they would absolutely not retreat just like this. Annette told him that if he was capable, he should go directly to the Grand Duke and discuss it. After saying this, she walked away without looking back. Tyrion said he had already gone to the commander. He had actually bypassed the hierarchy and gone directly to the Grand Duke. Annette quickly asked what the Grand Duke's attitude was. In the end, Tyrion replied in a low voice, "The Grand Duke said your forgiveness is the most important thing." As soon as these words came out, the situation instantly reversed. Looking at Tyrion's aggrieved expression, Annette was completely helpless now. Only then did she realize this was no longer that stubborn knight. He was clearly using his looks to play shameless. Seeing Tyrion lower his stance so much, Annette decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, a knight's honor was more important than life. She publicly gave him a way out. Since the other side was so sincere, she permitted the Ninth Knight Order to take charge of this escort. Tyrion clearly had not expected the matter to truly succeed, but Norton beside him did not agree with this decision. Annette quickly stepped out to smooth things over, saying that it was not appropriate to always trouble the First Knight Order. It would be better for everyone to take turns. Although Norton was utterly unwilling in his heart, under Annette's insistence, he could only nod and accept it in the end. Cecilia saw this entire scene. She realized that the situation had become completely different. Cecilia casually asked which Knight Order they planned to have escort them today. As soon as these words came out, Tyrion and Norton directly clashed. One rushed to say that his side was already prepared, while the other insisted that only his side was qualified. Annette was completely stunned now. How had things suddenly turned into this kind of two-choice battlefield? Fortunately, the journey was relatively smooth. Before long, the carriage stopped steadily at their destination. Annette was now under immense pressure. Those two knights had argued endlessly just now. One said he had long been prepared, while the other insisted the other side was too tired and should go rest. To settle the dispute, Annette simply brought both of them along. But who would have thought the situation would become even stranger? When she got out of the carriage, the two men stood one on each side. Did this formation look like an escort? Cecilia quietly complained beside her that it looked more like they were transporting a prisoner. Annette hurriedly told her to shut up. But just then, she suddenly noticed that something seemed off ahead. Annette saw Enolius by the lake. It turned out that he had already been waiting here. But as soon as Enolius opened his mouth, his words were full of sarcasm. He asked how she had brought so many followers. In such a quiet place, she still needed so many people to escort her. Their loyalty was truly admirable. As soon as these words came out, Tyrion and Norton behind her were furious, feeling that this fellow's words were far too grating. Enolius asked whether she wanted to arrange some music to listen to beside the fountain. Annette's imagination instantly opened wide. Not only did she want music beside the fountain, she also wanted the water in the lake to dance along with the melody. She had even thought of a light show, with colorful lights flashing to the rhythm. It would absolutely become the brightest scenery in the whole place. After hearing this, Enolius directly poured cold water on her, saying that just imagining the scene made it feel strange. Annette refused to accept that. She thought this was art, and when the time came, it would definitely amaze everyone. Annette's flattery was extremely well done. She said Enolius was not only a mage, but also an extraordinary artist. Although Enolius said not to use that on him, Annette was genuinely radiating sincerity. She said that ever since she saw the design of those street lamps, she had known his aesthetic sense was absolutely top tier. This series of words completely won him over. Although Enolius still maintained that aloof appearance, his tone had clearly softened. In the end, he declared that since she had raised her expectations so high, he absolutely would not mess up the fountain design this time. Judging from this, the matter was basically settled. Just then, Enolius suddenly said, "Just call me Enol." Annette froze at once. This was a nickname only close people could use. Annette immediately began teasing him, asking whether he already liked her that much. As soon as she said this, Enolius became completely anxious and hurriedly found an excuse, saying it was because his full name was too long and inconvenient to use. Annette saw through him, but did not expose him. This fellow had just been praised a few times and had completely stopped pretending. On the surface, he looked aloof, but in reality, he was very easy to understand and even a little cute. Just as the atmosphere became a bit subtle, a shout suddenly came from a distance. Annette was walking along when she ran right into the hurried Pearl. Judging from his appearance, something serious had clearly happened. Pearl brought back bad news. The Merchant Association had not received a single application for tenancy. Annette was stunned when she heard it. For this round of recruitment, she had invested heavily. Not only had she waived the entry fee, she had even made the first 3 months rent-free. With such attractive conditions, no one dared to come. This was absolutely abnormal. Annette knew very well that someone must be deliberately opposing her behind the scenes, even secretly threatening those merchants. It seemed the real opponent could no longer sit still. Annette made a prompt decision and instructed Pearl to immediately call over all the craftsmen from the construction site. She was going to revise the drawings. Pearl was stunned and asked whether she meant to change them now. Annette answered with one word, yes. Since no one dared to come, she would keep raising the stakes. Annette directly made a bold move and decided to double the area of every shop. Pearl could no longer sit still. Double? That scale was far too astonishing. And she was not done yet. She turned and instructed Cecilia to immediately publish an advertisement in the Northern News. Since someone was playing tricks in the dark, she would simply bring the matter into the open and see who still dared to stop it. Annette smiled and said that if they wanted to ride over her head and run wild, they could dream on. Since the other side wanted to play, then she would go head-to-head and see who laughed last. With that one strike, the straw dummy on the field was instantly split in two. Loick's swordsmanship was indeed something. Looking around, the ground was covered with practice dummies he had dismantled. It seemed he had already been training here for a long time. He put away his long sword, sighed, and murmured to himself that his wife was actually late. What time was it already? There was still no sign of her. Loick was clearly becoming somewhat impatient from waiting. Just then, the sound of hooves came from the distance. Annette's carriage finally appeared. Loick quickly went forward and helped Annette down from the carriage. Seeing how he was dressed, Annette casually asked whether he had still been training. Loick nodded and said he had just finished. Then he tentatively said, "If you don't mind, would you like to have dinner together?" After all, the two of them had indeed not eaten together in a long time. Faced with Loick's invitation, Annette was troubled. She said she had already agreed to eat with Cecilia. That clearly meant she was going to refuse. Just then, a crisp sound suddenly came from the side. Loick, with his hand behind his back, said coldly that it was nothing. But the object in his hand had already been crushed out of shape. Norton, standing nearby, instantly felt a chill down his spine. He knew Loick was angry. If Annette left now, he would definitely be trained until his hands were crippled later. At the critical moment, Norton's survival instincts exploded. He quickly called out to Annette and grabbed Cecilia beside him. Norton asked with a serious face whether he could take Cecilia away first. Norton's move was simply lying with his eyes wide open. With a solemn expression, he lied to Annette, saying he had not eaten with his younger sister for a long time and wanted to use this chance to catch up. Cecilia listened from beside him, utterly confused. She was just about to expose this rotten excuse when Norton directly told her to shut up. The look in his eyes was practically begging for help. Although Cecilia was full of doubts, she still played along. She tugged at Annette and persuaded her, saying she wanted to accompany her brother. Annette was quite generous. Not only did she directly let her go, she even wanted to give her some pocket money. Annette turned her head and smiled at Loick. "Since they're both leaving, then the two of us can eat together." Loick finally got exactly what he wanted. Annette, meanwhile, was still completely unaware. She felt that she had done a good deed, thinking that the siblings really should be given some time together. Loick agreed verbally, while in his heart, he was probably already delighted. After spending so much effort, at last no one would disturb them. He directly took Annette's hand and said softly, "Then let's go." Looking at the table full of sumptuous dinner, Loick naturally asked about the progress of the commercial street. Annette looked somewhat worried and said honestly that things were harder than expected. Not only could they not recruit tenants, they could not even gather enough staff for the management office. On the surface, Loick was listening, but in truth, he had already made his calculations. He had originally wanted to use work as an excuse to spend a whole day with her. Who would have thought this task would go so badly? Annette was practically a workaholic now. Even while eating, she was complaining that they could not recruit gardeners. Loick looked at her and felt uncomfortable in his heart. Apart from early in the morning, it was usually difficult to even see her. They had finally sat down together for a meal, yet everything he heard was business. Annette suddenly stopped and asked Loick, "Are you even listening?" Loick was caught on the spot and could only answer awkwardly. But he knew very well in his heart that he absolutely could not let things continue like this. During their walk after dinner, Annette mentioned the difficulties with the business. The Merchant Association had been secretly causing trouble, which meant the management office could not even recruit a clerk. After Loick heard this, he still maintained that domineering manner. Since the other side refused to show respect, they could simply remove the president of the Merchant Association. Annette quickly stopped him. Meeting force with force now would only make the situation worse. In truth, she already had a plan in mind. Instead of running into walls everywhere outside, it would be better to go to the orphanage and find those children who were about to come of age. They were worried about being unable to become independent in the future, and the management office could give them an opportunity. After hearing this, Loic also felt the idea was excellent. Not only would it solve the manpower problem, it would also do a good deed along the way. He immediately decided to hand this matter over to someone to handle it once. Loic's wave of praise made Annette feel delighted. But before she could be happy for long, the direction of the topic completely went off course. Annette began speaking endlessly, praising a young man from the orphanage. She said that not only was he handsome, his conduct was also flawless, and even the maids around her had been charmed. Loic listened from the side for a long time without saying a word. He had originally wanted a private moment for two, but his ears were filled entirely with another man. Now Loic's jar of vinegar had been completely overturned. Loic finally could not bear it. After holding back for a long time, he squeezed out a soul-searching question. "Have you taken a liking to that boy too?" Annette did not react at all and completely failed to understand what he was saying. In the end, the more Loic spoke, the more worked up he became, insisting on asking clearly. Looking at his awkward appearance, Annette suddenly understood. What Grand Duke was this? He was clearly a knocked-over jar of jealousy. The moment Loic said it, even he felt embarrassed. He quickly turned his head away and told Annette to pretend she had heard nothing just now. In the end, Annette could not hold back and burst out laughing. Now Loic probably wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Annette could not stop laughing. Loic was laughed at until he could barely keep his dignity. Then Annette deliberately teased him, saying that the young man was indeed quite charming and that she had almost been moved. Seeing Loic about to take it seriously, Annette quickly leaned close to his ear and softly said something sweet. With her own husband being so handsome, no one else had any chance at all. This reverse move directly subdued Loic. He had still been full of displeasure just now, but now he had no temper left at all. However, Loic was not that easy to appease. He took the chance to make a demand. Since she did not want him to be jealous, she had to put more of her attention on him. He began listing Annette's offenses, saying she was so enthusiastic toward everyone. Maids, knights, even an innkeeper could take away her attention. But by the end, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat painful. To him, there was already less than a year left. He only wanted to leave every minute and every second to the person before him. This time, Annette truly brought up exactly what she should not have. She casually called out the mage's nickname. Now Loic completely bristled. He never imagined that his own wife would call an outsider so intimately, while addressing him as Your Grace again and again. This double standard was far too obvious. The more Loic thought about it, the more wronged he felt, so he simply laid his cards on the table. He said that since the two of them were alone, she should stop using those polite, distant forms of address. He stared at Annette and insisted on an explanation, demanding that Annette call him by his name too. Although Annette was somewhat unused to it, she still followed his wishes and tentatively called Loic. The moment she called his name, the sourness in Loic's heart finally dispersed completely. Since Annette had changed how she addressed him, Loic naturally had to return the courtesy. He asked softly, "May I also call you directly by your name?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Loic did not hesitate. He looked at her and gently called, "Annette." It was clearly just 3 simple syllables, but spoken from his mouth, Annette found she could not withstand it at all. This sudden intimacy made her unable to remain calm. She lowered her head somewhat shyly and mumbled softly that hearing such words in person really was embarrassing. Loic looked at her shy appearance and did not say anything more. Instead, he gently held her hand. Loic suddenly became very serious and reminded her not to tire herself too much. Although he supported her doing what she liked, her body was the most important thing. After hearing this, Annette felt that this bit of work did not count for anything at all. After all, compared with the endless overtime in her previous life, the present was practically a vacation. However, Loic's next words nearly made her reveal herself on the spot. He was curious whether Annette had worked in the capital before. It frightened her so much that she hurriedly found an excuse to brush it off. Loic was clearly not that easy to fool. He brought up how Annette had fainted before. How could he possibly not worry? Annette knew she was in the wrong, so she could only obediently nod and agree, promising that from now on she would act within her limits and take good care of herself. To reassure Loic, Annette held out her pinky, intending to seal the promise with a pinky swear. As a result, the Grand Duke stared at her in utter confusion. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a strange way of making a promise. Annette patiently explained that they had to hook their pinkies together like this. It was the most special promise ritual from her hometown. For a pinky swear, not a single step could be missing. Although Loic found it novel, he still obediently did as she said. Annette smiled and asked if he had learned it now, warning him that he absolutely could not go back on his word later. Loic softly agreed. Looking at the girl in front of him, he knew very clearly in his heart that he would never forget this feeling of being cherished for the rest of his life. The originally quiet morning was suddenly broken by a burst of urgent knocking at the door. Judging by the sound, something serious had clearly happened. The president of the Merchant Association had not even fully woken up before he was blocked at the door by a man. Seeing the other party's grave expression, the president was furious and demanded to know whether he had any manners at all. The man had no time to care about that. He directly placed a flyer heavily in front of the president and told him to read it carefully for himself. At first, the president did not take it seriously, but once he clearly saw the contents, he froze completely. Printed prominently on the flyer was Annette's portrait. She was openly recruiting shopkeepers in the north, not only requiring no capital, but not even setting any qualifications. Such nearly zero threshold conditions were practically a challenge to the Merchant Association's bottom line. Everyone had originally followed the president's advice and deliberately refused to apply, hoping to wait until Annette took the initiative to raise the offer. But now, recruitment advertisements were plastered all over the streets. At first, the president was still quite calm, thinking this was nothing more than a bluff. Who would give up ready-made business and run to that desolate lakeside? He was certain that no one would go. But the man's next words left him completely stunned. The registration office had already been packed to bursting. The spots were snatched up in an instant, and even those who wanted to go now could not get in line. The president hurriedly picked up the flyer and looked at it. This time, he could not say a word. 6 months of rent-free operation, plus business subsidies. How was this recruiting merchants? This was practically throwing money around. Now the man was completely enraged. He accused the president of making the wrong decision. If they had not listened to the president's rotten idea, everyone would already be making money now. Who would still be stuck here guarding this mess? Looking at the furious crowd, the president had completely ruined things this time. He had originally wanted to take the lead in pressuring Annette, but she did not play by the usual rules at all. She had directly drained away all his foundations. That despicable Grand Duchess. At the sight of the second round of screening, all the people present were competitors who had barely made it through. Everyone was waiting for the final result. The woman's heart was pounding. Although she had been lucky enough to enter this round, she truly did not have a single coin in her pocket. Could she really open the shop? The man was quite optimistic, since the notice said that even people without money could open a shop. That meant things were truly about to change this time. Just then, it was their turn to enter. The man took the woman's hand. It was their turn. There was no need to worry. They just had to go in. But the moment the door was pushed open, the woman was completely stunned in place. The chief examiner sitting across from them actually looked so familiar. Wasn't this the plainly dressed young lady from the tavern before? The one who had been chatting and laughing with people? That was right. It was the young lady they had seen at Mary's Inn. She definitely had not seen wrong back then. At that time, Annette had been wearing an ordinary outfit made of coarse cloth, sitting in the tavern with Norton, eating and chatting cheerfully. Back then in the tavern, she had smiled so brightly and had readily agreed to help. No matter who looked at her, she had seemed like nothing more than an approachable, ordinary girl. But now, she was sitting in the chief examiner's seat. Pearl solemnly introduced her from the side. This was Her Highness the Grand Duchess, who would be presiding over the final interview. The woman was completely dumbfounded. What had she just heard? The Grand Duchess? So she had never been some minor noble out to relax, let alone an ordinary girl. She was the most distinguished woman in this territory. Now, there was trouble. The things she had said back in the tavern would not cause a problem, would they? Annette greeted them politely and prepared to officially begin the interview. But as soon as she looked up, she laughed. Wasn't this the older sister from the tavern who had warmly recommended the signature dishes to her before? As soon as those words came out, the woman opposite her nearly fainted on the spot. She apologized desperately while feeling that she was truly finished this time. Although the man beside her looked completely stunned, he still honestly explained their circumstances, saying that right now, they were just raising sheep in the countryside. Annette then asked whether they had ever done business before. The man shook his head and said they never had. Lack of experience was one thing. But as Annette flipped through the documents, she discovered that the two of them were even illiterate. She then asked if they intended to sell wool. The man hurriedly nodded and said yes. In the end, Annette poured cold water over them, saying that wool simply would not sell in a place like the lakeside. The man had nothing to say now. The woman hurriedly added from the side that they also had goat's milk and cheese. Who would have thought Annette would still shake her head, saying that on the neighboring street, a cheese shop was about to open soon. Their business would completely overlap. Now even the last bit of hope was gone. The woman's heart turned ice cold. It seemed this interview was truly going to be ruined. Sure enough, she should never have held any fantasies from the beginning. The woman tightly clutched the hem of her skirt, her heart full of regret. Selling wool by the lake, something so ordinary it could not be more ordinary. How could it possibly sell? It seemed that her dream of opening a shop had ultimately been far too idealistic. She felt that in the Grand Duchess's eyes, she must look like a foolish idiot who had overestimated herself. Annette looked at the documents in her hand and thoughtfully muttered about wool. Just as she had said earlier, the lakeside was indeed not suitable for selling wool. Moreover, such a highly seasonal product carried far too much risk. Annette stared at the documents, constantly pondering how to solve the problem of seasonality. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. Since it will be hard to sell, why not turn it into little sheep craft kits? They could package wool and accessories together and let customers make dolls by hand. Adults would be chatting in the tea house, so children would need something to do. As long as they had this craft kit, parents would be able to drink tea quietly. Although Pearl did not understand business tactics, he still felt that his mistress's way of thinking really had something to it. It seemed this business was about to turn around. Annette's efficiency was simply astonishing. In just a few moves, she settled on the products. The main focus would be craft kits and goat's milk, with some spreads for bread sold on the side. She even specifically instructed Cecilia that the signboard had to be made cuter, designed especially to attract children. The couple listening from the side were completely stunned. Their hands were tightly clasped together. The man still could not quite believe it and cautiously asked, "Your Highness, does this mean we passed the interview?" Annette slapped her forehead. She had been so focused on thinking through the business plan that she had nearly forgotten the most important words. She smiled and announced, "Congratulations. You are officially approved to open a shop in the lakeside market." Now the couple were thoroughly overjoyed. Although they had obtained the qualification to open a shop, the man still lacked confidence, feeling that they were missing everything and afraid they would mess things up. Annette smiled and comforted them, saying that as long as they were willing to work hard, it would be enough. As for their remaining shortcomings, there would naturally be people to help them make up for them. As soon as these words came out, the couple instantly seemed to be injected with strength, declaring on the spot that they would definitely work harder than anyone else. Looking at their spirit, Annette was very satisfied. This was exactly what she wanted. The determination to succeed, even if they had to risk everything, was the rarest thing of all. It seemed this interview had not only selected the right people, but also the right unyielding drive. In the dead of night, a piercing crash suddenly rang out from the mansion. Marquis Fraisse had completely lost control this time. He violently smashed the vase at hand and loudly questioned his subordinates, asking whether today's reply still had not arrived. As he slammed the table, he cursed, feeling that Annette had simply gone mad. Ever since she married into the north, she had not replied to even a single letter. Just as Marquis Fraisse was raging, the butler came in carrying a tray, speaking with extreme caution. He said that Her Majesty the Empress had sent another letter. This letter was simply adding fuel to the fire. Marquis Fraisse exploded on the spot. He knew very clearly in his heart that this letter was definitely not simple. On the surface, the Empress was showing concern for Annette. In reality, She was testing his confidence, wanting to see whether he could still control the situation. If the Empress discovered that he could no longer control Annette at all, then his position would be completely finished. If he lost that connection, the consequences would be something he simply could not bear. Marquis Fraisse was now in utter turmoil. He had to quickly think of a countermeasure to patch this hole. Otherwise, even greater trouble would arrive immediately. Then Marquis Fraisse caught sight of the tray. There was another letter pressed beneath it. The butler hurriedly explained that it had been sent by the new Marchioness. She said that since the holiday was approaching, she would be bringing the fourth young master back with her. Upon hearing this news, Marquis Fraisse first froze for a moment and sighed at how quickly time passed. But immediately after, a sinister thought emerged. How had he forgotten about this? Since Annette's younger brother was coming back, this would be the best breakthrough point. If he could control that child at the academy, he would not have to fear Annette refusing to obey. For the upcoming ball, Maisel's demands for her gown had reached an absurd level. The middle looked too plain. Add more jewels to it. The tailor stood to the side in a dilemma. The fabric was already thin to begin with. If more weight were added, the skirt would surely tear. The attendants beside them had long since been worn down until they were listless. They had been trying dresses for hours, yet there was still no end in sight. But as soon as Maisel turned around, several people immediately perked up and praised her to the skies, saying that only she could wear this dress with such presence. Since everyone said so, then it was settled. After all, this was the Grand Duchess's first year at the summer ball. She absolutely could not let anyone laugh at her. A gown of this level alone would not be enough to dominate the scene. Maisel knew very clearly in her heart that this dress had to be more dazzling than anyone else's. Every detail had to be polished over and over, and absolutely no mistakes could be allowed. She not only had to dress beautifully, but also had to completely overpower the other woman in presence. Even the hand ornament had to be the most eye-catching one. She was determined to make the Grand Duchess completely pale in comparison. Just then, someone suddenly came to find her. Cecilia said that the Grand Duchess needed her to bring the design drafts to the lakeside for a meeting. Now the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Ever since the assassination incident, Marcella had completely cut off contact. No one knew what kind of variables might be hidden in this upcoming meeting. Seeing that the other side had made no move yet, it seemed the previous disturbance had not been traced back to her. Since Cecilia had taken the initiative to come over, she could use this opportunity to sound her out. Maisel smiled and stepped forward to greet her, but Cecilia's response was very cold. This made Maisel feel extremely displeased. Had she started putting on airs just because she had become the Grand Duchess's maid? Although Maisel was angry inside, she still politely invited her to have tea. A noble lady nearby spoke in a sarcastic tone, bluntly saying that Cecilia had still not adapted to society. This was clearly meant to embarrass her in public. Maisel put on the posture of a senior and said she would give Cecilia some guidance. After all, since Cecilia had become a maid, she certainly would not understand these gorgeous clothes and jewels. In the end, Cecilia did not appreciate it all. In a flat tone, she directly refused. Her utterly unmoved attitude made Maisel extremely unhappy. Cecilia then added another stab, saying that the Grand Duchess was busy handling major affairs. So how could she have the spare time to worry about such trivial matters? As soon as these words came out, Maisel was completely stunned in place. What did she mean by trivial matters? But when the noble ladies nearby heard there was a major project, they immediately gathered around Cecilia, excitedly, to ask for details. Now Maisel had become an outsider. Watching everyone chatting enthusiastically, she could not get a word in at all. At that moment, someone lowered her voice and asked whether the Grand Duchess was really personally doing the work. Cecilia put down her teacup, and her tone instantly turned cold. That kind of remark did not sound very polite. Was she questioning the Grand Duchess's ability? The other party hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying that the Grand Duke and the officials were all helping, so is it not a little inappropriate to place all the credit on the Duchess? Cecilia asked in return, does the Duchess have to personally go to the construction site and drive in nails with her own hands before you're willing to acknowledge that this is her project? That one sentence directly rendered the other party speechless. Although there were many people doing the work, the one who truly decided the overall direction had always been the Grand Duchess alone. Cecilia remembered Loic's instructions and spoke without leaving any openings. She told everyone present that the Grand Duke's support for the Duchess had absolutely no limit. As long as the Duchess asked, never mind one lake, even the sea could be moved over. Mesel listened, her heart sinking. Why could that cold and aloof Grand Duke dote on his wife to such an extent? Cecilia ignored her reaction and then dropped a bombshell. Before the commercial district opened, there would be a celebration, but admission tickets would not depend on status. People would have to enter a lottery through Northern News. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Mesel keenly sensed that something was wrong. What exactly was the trick behind this so-called lottery? Cecilia's words were truly merciless. She said the lottery was prepared for those who could not receive formal invitations. This time, Mesel could no longer sit still. What did that mean? Was she implying that even someone of Mesel's status was not qualified to be invited? Before everyone could recover, Cecilia rose to leave, saying that she had an important meeting later and had no time to waste here. Before leaving, she did not forget to politely say that she hoped everyone enjoyed their tea. This series of moves truly maximized both dignity and mockery. Mesel felt 10,000 times unconvinced. Cecilia clearly had no background at all, yet just because she had become a maid, she dared to act so arrogantly in front of her. The noble ladies nearby were still whispering among themselves, saying that Cecilia now not only had gained quite a few benefits, but could also publish articles under her own name, and even the owner of the magazine was a relative. Hearing this, Mesel felt as if needles were stabbing her ears. But she suddenly seized upon the key point. That was right. Since there was that connection, there was another way to deal with her. Mesel had already thought it through. Destroying what someone treasured most was the cruelest revenge. A mere second daughter of a baron's family, she would definitely make Cecilia pay the price. Just then, the owner of Northern News, Alchit, arrived. He had come this time specifically to report good news to Annette. Annette got straight to the point and asked whether the newspaper had run into trouble recently. Alchit sighed and said that it had indeed almost closed down before. Thanks to the Duchess's care, the newspaper had finally managed to recover. Now, business at the Opera House was booming, and the newspaper had also received a large investment, so it was preparing to do something big. Annette asked directly whether this investment had come from the president of the Merchant Association. Alchit nodded helplessly. It was not only the president. Several other members had also participated, but now they had suddenly turned against him and demanded that their investments be withdrawn immediately. Not only did they want all the principal back, but every bit of interest had to be calculated clearly as well. If he could not repay the money, the newspaper would have to be handed over to them. Alchit was on the verge of collapse. This was the hard work his father had left behind. He had gone everywhere begging people to lend him money, but no one was willing to help. Annette knew very clearly in her heart that Mesel must be behind this. Such underhanded methods were truly disgusting. Just as Alchit was in despair, Annette suddenly spoke. "I'll repay this money for you." Alchit simply could not believe it, but Annette's next words instantly calmed him down. She said, "I have conditions for helping you." Now Alchit felt uncertain, and he hurriedly asked what the conditions were. Unexpectedly, Annette's appetite was not small. She actually wanted to compile these recipes into a volume and directly publish a book. As soon as Alchit heard this, he panicked. Was she going to forcibly take the fruits of his labor for herself? Annette hurriedly explained that this was actually a pure business deal. She would be responsible for investing the money, and in the end, everyone would share the profits according to proportion. Upon hearing that it was this kind of cooperation, Alchit was completely reassured and immediately agreed without hesitation. Annette was truly swift and decisive in her actions. She directly pushed the prepared funds in front of him. However, she also made things clear. This was not a free favor, but a proper commercial investment. In Cecilia's heart, aside from gratitude, there was even more embarrassment. She took the initiative to bring up what had happened before and sincerely apologize for her recklessness. Annette, however, was very open-minded about it and comforted her, saying that this matter was not her fault at all. Who could have expected that someone would destroy another person's livelihood just because of a bit of selfishness? Cecilia felt warmth in her heart as she listened and promised on the spot that she would definitely repay Annette in the future. After all, this was such a large investment, yet Annette had not even blinked. But Annette acted as if it were nothing at all, stating directly that this amount of money was nothing to her. The most important thing was that these treasures could not be allowed to fall into the hands of people with malicious intentions. Annette looked at the gold coins on the table, calculating the next major plan in her mind. She felt that no matter how she looked at it, this startup capital ought to be enough. But after Alchit carefully calculated for quite a while, he said nothing. Annette tentatively asked whether this money was still not enough. Alchit's next words left her frozen on the spot. If they wanted to make this happen, this amount of money would not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. At the very least, it would have to be multiplied by 5. This was truly a miscalculation. Where was she supposed to get so much more money? Looking at the few pitiful coins in the safe, Annette was truly troubled now. Even if she took out all the private savings she had hidden away, she would still be far from that astronomical figure. But she had already said the words. If she went back on them now, where would the Grand Duchess's dignity go? It was not that she had never thought of asking Loic. As long as she said one word, the Grand Duke would definitely send the money over without another question. But Annette knew in her heart that she could not keep using the family's public funds for her own private affairs. Since this path would not work, she could only find another way. Annette stared ahead as a bold idea began to take shape. After searching through everything she had, Annette was left with only this one final treasure. It was the jewelry her older brother had given her, and it was also her only hope now. Since she did not have enough cash, she could only take this jewelry to use as collateral. As long as she could exchange it for enough startup funds, this bit of sacrifice would be worth it. Once she decided, she acted. She went directly to the bank's VIP room. When the bank president saw that the Grand Duchess had personally arrived, he was overwhelmed with honor. But pleasantries were pleasantries, and business still had to be done. The president got straight to the point and asked whether Her Highness had come this time to apply for a loan. Annette directly revealed her trump card. Pointing at the sapphire necklace, she asked how much she could borrow using it as collateral. The bank president held a magnifying glass and examined it carefully. The quality truly left nothing to criticize. He directly gave an astonishing number, 150,000 Daniels. Hearing this offer, Annette quickly calculated in her heart. 150,000, that was 300 times what she had spent on her wedding back then. This was simply an astronomical figure, although this item held extraordinary meaning for her. And if the investment failed, she would never be able to get it back. For the sake of that grand plan, she decided to stake everything on one throw. Annette did not hesitate and directly said to the president, "Deal. Go prepare it now." The president politely asked her to wait for a moment while he went to prepare the enormous sum. Annette looked at the empty jewelry box and knew very clearly in her heart that there was truly no turning back now. Since she had already risked everything she had to win. No matter what, she had to make Alchit's business succeed. Night had fallen, and the entire castle had grown quiet. Only Annette's room still had a light on. She was sitting at the desk, working nonstop. From preparing the eve of opening event to publishing Cecilia's recipe book, every single matter had to be handled by her personally. Looking at this pile of troublesome tasks, Annette felt as if she were about to be overwhelmed. Annette slapped her cheeks hard, forcing herself to pull herself together. Since she had been the one to start this matter, no matter how difficult it became, she had to grit her teeth and hold on. Just then, there was suddenly movement at the door. Annette froze for a moment. When she looked up, it was actually Loic. Loic stood at the doorway and softly asked, "May I come in?" Annette quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing her absent-minded appearance, Loic asked in a low voice whether something had happened. For a moment, Annette did not know how to answer. Loic got straight to the point and said, "I came to return something to its owner." "You lost something." Annette was completely confused and asked in reply, "I lost something?" She subconsciously touched her hair, then checked her earrings and hairpin. They were all still there. Her earrings were there too. What exactly had she lost? Loic did not explain much. He directly took something out from his coat and placed it steadily on the table. The instant she clearly saw what it was, Annette froze completely. She stammered as she asked Loic, "How is this thing in your hands?" Loic did not answer. Instead, he coldly questioned her in a low voice, asking why she had borrowed money. Now, there was truly no way to explain. Annette's mind raced as she calculated just how much she should tell him. If Loic learned that Mezel was also involved in this matter, then it would be more than just causing a huge mess. Mezel's older cousin was Tyrion, the knight captain who held military power. The family behind them was even more deeply rooted. Once the two sides fell out, the entire territory might be thrown into upheaval. She absolutely could not let this matter trigger a war between Loic and his retainers. Annette fell silent. The truth had to rot in her stomach. Loic pressed her step by step, asking whether she was hiding something from him. Annette was so startled that she quickly waved her hands and said absolutely not. To cover the lie, she casually made up an excuse, saying that she wanted to invest in a magazine company, and that was why she had urgently raised money. After listening, Loic was even more puzzled. Since she needed money, could she not simply take it from the family accounts? Annette lowered her head and said, "This is my personal matter. I don't want to use the family's funds." As soon as those words came out, the atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. Loic was silent for a long time. "Do you really distrust me that much?" Now Annette panicked completely and hurriedly waved her hands to explain, saying, "I absolutely don't distrust you." But before she could finish speaking, she realized that the atmosphere was wrong. Loic's current expression was not one of anger at all. She cautiously asked, "Are you unhappy?" Loic gave a self-mocking smile, his tone full of disappointment. "What right do I have to be unhappy? I just think I'm too foolish. I actually believed you were living well, while letting you go around borrowing money on your own." This sense of helplessness was more painful than any argument. He said in a low voice, "I don't have the face to get angry at you at all." Now, it was Annette's turn to be speechless. No matter what, she had never expected Loic to take all the responsibility onto himself. Loic said quietly, "This can only prove that I still haven't earned enough of your trust, so I can't blame you. I'm only disappointed in myself."